walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, time, evil muffin, everybody, muffin time, muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close.
okay.
Gives out warm
we're
hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well.
Hey, okay. This is just gonna be the first story that we learned from Rewa.
Evil muffin,
Oh, good.
sweetest
Okay. Say
muffin,
hi to little boys.
sweetest
Give her some
muffin, evil
huggies.
muffin, evil muffin. Evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a jam jar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin, evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town. She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that
So to
stays.
lurking, everyone
Evil
lurking. Thank you
muffin,
everyone for lurking.
evil muffin,
Where's my
sweetest muffin,
thing?
sweetest muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin,
Oh.
pass the love around.
Wait.
Around.
Almost.
Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town.
Oh, okay.
She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's
you can do
lonely,
that,
she
Jet.
pulls them in close. Gives out
Really?
warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster in the sky.
Yes.
She looks like a menace. She loves you well.
Okay. Let me fix.
Evil muffin. Evil muffin. Sweetest muffin. Sweetest
No.
muffin. Evil
I cannot join.
muffin. Evil muffin. Evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin. Evil muffin pass the love around. Evil muffin. Evil muffin best in Streamer Town. Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a jam jar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the
I don't
room
know.
gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite.
Wait, Meals added me as a favorite, so I cannot.
Evil muffin,
It says joining. I keep joining your join group.
sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin.
Reaction roll.
Evil muffin, evil muffin cares for everybody. Everybody. Evil muffin pass the love around. Evil muffin best in Streamer Town. Streamer Town.
Okay, I'm just gonna put myself in a meeting room. And then we're gonna, yeah. Hello everyone. Whoa, hi. Whoa, that surprised me. Why can I not? Okay, I was struggling to join the Discord and then struggling to join the stream together, and I'm struggling with everything today. It's just, yeah. But I'm here. Hello. No, I'm just no. Very sad. I don't know. Like I get another pop up that I don't know that I never saw before. I have no idea. Like it says joining Silent Mills and then the record video and sound.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
Yes, I know the
Yeah.
Muffin Man. Who lives on Drury
Yeah.
Lane?
Well,
Almost.
she's married to the Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man!
Yay. Yay. Oh. My gosh. My gosh. How was I not in your Discord yet? I'm too much Discord.
It's muffin time. Yes, I wanna die.
What is the password and the stuff in there?
C'est sûr que je peux pas mettre, admettons, des effets comme je mets quand je stream sur l'ordi.
Yes.
Ok, ouais, ça se pourrait. Ben, anyway,
Yes.
je suis dans la chambre, fait que c'est good.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that I have the stupid button that I have to mute. Yes, sorry. What? Hello, Pluert. Good job. Remy, thank you, and hello. Thank you so much. But oh my god, how do you know another Dutch person?
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Nice. Oh wait, it's literally
get-
in there. Oh my god, the Saturday. Okay,
Dad,
I was literally just
I
checking the
didn't
waiting
play
what
for
the
ages. And now
what do you call
I'm
it, the server
playing it
name
on
was, but
stream,
it's the
but when
same
I
as
play it on
always.
stream, I won't do any puzzles. And today we're gonna do puzzles. So I'm
Ready to come,
being
ready to go.
very brave because I hate letting people see. Res knows this.
Yes.
I hate
Yeah.
when people see how bad my memory is.
Yes.
So please be kind to me and bear with me because this is gonna be,
Yes, I am.
I don't know, it's gonna be interesting and maybe a little uncomfortable for me at first, but we will see.
Also, hi, Al.
No. Just no. I do not agree. Nope. Oop. But welcome, other Dutch person. I do like your name. Like, Kini, can you try to pronounce his name again? Because that was really funny. Laura? Laura? Laura. No, but I don't know. Like, I said it overly Dutch. Just extremely Dutch, you know? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Ploert? Ploert? Can I still fish? Oh my god, I can't type. Yes. I hope you all have an amazing stream. I need to go. I hope that I got my streak, which I think I did. Otherwise, I will watch a little bit without sound. I love you all. Have an amazing night. Yes, because I said I was gonna start every time between 10:30, but yeah, today was not a good health day, so I have been having a migraine. I have been having stomach aches and all that lovely stuff. But I still started sort of on time, and thank you so much for being here, Miss Relaxing. Oh my god, you just kicked us all out? Oh my goodness. Blah 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 blah. Sure. Yay. What? Dr. Gummy Head? Dr. Gummy Head is fishing. That's a cool ass name. Dr. Gummy Head? Gummy Head? I like it. You know what? I don't mind. You need to do what is good for your body. Well, I did still, like, I was planning to start, like, at 10. But yeah, it was a shitty out there. Lord. 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 No? Well, maybe he's muted on his mic. I can also sometimes secretly mute and no one knows. No one has to. Lord. Wait, who told you about my nickname? What? What nickname? Veggie. Hi. What? Jelly brain. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, I did want to do this map. Fuck yeah. But oh gosh, that's so many, so little time. Why? What? Why can I not squeeze in there? Eh. I don't fit. Oh, I fit. Okay. Oh no, there's not enough space. Okay, no, I'm gonna shut up. Okay, I had a. Oh, this is nope. Help. No. Yeah, so not ready. Why? No. Just say it. Why? Why so little time? The stress, the panic. Just tip. I'm just panicking. Like I don't know. Yeah, don't do it. Just don't. Just stay there. Yep, you can do it, Kitty. Just go back in the lobby and dance a circle and never come here. No. My new tactic, just like no. Thank you. Nah, bye. What? I'm okay. I'm okay actually. No. Oh, I'm happy you guys are still playing. Thank you for still having me. Okay. You walked right by me. What is that? I hope y'all have an amazing stream and it. Oh wait, I think it is. Oh, it's a Pokemon. Okay, Dr. Gummy. Okay, yeah. Dr. Gummy Head. I don't know if. Oh, is it? Oh, I like that. It was, yeah. Why? Yes. What? No. Really? Oh, I don't have any anymore. Like we used to have one when I was a kid, but there's no ice cream trucks around. Oh. The ice bear? I accidentally, oh my god, I accidentally made my screen window.
Scanning for Mexicans.
Okay. No, thank you. Everyone was dancing around me, but oh my gosh. Why is this not working? No, my game just... Oh, oh. I don't know how I'm getting away with this. Everyone was running around me, but... Wait, where are you? Oh, I can't see you. I was like, I'm gonna check up on you, but yeah, no, that doesn't work. Yeah? What? Oh,
Where is what?
hello.
What? I
my
went
God,
out there so many times. Oh, that is good.
Oh, Muffin,
Camilla,
that's
you and
good.
I, we had a similar idea. Look.
Yeah?
Where
Wait,
are
I
you?
can check on people now, no?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Ooh, Plurt is just behind the thingy. Ooh, Bill's good. Oh, I want that one again.
Can we do this
Okay.
map again, but with normal hiding time and normal
Yeah.
time and normal
Yeah.
thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
we can. We
Can
can.
we?
Yes.
Can we that?
Yes, we can.
We can?
Yes, we can. I will do this. These
sure?
the change. Yes, I will do the
Do you need
changes.
help setting it up?
No. I don't need help.
Salty! DM
Okay, now my
Mafia
thingy is back
enabling
again.
more volume
Maybe a
up.
little volume up.
Queenie, is Mills your Silent Mills your sister or something?
No, she's my wannabe
Wanna be what?
wannabe girlfriend.
No.
No. I am happily married.
Oh, that's what you were.
Yeah.
Happy was the word. Okay.
Yes.
No, she's not my sister. No.
Okay.
That would be funny.
That would be really funny if Kingy actually daydreamed about his sister.
Oh my god.
Please laugh.
Salty, what volume do you want up?
Yeah, Salty was saying stuff
It
for
ain't
my
never bad.
Discord.
Oh, in your Discord. Oh, yeah, sorry. How is Salty doing, by the way?
Yeah, Salty, how are you doing?
How are you doing, Salty?
Salty?
Salty joining?
Like putting no.
I have sent him DM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You slide into his DMs.
Yeah, wait, what? Salty was lurking, chilling, I think.
No.
Doing better?
Lurking and chilling?
Lurking and chilling?
Are we
Yeah.
gonna start soon, or?
Yes. Just
Oh,
making sure that I
no,
had everything.
I
What?
didn't.
What did
I
you do?
didn't.
Did you make yourself huge?
I don't know.
Oh, I want to be square. Just in time.
When the screen appeared, I did not see it because I was painting myself, and I just did
Oh,
nothing.
leverage.
Oh wait, square doesn't work in this one. Shit!
You better hide well. Be right back.
Run! Run. I got
Hi,
under the...
Muffin.
No. Hi! Run! Panic!
No, you don't. You didn't want me to come earlier. Leave me alone.
I'm gonna follow your butt.
Okay,
I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide with you, yeah? No. I've already been there. Oh, if I wasn't square, I wanted to be a scarab, but nah. Ah! You see anything that's good square?
No.
I mean, I was square around and I survived. I did the whole thing. The same as Camilla.
Nice.
By the way,
Maybe...
Muffin, you're square.
Yeah, I said like, do you know anything good where
Yeah.
I can be square?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. Up here.
Up here? Just.
Yeah, up here. Up here. Try to blend in up here. Yeah, but no, seriously.
Does this work? If I lay
Yeah,
here?
not there, where I am.
I didn't. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Here?
So I need to find a place to hide.
Maybe. Oh no, I'm falling. No, I'm falling. Okay. Thank you, Keeny.
You're welcome, Muffin. Cause I'm free. Free falling. That's not gonna work.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do my incognito skills again.
Muffin, that's brilliant.
Well, yeah,
Oh my
thank
god.
Keeny. I'm gonna give credit to Keeny for this one, but I'm trying to figure out.
Oh my god, Leverage, what the hell? This is brilliant.
That way, that way. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have time to make myself fully incognito mode. Turbo painting, oh my gosh.
I do have a bad feeling about this.
Eh.
You see, that's good. That's good. Oh my lord, Leverage. That is so cool.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Yeah, dear not, here I comes.
Yes, Cleopatra. Is that
Okay,
all
okay.
flat paint, Cleopatra?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't get credits for seeing it? Wow.
Yes, oh, you saw. Oh my god. Ew, who
Wow.
is the spider? It's in the web.
Oh my god.
Mm. Look at me being an awesome hunter.
Maybe because we are hid in the same room.
All of you. Mm.
Okay, I think I'm
us.
really good
I
camo now.
I think all of us.
I don't even know where the other hit. Wait a second.
I know there's some else because.
Oh wait, wait, I have shadow. Oh, I have my shadow.
Oh my god.
Okay, you're never gonna find me now.
Oh, đó này ha.
I'm cameo? Camo?
What did you call me, Camel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Camel? Camel? And Cleopatra.
Mm.
No, you don't agree on that?
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra.
You look
Cleopatra?
like a ninja.
Cleopatra.
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 You come again.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna stop because otherwise I'm just gonna mess it up and I'm gonna stare at other people. Oh, oh.
Hello.
No! I said you were never gonna find me! Look at how I'm dangling! Oh no. Okay.
Oh, you're never gonna find me.
Okay, I got cocky. I like
ninja.
no.
Ninja! Oh, hide from me. I'm coming for all of you. Silent ninja, yes! That is me.
Although you are not silent.
Okay.
No.
No, I'll be quiet.
No, you need to talk. It's more fun.
Oh, oh. I'll see now if I can find someone else.
Did we
Go
lose
for
some
a-
people?
Did we?
Well, I noticed
No.
there's only like okay.
I don't think so.
No,
3
I'm
people
not
are still
there.
hiding, 3 people were found, and 1 person is searching. So 7
Wait,
people.
Acorn is still
Oh,
lying?
one person is searching. Okay.
Oh, none of these cats have dicks.
What?
I was actually thinking about doing it.
Figured. Oh, hello. Where are you whistling from?
Beanie, you're good.
No close yet so far.
Oh.
I mean, he was not painted the first time she came by, so he's
Oh,
happy.
he wasn't.
Yeah, he was doing something else. He was a corpse before that.
I will find you, and I will make you a corpse. Oh, hello. Where are you whistling from?
Somewhere on the map.
No,
You'll never
no.
find him.
Don't say that.
If I say this, then you will probably find him. That's the thing.
No, don't say anything.
Yeah, if you say you will never find him, you will find him. Am I going in circles or?
Yes, you are going in circles. I'm gonna just say
Give me these big
everyone is
helmet.
multicolored.
Why? Why are you so bulletproof?
No one has a single black color or anything.
Who's knocking?
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Because
No, you can blame me.
Oh, did I not find where are 7?
Why? You redeemed TK.
Didn't find me.
No, I see 2 blue people.
You didn't find me.
Reload.
And what should I know? She didn't want me to know where you were, huh?
Oh, Blur does have a good camo.
Do you need
Where is the last one I didn't find?
Beanie. Don't want you?
Basically on the
Was it
other
just
side of the
you
map, I
two?
think.
Was it just Keeney and don't want you to know?
No, there was.
Leverage is a little spider. Oh my god, that's awesome.
But he was found quickly. I mean, I was found first.
But it's still very awesome. Oh, Miss Relaxing, you can always vent a little bit. We do have short chat, and I am a little slow at reading chat, so I might be a little slow with responding, but you know, you can always vent. You survived the first day in the gas zone.
You didn't have time to paint behind the
No,
chest?
I did. I just had to change position.
Yeah, he was bones first. Animal bones.
Yeah, then I remembered it was Mills who was playing, so I knew she was gonna check that place.
Okay, what's that?
Wait.
If you press
You
4
pre-
after the match, you go into free look. You can then right.
Can you make a more paintable map?
Can I do that? Can I do that as a hunter as well?
A more paintable map? What kind?
Okay. This is like really tricky to paint really well.
That is true, that's true. I do like the one where I was a little muffin at one time. Like where you have food on the table.
Or museum or something, or what's it called, gallery or something. But we already did that.
Gallery is always nice. Sure. Okay.
Mod must be downloaded.
Try this
Oh,
one.
it's the how's it called? Peak,
Peak?
right?
Yeah.
Loving it.
To download it.
I don't know how you feel about it, but I like to play this game by painting and not hiding behind in something or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the funniest, especially if you can't paint.
I suck at painting, so it makes me practice.
Yeah.
I prefer doing that through games.
Well, it is fun. Like, we do have... Oh my god, yes. Yes, we're an even bigger train. Yes, fuck yeah. Yes, Keeney. Nice. We were like a stack of 6. I feel like everyone has different tactics. Oh no! Why am I giant? What did I do? No! No! Now I'm eating pizza. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes. What the fuck can I be as a giant square? Ooh! Maybe? If I can be, then oh my gosh, yes. How?
What's the best position to be a banana?
Depends really.
Is this the one I am?
I wanna be like a cookie box, but that's gonna be really fucking hard.
Cookie box.
Oh. I'm too big! Oh no! Okay, no. Yeah! I was like, okay, but I'm even bigger than, look, I'm... Oh my god, no. Okay. Ah! Panic.
No, I can't be a
Okay, plan B.
banana.
A banana.
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 Oh, isn't this a wee? Shall I do this again? Scary face. I'm gonna make my scary face.
Okay, but I really suck at the cloning. So you have to paint already? I'm still gonna try to be a cookie.
Was Linny with us the time I made that monster face in the back?
I don't know. Okay, I'm never gonna make it. But I'm now I'm never gonna make it. But I'm dedicated to trying this at least.
Oh, this sucks so bad.
This is gonna be really hard.
I think if somebody for Dante finds me in like 2 minutes within 30 seconds, if it looks well. Or she, of course. Who is actually the hunter?
Linny.
Oh, you're... No. Okay, we got this. I am so not done and so not...
God, painting this took me far too much time.
Okay, if you find me, do you not want to kill me so I can continue painting?
As long as you won't move and won't disappear, like from that spot. Oh. Wait, it's chest, what the hell? No, it's not.
I'm panic painting so hard. I never made a clone, so...
I'm just praying, pretty much.
Who's this?
Not me!
Why can't I
It's Muffin
Hey, Gray.
time, 'cause I wanna die.
What the fuck? Why can't I not shoot you even when you were standing still? What the fuck? What's wrong with this shooting?
So bad.
Mm.
Is it?
This
Stop
doesn't make
listening
any
with
sense.
that.
This doesn't make any sense. Why can I not shoot you even when you were still laying still over there?
Maybe
What
it
the
is
fuck?
someone.
What?
No, 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 no.
No, 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 no. No, no! No! No, no.
I did not think it was you because it was fully painted.
I know! I was like, I'm gonna. Yes, no, no, it was just. I don't know.
Oh my lord.
I stuck with it, but I was not done.
Nails.
What the fuck is this?
What the?
What am I looking at?
Oh my god, leverage.
That's Shroud.
Mills, what the? Where's Mills? Oh, not again.
That is so cool, Mills. That face is so cool.
Okay, Blurt, you're good. I like Leany face on right over the top of your head.
Really, I don't think this should be findable.
No, but if you look from a distance, you're invisible.
If you're like visually impaired, yes.
Oh my lord, leverage. That is so fun.
Yeah.
That is
Leverage
so
is
cool.
funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Yum, 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 yum. Okay, wait.
Oh, it was a ball. What the fuck?
I'm gonna mute 1 second to reply to chat.
How dare you?
I know, right? Yeah, I can also just read it out loud, but... Okay, so I have my sound down really low, so after tapping this, I will listen to my phone in my ear. But I just went to bed. First of all, I had 2 people help me today who don't understand my symptoms. My symptoms is real, which is the ache. Secondly, they saw my tattoos and they were like, I don't like tattoos. And then they were having a whole conversation about how they hate tattoos, right? I was sitting with them. Oh my god. Okay. Mid relaxing. You know what I say every time? And I'm saying it this time again. Fuck those people. Fuck them. Like, yeah.
The last time I did that.
Like my mom is one of those people, and if she sees people with tattoos, then it's like,
There was somebody else there because somebody was whistling and then went up, and then I saw someone.
Okay, okay.
This is genius.
Yeah, I kind of feel leverage.
That was not done, but I was kind of I was okay on the one side. But yeah, no, Miss Relaxing, fuck them, okay?
Okay, this one I did not find.
You didn't find me either.
Huh? Yeah, she was unable to shoot.
The other side, no. But the one side was painted.
What were you?
I'm not gonna lie, I needed that, thank you. Yeah, you have to look from the other side. I wasn't done. Like, I was trying to be a cookie box. Like, I have a little guy on the one side, but the other side is just nothing. But the little guy is cute. But I was so not done. Like, I should have had like a couple of minutes to paint that.
What did you say?
I apologize. Somebody else got you killed.
No, that's
somebody
not
was
your
listening.
fault. That is not your fault.
And then I look in the
But yeah,
cafe.
no, Mr. Lexing, like, fuck them. If they don't like tattoos, that's on them, you know? Like, that's like my mom always says that, like, oh my god, I hate tattoos.
And I thought, nah, if she gonna find me, then I'm gonna be sad.
But yeah, no, my mom always hates tattoos. And my reply always to her is like, it's not your body, so if you don't like them, you're not gonna take them yourself. You don't have any right to judge anyone else for having them. Like, it's not your body, right? You don't, yeah. And if I want to talk about hating tattoos, well, okay. Again, that's on them. Right? I appreciate you. I'm gonna go sleep now. Thank you for being here, hon, and I hope it's gonna get better. You can vent always, yeah? You know that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm tiny again. Fuck yeah. Oh, kitties.
Stop with that buried too much, Kitty.
No, this is
Can I? No, maybe. Why does it say my body is? No, my body is not inside. Never mind. Never mind. Oh. Oh, I did this one time before, but it kind of worked. So
I will actually do this. I will take a picture of the thing I'm gonna paint because I can't ever remember it after I'm over it. Yeah.
Why do I feel like this low key works?
Because it might.
Reggie is fishing. Yeah, you also have hiccup.
No, I was just making your sound.
Nah, god damn it. I was like, it sounds exactly like me. Oh wait. I'm being bullied.
Buddy.
Wait, can I do this? You know, shut. Just kitty, shush.
He's psyching us out.
Boop. 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 This is so bad. Maybe if I make more of me.
1 minute left.
Will that work?
Oh, no.
Will it work if I'm more?
What?
Like I'm
All of this up.
5 seconds.
Kaden!
It makes me so nervous every time.
I think
damn it.
he's doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Because this. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, but is it gonna work? And
Welcome,
okay, hi,
19
Eggborn.
from Agborn.
Okay, the
Hi
thing
for
is, I
joining
think
us.
I might
Feel
have
free to
to
drop a in chat and get cozy. If you'd
If I
like
do
to see more
this,
of this
and then-
muffin, don't forget to follow.
and then this. Wait 1 second, Egg.
Oh my
Oh.
god, leverage. Guys, look what leverage did.
Dad.
I know. Thank you for the
Oh my god, that's loud.
Yep.
Hi, sorry.
Okay. This is bad. Okay. Hi, Eggborn. Hello. Are you done? Because if you still wanted to do the repo, I thought I said like we were doing this for like an hour or so. But yes. And oh my god,
Hey,
someone
Python.
got a fish and I'm dab. Oh, a diamond. Well, thank you so much for the raid and welcoming raiders. Welcome him, everyone. Sorry, I was really busy trying to paint so I didn't die. We're playing some Mecha Chameleon. Yum. How was
That
your
didn't work
raid,
out
Queen?
The way I wanted it to.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Down the one on the left.
Well, welcome, my Queen. You're amazing.
One on the right, right here.
How are your
down.
league games, and oh, leverage is good.
It's 3 down.
We're hiding.
I'm saying hello to the raid. Eggborn just raided. With 19 people, holy fuck.
Oh.
I'm wondering if Pamela is gonna be found or not. That's all.
Like I always ignore the numbers, but I'm like, oh, holy shit, that's a big ass raider. Thank you. And welcome in raiders. Yes, Salty. Thank you. I know we already had a clippy, but I also want to do the. Aww.
See me.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this.
I thought it was pretty good.
It was really obvious.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the shape was not really the shape of a cone. It was like an upside down cone again. I already tried to be a cone one time before, so yeah. Wait, did I do the big show? Yeah. Oh, Cross, hello.
But I'm not hiding.
Yes, been follow radio. Yep. Everyone follow Egg because fuck yes. I want to play another clippy from you. Oh, and we have a clippy from Cross. Oh, the clippies. Oh no, and all my clippies get stuck still. My god, I think it's maybe because I'm just running too much stuff.
In the truck.
Your fishes?
Yeah.
What?
Let me refresh.
Yeah, when I step on the fish.
You stepped on the fish?
That sounds... No, don't! Okay. One more time.
Yeah, got found.
Oh my god, Lily, that is brilliant. It's actually brilliant. He will not find you. Oh my god,
I know.
Thank you for the
revive.
What is that? Is that Fortnite?
He's so good at it that it's cheating. Oh my god.
If you still want to do repo later, by the way, let me know, hun. I feel like it's always the same clip. Maybe. We need to make more league clips of you. Yep. I haven't seen you play Fortnite forever. Yes, definitely. Oh, fuck yeah.
What do you have in your ass?
Fuck yeah.
Bloody diarrhea.
That didn't work.
Oh, then I do want to do the modded repo. I can ask if any if any other people want to join too. Maybe Salty want to join, maybe other people. Right, you can also just do with the two of us, whatever you want to.
It's 3 down.
Yeah, how was your stream? Yep. I did ask, right? I am a little scatterbrained because I didn't have the best health day today. So I have like a migraine and I'm still eating dinner and everything. It is what it is, but yeah. You kept gold, good job, man, good job. Holy shit. How does it work with the ranking? Do you get placed in a base level right away? Or do you have to work up from the bottom? Like, are there placement matches?
What?
I'm done ranking on my main, not risking losing gold. I got that. Are you now just playing Aram Sam?
What?
Beanie, I've been wondering the whole time, why are you bleeding from your butt?
Beanie.
Ah.
0-2 to England.
Kitty, why are you bleeding from your butt?
Bloody diarrhea.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
When you
just depends on your placement. Yeah, okay, but so I have never ever played ranked still. I'm still leveling up the account, so I'm now level, what is it, level 22? I think? Yeah.
No chance.
But now, if I start with ranked, how does that work then? Do you still have first? Yeah, you have placement matches, like a couple of placement matches.
The right area for 4 of the people that are hiding, which means all of the.
And then ranked up.
Who is making those sounds?
Right? Okay. Well, someone was saying woohoo! Woohoo!
Yeah. Who was that?
I don't know.
But there was some. Oh my god.
Can you turn around?
Yeah, I saw you, but where? Oh my lord, Dawn. Where is
Right above you.
I was racking up the points.
Turn around, Kenny.
What?
Wow!
Oh
wow!
My god.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide and big and identified like an underwater unicorn. I gotta kick out spatial harm at a Jedi on the sea. Stop Cthulhu waiting ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals.
Get your balls! Here now. Thank you. Karma cookie.
Was Salty joining? No.
No, I don't think so.
It's muffin time, and I wanna die.
Thank you for the follow. My thingy is spacing out, sorry.
I'll click on the random.
Yes, click on the random.
Click on the random.
Why do I have to think I just made a mistake?
Oh no! I clicked them. Oh.
I have karma and I have cookies. I need to do a karma cookie. I hope I'm hunter. Am I hunter?
I might be a little
No! Oh my Jesus! What?
I am be right back.
Leanie is giant. Oh my gosh. Okay.
A mistake.
Okay, that redeem gets me.
Oh my!
I have a new redeem on my channel, by the way, guys. I don't know if I don't know if anyone's lurking or whatever, but yeah, just like I've had a good boy redeem on my channel forever, okay, but now I added a good girl redeem as well, and yes.
What the fuck? Why is this working?
Who was that? Who said that? What? Do it again.
What? What's wrong?
Nothing. How could you always do that? Like, what the hell? Why do you sound so different? What? Okay. He broke me.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay. Yes.
I can hear that. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, stop it. No, no reason.
I don't know what you're laughing about.
No, me neither. Oh, Salty's a good boy as well. Yes. Yes, and we have added like the good girl redeem, especially for my queen. What a Rainbow Reaper! Wait, now I gotta say hello again. Okay. Bye, people. I'm gonna mute again.
Welcome, 6 from Rainbow Reaper
Hi,
69.
Rainbow.
Ty for joining
Oh
us.
my god, I'm so
Feel
bad
free
at
to drop a in
collabing. I'm like,
chat
okay,
and
I'm
get
gonna mute.
cozy. If you'd like to see more of this
Hello,
muffin,
Rainbow.
don't forget
Thank
to
you
follow.
for reading. I appreciate you so much. How was your raid? How was your stream? What were you playing? By the way, both of you, like Akbar just raided in as well. If you need to raid and run, make sure to drink, make sure to snack, make sure to take care of yourself. I am messing this up big time. I don't look like this thing here. It is not this good. It's a shitty ass drawing.
Reggie or not here, I can.
We're going with it and praying for the best. This is so not good. Okay. Of course, lovely to see you. Lovely to see you too. I haven't been in your stream for a bit, but yeah, I have been like losing all my streaks at a lot of people as well.
In Square.
I've been staying over at mom's and yeah, summer.
I might be looking
Oh, we're making it worse. Oh gosh.
I wonder if they are.
Okay.
This is okay enough, okay? We're just gonna keep on painting. Good girl, Rainbow. Rainbow is a good girl. But that's not how we greet people right away. Except if you like it, of course. Bark, 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 bark. Yes, yes, karma cookie. Okay, okay.
Such a good girl.
What the hell?
Oh my god, okay, this redeem is dangerous. And did you hear Keeney say it, Ek? Like my queen, did you, like, he confuses the fuck out of me now, okay? I'm a good girl today. Nice, nice. And you took a 2-week break because your sister Cheryl came and visited from UK for the 3rd of July. Nice! I hope you had the best time. Did you celebrate, did you do anything special together? Chaotic Loki likes it.
Why is Keeney so quiet?
I'm focused.
No.
Okay, this is like really shitty.
Yeah, I saw you got point, but I have no fucking idea where you.
Like, this is the thing. I'm making it worse every time I'm trying to make this better. That's it. This is just, yeah.
I'm moving so fast that I don't even know where I've been looking.
Okay, it is kind of weird. Oh wait, shadow.
I moved out of my spot.
We're still painting because then I have a marble kind of vibe. I think this is good, people. Look, this looks like a marble. We're just gonna stick with it and pray for the best, and watch Mills kill me. Well, I grab a cookie for the camera. Be happy. What?
Sometimes I feel like
I'm still wearing pants this time. Okay.
It is so fast when you are the
Okay, do you want Karma being very big?
Use the hunter.
1 second. Jam. Oh wait. I was checking too. What? Oh, I was wearing the pants. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, the Karma cookie redeems, and I kind of have to. In winter, obviously, like, I wear often like just a giant sweater and that's it. I am very fucking bouncy today. We did it. We went to the Madeira beach in Florida. Ooh. And watched fireworks on the beach and spent the whole day there. It was great. We used to go there as a kid. It was lovely to go again together. I can imagine. That's so good. I'm so happy. Yeah, and Rainbow, like, Akbar rated just before you. So, thank you, both of you queens.
I thought my hiding spot was.
I'm still okay. I'm still okay. Okay. I have cookies. Look, we have a really cute new cookie jar with a cookie with a paw on the top.
How the hell did you come up with that
So
idea?
it's good enough. Let me just grab two because Karma had to wait a little bit. You okay? Karma cookies. Karma bean. Okay. 1 second.
Right. I hate the whistling.
Come up.
It's confusing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hi, little
It's super confusing. Like, in
Cookies,
the big
cookies.
map,
Hey,
I
klein
was
cookie.
confused.
Oh yeah, klein cookie.
And then I found Camilla because somebody else
Yum,
was
yum,
listening.
yum. Did you still have to do something? I forgot because it was before the raid. Salty, did she need to do like a little trick? Or is she just like cute as patooties?
Can they change the
Okay,
sound?
give me a paw. Give me a paw.
Using,
Okay, that's also a paw. Give me the other paw. Give me this paw. Thank you, baby. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on, munch. Okay.
Oh no, you're blinding me with the.
Oh, I know what Egbert Muffin is always a great place to raid. I miss you, Muffin. Oh, thank you. That is such a sweet thing to say. And I appreciate you. I appreciate both of you fucking queens. Like, holy shit.
What way?
If you need to go take care of yourself again, like get some sex, get some drinks, get some rest. Yep.
Because I found
I have not been found.
No.
What? Yeah. Okay. Ooh. I work real hard on my marble.
Come find me.
I'm trying to find you. Where are you? God damn it.
Yes. Now up to the right.
You stupid.
Behind this.
You stupid shit.
Genie is Spider-Man.
Oh my god.
Spider-Man.
I just
Baby. I had to do like a little cookie reward for Karma.
God damn it! But that was
Oh, Karma just got a cookie because she was a good girl. Okay, nice.
Good girl.
Edie, stop it!
What? What?
Nothing.
What is this?
You want me to do
It's muffin time, and I wanna
Which one is this? A museum? Pika King Museum?
Girl. Can you
What?
say good girl as Mickey Mouse? That's the question.
Yeah, no, that's no. That's a no. It's hard. No.
Never do that again.
No. Please, no. Shush, 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 shush.
Muffin, you're such a good girl, huh?
I'm so disturbed right now. And here it is. Why are you such a good Mickey?
It's really good, isn't it?
Who is the hunter?
I have no idea. I'm trying to hide.
I am
Oh,
done.
stretch.
Can I?
Stretchies. I'm sorry, did Mickey Mouse just enter the chat? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Rainbow Reaper in chat is like, what the hell? You're really good at that. Like, what the?
Thank you.
I've never heard that before. Okay, can you now just stay the rest of the stream like?
Like Mickey Mouse? Sure, why not?
No. I don't like Mickey Mouse.
What have I done to you?
You giving
Makes you
me
sound like a.
traumas.
Why can I not hide under the couch? I want to be under the couch.
Yeah, you're giving me trauma. I don't know. There's something about that.
Is it because I killed Goofy?
What, you killed him? Why?
Oh, he was banging Minnie.
Oh
What?
my god.
Oh my god. Rainbow loves it.
From the game, what the hell?
Oh no. Wait, maybe I can be.
Why was I just kicked?
How do I make sure okay? How can I move while standing still? I forget.
can you
Wait,
just-
rotate in
can't you, like,
place.
just rejoin
I
where
can
you
rejoin, but
dropped
I cannot continue painting.
off? Aw.
Basically, I will be just be viewing you.
Don't worry, I'm pretty much blind.
My head is sticking out. Otherwise, this would be really good. Wait, maybe if I fly up.
Louis has arrived.
Louie, welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. You don't know what you've gotten yourself into.
Nope.
You're
Whoop.
gonna regret this. Big time.
That's the best I can do with that. Oh my lord, Dom. Oh my god.
Oh, my head should be pink. Wait.
Pretty little to England.
Is this
let's
okay?
go.
There's a pattern here. Okay. Alright, this is necessary to motivate myself to make it pattern. I'm sticking out so much. But I'm also behind, so I should be good.
I've actually never seen this map.
No, me neither.
Not neither.
Oh, 0-3 to England? Wait, who's playing who today?
England is playing France.
Oh. And okay, Chaotic Loki wants to ask, let me get this straight. You want to divorce Minnie because she's silly?
Huh?
Kini, do you want to... No, Mickey. Mickey, do you want to divorce Minnie because she's silly?
No, I just killed Goofy because he's banging her.
I think Daisy told him. snitching bitch.
Oh,
What the fuck was that? That was so loud. My ears. Okay, this is. Okay. Oh, I got more muffins. Okay, wait. Oh, you got slow mode on? Okay, thank you. I am slow with the thingy.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay. Are you maybe from vacation that you're exhausted and introverted was a too long week for you? You needed a whole week to recover and clean up the house after guests. I get that. Like it's always nice to have like a lot of people over, but then after you just need to like yep. Like I'm a mix. I'm an introvert, extrovert, how do you call it? Like an omnivore. I can blabber on and then chill with people like for a full day and I'm really happy and then recharge for 2 days. And then just not talk to people for 24 hours like yes, please. But I also miss your Rainbow. And thank you so much for your kind word. It's really sweet. Everyone, if you haven't checked out Rainbow, go check out Rainbow. And so go check out Airborne. Lovely queens. We had a dungeon. Did I join your dungeon? No? Yes. We claimed some more muffins, right? I missed a muffin. Reggie, you were the raspberry coconut muffin. That's an interesting combo.
Why is it
Yeah.
not showing me anyone's things?
Wasn't it?
Camilla, I
Salty,
don't
thank you for choosing Muffin Stream. Welcome to Raiders. That's so polite and I love it.
Really good.
But it's not showing me that you are
Chaotic Loki, what kind of muffin were you? Chocolate espresso. I think I'm all caught up. Yep. Ooh, access there. Hi. Wait, what are you? Chocolate chip coconut? Another coconut. Same, I can chat away and hang out, but I need to do this to function again. Yes. That's what I mean. Like, I can play around for like a full ass day. And then just, yeah, no. Then I recharge. Like, after last stream, I just passed the fuck out. After game again. And then I basically haven't talked to people since now.
It sounded really close as well. But...
Hi, lovely. You love coconut noise. Good coconut. Oh, lemon glaze. I love lemon. Nice little glaze muffin. Nom. Okay. Sorry, I'm behind chat every time, so then I mute and catch up with chat. But then, yeah, I'm rude to you guys.
Muffin, can you try
Yeah.
to push the whistle button?
Whistle.
What
The fuck is that? Bing. What? What is that whistle? Okay. Our biggest fan. You have a cookie and cream muffin. Everyone is claiming their muffins. Oh, my tension is really great. Mills are gorgeous. Thank you, Shotty.
The angle that you walked into the room.
Oh my god,
Nom,
Leverage,
nom.
are you a oven thingy?
Looks like it.
Not the silent no in the background. Hey, Man of Letters. Working, melting, and gaming will be back later. Thank you, thank you,
So
thank you.
sexy. Right, Carl? Are you
Now the lips are
finished
mwah.
working? You wanna join?
Working?
I finished working.
Are you
Nice work.
okay, Mills?
No.
Are you sure? You kind of sound like Mickey Mouse.
No. See, this is the trauma. She will become Mickey Mouse if she hears you Mickey Mousing.
Can we
Mickey
do the map?
Mouse in the
Can,
teenagers? As a teenager?
can we do the same map again so Lenny can join it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I will sacrifice myself as hunt. I haven't hunted yet.
You are in, Lenny, right?
Yes, I am in. I know what I wanna do. I'm gonna do what I tried to do last time, but I got kicked. It was too good, probably, and that's why I got kicked.
Keeny! We are in a call, Keeny!
You joined one time.
Oh, I must have forgotten that. Sorry.
Wait, I have to copy and paste this. So if anyone wants to join in, by the way, wait, I will mute so I won't hear you guys. So bloop. If anyone wants to join in, by the way, I have to hide their streams as well because I don't want to stream snipe them. My gosh. Okay, yep. We are doing like an open lobby, so you can just join in. Join us. And after, yes, I am gonna play more Repo because fuck yeah. A Man of Letters don't melt. It is actually kind of cold here right now. It cooled down so much. It's insane. Okay, do we want to paint this something? Like we have like 2 minutes until we have to search for them. I always do like the muffin, but yeah, we haven't had the muffin yet today. Wait, blue. I'm gonna do the logo as quick as I can.
Things.
Thank you, Soti. I'm gonna hang out and lurk all your streams.
saw that,
Lovely's
right?
gonna go and make out dinner and shower, and hopefully I'm back to her stream ends. All good, hun. Yes, get some snacks, get some chilling, get some showers. Get some showers. Take a good shower. Yeah. And thank you again so much for rating it. Good to see you're back. Missed you too. It is quieter in summertime because everyone is going on holidays, but I hope you already said you had the best time. Yep. I'm happy to hear you had the best time. Ooh, oh wait, I shouldn't. Nah, I still want to be metallic. We're gonna be metallic muffin. Whop! Whop! Yes, and again, anyone in chat, if you have this game and are thinking like, oh my gosh, it looks amazing, I need to join up. No, you are very welcome. Boop. Boop. This is terrifying, but yes, I'm a muffin. Sort of. Maybe we need to do turbo sprinkles. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Oh. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. 3 seconds, otherwise the thingy is not gonna work. Yep, okay, good enough. Ready or not, here I come.
Oh, go for me, yeah. Oh, I'm not ready.
Oh, you're double. Beanie, you're double. Oh, it's 0-4 for England? You're double. Your audio is double.
Oh, sorry.
Turn off your. Yeah.
Good job. Otherwise, it's a big clue to where to find you. That's unfair. I mean, I suck at searching, but that would be too good. I'm just checking those lips now. Wait, I have looked at people already? Wait.
No, you haven't.
I keep forgetting to look at the...
Oh my god, I'm not even done yet.
What?
Oh
Boom, boom. Hi.
Hello. How is still not finished? Oh my god, someone is really brilliant here. What the hell?
Dungy, dungy,
Oh
dungy,
my-
dungy.
Wow, Mills. Wow. Wow. Are y'all using a
Ah, I missed. Okay. You a good snoot. Yeah. I'm a good snoot.
What the hell are you trying to do?
y'all using a tablet or y'all
No.
in a
Mouse.
Just mouse.
mouse?
Boom, boom. Okay, it's impossible to hear where that whistle is coming from with the boom, boom.
Oh my god, leverage. Oh my god, Kane.
Did you see the
It's so bad, right?
Boom, boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom,
who
boom,
is
boom.
Louis and Mianjin? Mianjin.
What?
I can't find the correct color. It's so annoying.
Try to long hold the spacebar. Because if you long hold it, it changes colors. Because then it's that 3D color picker.
Naughty.
I already been everywhere or no? I'm just looking at the art now. There's good kitties.
Oh my god, how the hell does he do it?
Ooh.
That was a good one. That's what I mean. I'm now just adoring all the paintings and looking for any like stick figure shapes in them.
The leverages are also great.
I'm doing pretty good hunting this round. But I have no idea where to find Kini or leverage.
Oh my god, Kini.
I'm struggling so bad.
I have no idea where you are.
No.
Oh.
That's brilliant.
I'm sorry.
It just wouldn't pick the right color. Oh my lord, leverage.
Don't want to shoot.
I think they puzzle the shadow. Like it skips like the color of the shadow because of the the light.
Shadow turned off.
No, like if the thing is shaded, it still takes like the color without the shade on it, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But that makes it it's really hard to match. Boom boom where? Boom boom where?
This doesn't look good for France tonight.
Leverage
Oh, that's
and
good.
don't want you to know.
Boom boom where? Where? Am I close?
That is good.
Okay, leverage and don't want you to know are also brilliant.
Hey Salty. Thank you for the jump scare.
But Muffin, me and Jin and Louis, are they friends of yours or?
Who?
Me and Jin and Louis.
I have no idea.
Pop into the chat and say hi. In that case, if you.
But yes, now I need to find a lot more people that I'm not finding. I did not realize that. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't think it's so good, but.
One, two, three, four.
Okay, 2 seconds. Nope. Where? Okay, Plur, you're good at a painting. Yep.
Halftime, holy shit.
Before halftime, holy shit! Yeah, okay.
Wait a second, this is gonna be like Germany versus Brazil that 1 year.
Oh yeah, World Cup in.
Ooh, leverage your little flag.
Plur.
Oh my god! Yeah, Plur is good.
That was nice color work.
But wait, are they hiding? Am I just not... Wait. Oh, here they're here. Are they inside? Oh, they're hiding together. Oh, this is fun. Look at this.
Oh, Linné.
Who is me and Jin?
What?
Yeah, Louis and me and Jin are hiding together. I don't know who they are, but
What was it?
like if you guys are here and watching, then say hello in the chat, yeah?
I was not.
Maybe you forgot to set a password.
Oh.
No. We have it open, but like with the open in the stream thing now. So if anyone wants to join in, then you can join in, right?
So
It's pinned in the mail stream.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't know who it is, maybe you forgot to put a server on the password on the server.
No. So like the server name and the server password are pinned in Mills' chat. Yeah. The password is just poop. So you have it open here. So if they are joining through the stream.
At least I hope so.
That would make sense. It could also be like one of the people that raided in with me, that I don't know. Let me check.
Say hi in the chat, whoever those are.
Like we're happy to have you, but yeah, we have no idea.
Me and Jin.
Like, see, okay, wait, they're together
Yeah.
because they're also hiding together.
Talk in game.
Easy.
Let's just do
Okay.
the next round.
Yeah, come on.
Well, let's do this one.
I'm just gonna stare at them, very confrontational, okay?
Yeah.
Anyone wants to stare with me? Yeah. We're just staring them in the face.
I think. Oh my god, no.
Why the hunter again?
You're really big.
Wait, how can I? Okay, how are they called?
Me and Jin and
Louis. Okay.
No, I'm not doing this one.
Yeah, because they are a duo because they're hiding together as well, like the whole time. They're making a giant stack. Which is cool. You can make nice patterns and everything, but I would like to know who they are.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be very nice.
That would be really nice to know who they are.
Is everyone gonna be Namiki? No. No.
No.
Oh. But then you're gonna get murdered.
Or not? No! I can be.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, you can do Granot. Yeah?
Yes, that is my perfect one.
Can I
It's my go-to
be...
sound.
What do you mean I'm buried? I'm not buried at all. That's the whole point. Sticking out like crazy. Okay.
Who is hunting now?
No idea.
I am.
You are.
Yes.
Nah, come on. I'm struggling. I'm having a fight. What?
Huh?
Wait, can I just show my butt? No. Like I'm trying to hide here, but it's not letting me do what I want to. Okay, then we're just gonna go here and then.
You became not letting you do whatever you want to with your butt.
Oh my god, I need.
What in the butt too?
Shit, but I know I still gotta paint. Okay. Oh my gosh! Whoa! Okay.
Panic painting.
Oh my god, no, what did I just do? This is completely uneven.
Almost done.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
No, no.
No, 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 no.
Oh, this is a bad one. What did I do?
No.
3, 2, 1. Exam is over.
Mm.
Sometimes the idea in the head is so much better than what it comes out.
Oh god, don't I know it? Yep. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and then no, 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 no. But then you're already committed, so yeah.
Yeah. I was like, no, I can't go back now.
That was me with the cookie fill.
I just messed up.
Ah!
What did you say that I missed?
I said you messed up.
You missed all.
I just panic hiding now.
Oh fuck! I'm not done. I'm not done.
Ethan and Louis, they are doing everything together.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they're partnering up, which is fine, and it can be fun. But then I still want to know who the fuck they are.
Are you kidding me, Leverage?
I'm trying to figure out. Oh.
Mr. Stan, let's go. Let's
Are
go.
you seeing me panic hiding?
What the hell? Louis and me and Jin. What the hell?
Are you, Linny? Oh.
Yeah, they combined together.
Okay, Linny. Okay.
I was panic hiding. I was doing something else and I messed up the line. And then I had to panic hide.
This is so bad.
With the doing the post that I did when you found me, huh?
Oh really?
You shot me in this one.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, and the exact same spot. Oh, that's true. I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay. Like literally the exact same. No, I completely forgot about that. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, it doesn't work.
Didn't work that time, didn't work this time.
Nope.
If I'm gonna be found.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, what did you do? You just made yourself more visible.
What?
It's like, look how bad I'm hiding.
Leverage! Oh my god, how? How did... Oh.
Put myself more up there. Your leverage
Oh.
is insane there. Oh, I
Wow.
want you to know it's also really good.
Oh. But it depends how, what side... Okay. Lo, I want you to know your butt is not painted. Your butt is not painted. Panic. You have a white butt. Teeny, what?
What is going on?
Mickey Mouse, what? Thank you so much. Mickey Mouse, fuck you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Here goes my 5 gifted subscription to you for my budget.
What does it say what to do? What do this?
That's all, folks.
Fergie. Oh, someone fished up an old PC. Like, the sound effects from the fishing game get me every time as well. Like, and a double jump scare in the clippy. Yeah, you started the hype train. Thank you, holy fuck. Wait.
Me. I feel like my hiding spot is so bad because I've messed up.
Somebody bit me in the ass.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, they beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm. They're the Jedi of the sea, stop kung fu waiting. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals.
I don't have any more beaties. I gotta
They are narwhals, narwhals. Inventors of the shish kebab.
Yes.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Fucking love the narwhals.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
I just see the bird levitating in the air.
Bing, 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 bing.
I found it so unfair that you found me.
Eenie, oh my god. I'm just hanging from the laundry line. Mills is good. Yeah, but my favorite is
Yes,
Jefferson.
it's good. I was found straight away.
No, but yeah. It's still good. Yeah, don't mind it. Some of his butt painted. Yep.
Let's see this one.
Still has an empty butt. Am I gonna spend all my biddies? Yes, I'm gonna spend all my biddies. There you go. We're equal. Ish. I have no idea. Wait, is it working? Oh, I have to confirm. There goes the Paris of effect.
What is going
Chicken nugget.
on now?
Chicken nugget. Chicken nugget.
Guys, I gotta hop off. It's already midnight.
Alright,
Okay.
Right now, by the way.
Mills is stuck in chicken nuggets.
That was fun. Thanks for the games.
Thank you for joining.
Alright, good night.
Night night.
I think I'm gonna do one more.
One more?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more.
One more. I still had someone wanting to play Repo with me as well.
One more.
One more. I cannot do that. Oh my gosh, they made poop. Wow, good job.
Oh, I'm gonna show them poop.
I want to know, like maybe they're just people that we know. I'm like, who are you? Look at Mills just firing through the chicken nuggets. Chicken nugget, chicken nugget, chicken
I
nugget.
just do that.
Hmm?
You see the
What?
lines?
How did you do that?
I'm trying to figure it myself.
You're gorgeous. You're gorgeous. How did you do that? What? How? What?
I have no idea. Wait a second.
You have a little block on your head. Like all the hexagons are drawn on your head. How? What? How?
God damn it, that was long. Muffin.
I bought biddies and spent basically all my biddies, but yeah, now it's equal. Now everyone gotta give it like that. Thank you again, Kini.
Thank you so much for the
What? How did you do that? Okay, wait, Lini. Lini, how?
Okay, so I clicked on the hex thing, and instead of hex sRGB, I went with hex linear, and then I changed the last two numbers to 11.
What the fuck? And then you can make okay.
Did you guys know that?
No.
Did you know?
You did
I do that too.
hex RGB, hex linear, and then 11?
Wait, hex RG
I choose the
hex
color I want,
linear.
or the line, and then I go for like change the last two numbers to 11.
Didn't you see my beautiful face with the lips? How blended it was.
What the hell?
Yes,
But what?
You click like change FF to, for example, 10 and click enter.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What? Hey, Chubby! We still have the shared hype
Ooh.
train going, guys.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you, Chubby. Hi, Chubby. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, yeah.
Surely that doesn't work while you're
Yes,
in
in
game.
game. Yeah.
What number?
But it's like I'm how?
Whatever color you're choosing, if you change the 2 last digits in that hex to a number like from
watch out! Behind you! Behind you! Behind you!
01 to 99.
Do you have like the
99 is
perfect?
the strongest one, and 10 like low. You blend in. You make shadow.
What?
What do you mean you blend in? You make shadow. You have like the lines on you. What?
Look now. Now I'm painting myself.
Yeah, but what line? What number? You say hex linear, and then
Yes,
the.
now I'm black.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when I change, for example, I'm gonna take yellow. And
Yeah.
I change the last 2 FF, and I take
Yeah.
it to 10. And
10.
press like 10. That is this.
I have it to 11 now, but yeah.
Yeah. 11 is goes also, and you press enter. Remember to press enter, and you like make shadow. The more you paint,
that
the more you
helps
paint
you
on it.
blend better in.
No, it helps you make shadow.
What shadow? I only see.
What do you mean you help you make shadow?
If you paint more on top of it.
Oh,
Look at,
well, hang on. Let me. So if I do this, let me. If I'm red,
yeah.
and there is green. Like there is like a
confused.
big contrasty line. So what you tell me to do now is choose 10.
Yeah, 10 behind the last.
Yeah, and then what?
Yeah. Click enter.
You can build up like a lot, but I don't understand what you mean by you can make shadow.
And the more you put the color on top of it, the stronger it gets.
So you should start stronger.
So the lines are getting away when you see. But
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is like a cheat sheet.
No.
No? No, like a cheat sheet, not cheating, but like if you draw, you make like cheat lines when you're drawing.
Because friend sent me a reel about it a moment ago.
Yeah, I saw a reel about it where like you can put in your own hex
Oh my
codes.
god, that is so game changing.
Yeah. I thought that was something.
What?
This will be my last round, so if you could start the round now before I fall asleep.
Oh, we just.
Yeah, but we were doing awesome magic here.
Do you have a map in mind, Kidney?
No.
What do you want to do?
Pokecat.
Oh no, I don't remember all that. Just take something. Pick something.
Pick something.
Oh, dungeon and a Pokemon, people. Dungeon, Pokemon, fishing.
Sugar.
Oh, I like this one.
I'm a sugar, yes.
I'm gonna finish this off by being the hunter.
Oh.
Hello, Milfy.
Queen the lover. Milfy Barbie.
By the way, your stalker is back.
You're dressed so pretty. You are amazing today. Thank you so very much.
You're always pretty.
Guys, why am I floating?
Oh?
Look up.
What?
Where are you?
Where?
Oh, Linny, what are you doing? What?
Linny, where? Oh, you're going on adventure.
I can't.
I also want to. Yes.
Mills, I can't believe he called you a MILF Barbie.
MILF Barbie. Milfy Barbie.
Milfy Barbie.
Barbie.
You're not really a Barbie, but yeah.
Yeah. Usually it's the Milfy Queen.
It's better.
Tell your friends, Milfy, I am good guy. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Are you?
He just doesn't take no for an answer.
Oh.
Okay. No.
Right, Queen the lover. Ooh.
Can I stack on top of myself? No. Yes, no, maybe. I wanna make myself a Christmas tree. No? Yes? No. Yeah. There've already been pretzels. Everyone is just running. Oh no, they're running around.
I have no idea what I'm gonna be doing. What the hell?
I kind of want to try. I want to try it one time. I've always wanted to try this. But I'm too tiny. Okay, wait. I gotta find myself the perfect size. This size? I'm too tiny still. Okay. I've already been a cookie right on the floor, but that doesn't work. Marshmallow? No. I'm just panic running around. Am I this size? I am this size! So happy. Okay.
Seconds.
Yeah, no. Okay, I should have chosen.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I'm coming for you now. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, we'll make it better later. Famous last words.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I always think that.
Mickey Mouse will come for you.
Oh my lord, you're haunting me.
What the hell, Muffin?
Ready on top. Here I come. I'm gonna whoop
I'm just trying something, but I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Oh my gosh.
Mickey Mouse is coming.
Mickey Mouse is coming, and I'm gonna whoop your ass like a little
Leverage. Oh my
whoop-whoop.
god, leverage is great. Again.
Leverage is
Come
so
on. You are great as well.
Oh,
Maybe turn off the shadow.
I haven't shadow on.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Muffin, that's the wrong color. That's the wrong
I know. You're so close. I was like, I need to draw. So okay, this is better. This is better.
This is perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have seen leverage, apparently. Aha.
Thanks for sparing me.
I've always wanted to do this.
What the hell?
Oh my no, that's not. Oh, what? Oh, wrong color.
Where the hell are you guys?
That's perfect. Don't change it anymore.
No.
Otherwise, you might mess up something.
Oh no, I never mess it up.
Maybe change the other hand in the other color, like if you look from that other side, like from the top. You know what I mean, right?
Me or?
What the hell? Are you okay?
No. Oh my god. It was perfect and you were so close. And then I just painted like a bright green stroke right across myself. I was like, oh my fuck no.
I really can't find you guys. What the hell?
I know, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's like
Sleepy.
Mickey Mouse is blind. Oh.
What the hell?
And he even got 4 eyes.
No.
What the hell?
What? It's not.
But wanted to say hi, I can't hear, it's too loud. Oh no, but wanted to say hi, what is too loud? Did you hear Mickey Mouse wants to divorce Minnie? No one is, no, Goofy fucked Minnie, so Goofy is killed. Everyone makes it that Mickey wants to divorce Minnie, but that's never been said. Do I hear a Dutch madam? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Why?
What the actual fuck? Where the hell are you guys? What the actual fuck?
Nowhere. Nowhere.
Didn't well.
I really
We're
can't.
welcome in,
Oh
Mus.
my god, King, you haven't found Muffin?
No, he ran past me. I love it.
What?
I love it.
Oh my god.
This is the best achievement ever.
Where the hell are you?
No, up. You don't see me. You don't see me. You don't. No.
Oh, so good.
Thank you. You were running past me like so many times. I'm a cookie. I'm a cookie. You don't see me. No, no, no. I'm a cookie.
Cookie crumble?
Okay, okay. Almost.
Guys, oh my god, those guys. They haven't answered yet, have they?
What? What? Where? What? Dini, I can't. Oh, where are you?
I
Oh.
can't find Lynn either when I'm spawning in.
No, you have to scroll like all the way down and then you can see it.
Where the hell are you guys?
Oh, leverage. Leverage is good every time.
Yeah, but when I... Oh, there. Now I saw... Oh.
Okay, yeah, Mianjin and Louis are too good together. Oh, join, join, join. What is too loud, by the way?
Emily, I thought your spot was perfect and you painted well.
This map is so difficult.
But it is really easy to spot me if you just like see me.
Oh my lord.
Okay, wait, maybe it's better.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is so good. Now where is
Yeah, they're all stuck together there, yep. Stuart was also a cookie. You were on top of the cookie. Yep, 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 yep. But it was good.
I'm a star. I'm a star.
Oh my
Rawr, I'm a dinosaur. Rawr.
Rawr. Rawr. Noise, we're dancing.
Leverage is the perfect tree.
I'm going offline for today.
Oh,
Thank you for playing. Good to meet you. Bye bye.
Yes, very nice.
Alright, that was my last round as well.
I have a missed chocolate in my...
Are any of you gonna stay on?
Yes.
Yeah, but I might switch to... Well, it depends. Do we still have people to play or do we want to switch games? I want to switch to Repo later.
Oh.
Do you want to Repo with me?
But thank you very much for the games tonight.
Thank you for the game.
Thank you. Oh, goodbye. They're saying goodbye. Look, Mian, Gin, and Louise are bye-bye to you. Bye-bye. Have a good night, Kini. Thank you for playing. And thank you for the subs. Yeah.
I think if many people are leaving, then we can switch.
Yeah.
But we can do some more. If people... Oh, they also... Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Blub, blub, blub. Aw.
Poor people. What do you say, guys? Is it for now? Or do you change to shout saying?
But we can.
Okay,
Let me check.
You have a repo, aren't you?
Yeah, I do have repo, you know it.
Yeah, but I don't know if you delete it.
No, it's not deleted.
I have some stuff to do.
Ooh.
All right.
No, thank you. Okay.
And then we can go into repo. Yoop, yoop.
Thank you for the mecha.
Thank you for the mecha.
Thank you for the mecha.
Thank you for the mecha. I don't know. How do I change my?
Wait, do you play modded Repo?
Oh no, I have no idea how
He
to
hates
do that. So if
modded people.
yeah, but
What?
there were some people used so many mods that it wasn't even scary anymore.
Oh no, not that. But I use normally I at least use like a mod to make it like a little prettier looking, and
Yeah, that is cool. But not
yeah, and like the shared upgrades.
make yourself so OP that the monster's not even scary because you can just
No, the monster is always scary.
Ja, där vi kan då. You can host it then, so.
Yeah, I have like the one back. Thank you for the raid. Wait, I need to give a big shouty to Keeny again.
Welcome 13 from Keeny. Ty for joining us. Feel free to drop it in chat and get cozy. If you'd like to see more of this muffin, don't forget to follow.
Oh, I don't mind. Okay. Because yeah, Eggborn wanted to do Repo, or we do the modded or normal. So that I have the one. Oh, my thing is stuck again.
Look at my face jumping up and down when I speak on your. Ooh. Me with my.
Where's my? Yeah. Like you. Yep. I have the Discord reactive thingy, so you light up. Jesus. Okay, that Clippy played first, like it stopped and then it played again. And that scared me, like with a delay. I thought it was stuck. I was trying to refresh it and it still played. I'm like, fuck. I really hope Goofy ain't around here. I'll whoop his ass again. Okay, but did you already know Keeny could do such a good Mickey Mouse voice? Oh my.
He's really good at impersonating things.
Yeah. Okay, like I'm checking if you need this one. I can. Oh, this also has cats. Then there are cat items everywhere. Wait, are we staying in this voice?
Yeah, we can change it if you want to. If you want to.
Well, like, but yeah, like we can change to yours, but Akbar, like I'm want to invite Akbar as well.
Okay, yeah.
She's not in this one, or but Lini is not in mine either.
Where do you want to go?
Okay, you can choose.
I mean, I can always join the other Discord.
Yeah.
Oh my, I forget how loud it is every time.
Invite Lini to your Discord channel. Streaming.
But okay, so you don't know how to do the modded, but you're not against playing modded.
I'm not against it as long as we're not OP.
Yeah, no. I do like what it said. Like it's only like the shared upgrades. So, like if you get upgrades and everyone gets upgrades.
Yeah.
That's nice. But I'm not doing like I had some that made it more OP for when I played with people that never played Repo, and then like, I had it that you can also like heal up every round like to full health and all that stuff. But I'm gonna disable those. And that you can join later. We can do it crowd control, but also no. Wait. Do I have you on Steam?
Don't we?
I don't think. Wait, we have played together for like 5-6 weeks now. But I don't think so.
There is always true people, you know.
Oh, pending invites? Who is this? It is. I probably know this person.
I'm not good at that. What is your Steam name?
Oh, I was just putting my friend code
Oh, yeah, okay.
like right here on my stream, which is really, really dangerous, but fuck it.
Where are you?
Oh, there. Okay.
Like I just have it on the on the screen.
Here.
Here you can copy paste.
7, 5, 6.
Wait,
Yeah.
Eggburn is also okay. That is interesting, but she's still in her voice channel for 17 hours. Damn.
Hmm?
What?
Like I can still under general voice as well. Huh? Is she streaming or no? I don't think she was streaming. If you guys are like, what the fuck am I talking about? I'm gonna give actually another shout out. Yeah, this Eggburn. Actually, also a friend that rated into me at the beginning. She plays a lot of League of Legends. And she asked me like before we started actually already like, you want a Reaper? And I'm like, fuck yeah! I always want a Reaper. Okay, we gotta choose which voice. We gotta add each other. I'm gonna invite you guys. I'm gonna start up the game. I like your profile picture, by the way, Mills. With the your picture is awesome. With the yeah.
Where is that? Why can't my there it is. Boof. Boof. France 3, England. Whoa!
Oh, maybe
they
what?
picked it up quick. Jesus.
What's going on?
France 3 and England 4. God damn it! It was like 4-0 and now it's 4-3.
They don't want to
What? Now it's 4-2?
Hmm?
Now it's 4-2?
4-3. 4.
Wait, we can also do. I have a solution for the whole Discord stuff. What? Set title repo?
What?
Wait, Salty, did you just place my whole title? Yes! Salty! Not bad, Salty. I appreciate you, but.
Repo.
Okay, it's like set game. Oh, I didn't even know that works. Awesome. But okay. I'm like, wait, set title? What?
But do we also need to download some of the mods, or is it just...
No. So that's the thing. So I don't think so. Like, and only the host needs them. So that's nice.
Yeah.
But I can just invite you guys. And then we can also just use the repo voice, so then we don't have to switch Discord. If you do set game repo, it works too. Yeah. Oops, surprise. Thank you, Salty. Like, yeah, that yeah.
That was some raider from
That was not Salty, it was just some raider. Yeah. Okay, let me. Wait, I also need to add Lini on Steam then, no?
Oh.
Oh.
I completely forgot how repo worked.
It's been a long
Is it this
time.
repo? Yes. Okay, this is the repo. And then we invite the A, and we invite. Wait, I still need to accept your thingy, I think.
Accept me as a friend.
Accept. And then I can invite. Oh wait.
Yeah,
Test.
Use myself on Discord.
Okay.
Oh. Hello. You hear me?
Yeah. Hi. Hi. I saw to switch. Thank you, Eggborn. Oh, is my game not correct? Yeah, it is. We can just use in-game chat. Yes. I want my thoughts exactly. Then I can chill in your own general as well. Yum, 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 yum.
Yum yum.
I'm still eating cold pizza, but still yum, 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 yum.
Cool pizza. But,
So like I have like mods on, but it's like visible name tags, the team upgrades, so that's like that we share team upgrades. That text to speech, so you can talk as a dead person. And that you can join late, but there's nothing that's actually impacting like gameplay or the monsters.
No, okay.
That's good, right? Oh, now I look so empty.
Lini, is she getting in? Hello?
Wait, I still need to accept Lini as a friend as well. Wait, does Lini know my friend code? Is this my friend? Is this her? Maybe?
It's Lini. Ain, man, I mean.
Wait, is Lini called like a something with I? No, it's
Name's confusing.
Oh, there you are! Hi!
Hello.
I was just trying to find you in the list. Hi, Eggborn! Okay, wait. Born, meet Mills, and Lini. Lini, meet Born, Mills, meet Born, and everyone meet each other.
Hello.
Yay.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright, let's do this.
Wait, why are our Discord reactors so giant? Oh, Lini left Discord. And we grow. Ooh. You know, I just had a giant Mills. It was green. I don't mind, but...
Oh, I do?
Okay. Should I do this one or should I do this one? Maybe this one.
Was that a good enough stretch?
Stretchy?
Stretch!
Stretch.
Really good pink for one.
Nom. But now I don't have the more heads thingy with this one, Born. Because this one doesn't allow how do you say it? Doesn't
Did you
yeah.
open repo through the Thunder store?
Yeah, but I like the other people don't have mods.
I want to be careful with that camera angle. I have a shorts on.
No, so yeah, I like the other people I don't have a modded one, but then I started a modded one. So I do have like the late upgrades and the team upgrades and all that stuff.
Huh?
I was playing like another modded version with Burn yesterday. No, day before yesterday. This week. Just this week. Yep.
This week.
Good enough. But yeah, like they don't have the Thunderstorm, and then I thought like, okay, you know, to switch and explain everything, I could also just run it for everyone with the modded ones. But then we don't have like the fancy cat airs. You have to game without cat airs, people.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
At least there are other decorations and the customization options. At least something.
Yeah, but Boris should be able to like the mod with how's it called again? More heads? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you do have a lot more customization. Oh DM, what DM? Well, oh yes. Okay. Yeah, I get secret DMs over here. Let me start for you guys because otherwise you're just waiting. Secret DM.
I hope you guys are brave because I'm not.
Oh yeah. We can do this. Warrior is actually really good at the game.
And I'm really good at breaking things, so.
Oh god.
If you're really fond of earning money, then.
Okay, rerun.
Don't give the most expensive things to me.
You know how to turn things around?
What?
Oh, who's the mushroom?
Who lost the
Mushroom is me.
Ah, you're cute.
Ooh, look at me. What is that? A box?
It's a no, it's a basketball. Can't you see? A really nice square basketball.
Square basketball. Yeah, no, I did not see that because
It's
I'm
a-
used to that.
Ah!
Oh, sorry.
My God, it's this!
As I started out saying, I'm really good at doing things. I
Oh.
just run into things.
I want better customization for my head. I only have eyebrows now. I look so bald. I'm so bald.
Okay, sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh shoot.
You could also bring it straight to extraction.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, but
gonna
if we
do.
put it in there, then I think it's gonna
Helping.
extract instantly, right?
I'm assisting. Okay, I'm letting it go. You got this, girl.
But we
You're
should not
playing
put it in
repo
there,
with all
otherwise-
girls. Oh my Jesus. This is my first all girls repo. I like your post-it still. Boo! Wait, maybe we should take the card. Yeah. Whoop. Where are we? There are we. Wee! 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 I brought the card. There you go. Wee! Did you have a good stream? Oh, what? Did you find a giant banana? Oh, giant wiener, even better! I'm writing it.
Hell yeah!
Oh. No! Run! Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna go camping. Bye. Hi, you're also here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hi.
Hi.
Oh god, he's right there. He's moving the cart.
Mm-hmm. It's okay as long as he doesn't see us. The fuck was that?
Okay, let me check. Good?
Oh no. Oh no.
We're not good.
Oh no,
I'm panicking.
found somebody.
Don't go that way, don't go that way, don't.
Okay, he's painful.
I think he's mad. Okay. We can run this way though.
Wait, did they explode? We're good.
There's nothing that way.
Aw. Oh no, sorry. Instant payback. I think he's still back here, but fuck. Oh no, this Slender Man.
Oh wait, no, it's fine as long as you don't look at it.
Oh, he's gone. Wait, maybe there's something in the bar. Oh no, I already checked here. Wait, we start. Oh, there she is. We're too fat. The two of us, goddammit. Oh, Denji. Are we good?
I don't know. I'll check it out. You stay safe.
Oh, okay. Watch out! He's not there! He's there!
Oh!
Stop it! Okay. We don't have a door anymore. Where's the door?
We don't have a door. You broke it.
You're so fucked.
In the cart?
I touched his foot.
Oh. Okay, look out, he's right here, the monster. I hear you. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That scared you. What? Wait. Born! Are you good? Oh god. Hi. Go! Oh my god! We were stuck in the fridge! We were stuck in the fridge together! He just was right there! Oh my gosh!
That scream! Oh my god.
I'm gonna lose my place after this, but this is so worth it!
Were you scared?
No!
No, you didn't sound scared at all.
No, but I jumped up and I was looking right in his face. Like, oh my god! Oh, we didn't have a coin. Oh my. Oh wait.
Coin? This is the coin.
I don't have a coin.
Oh, I have a new bottom.
But then it was an old coin. No.
Muffin Queen.
Yeah.
Is this a private thing?
No. Shared upgrades. Yep. We still got a team upgrade.
Like private server.
Oh yeah, but I can invite people.
I loaded it through Thunderstore.
Yeah. Same.
I was still supposed to do that.
Yeah, I think you can. Like, I have it through Thunderstorm too, but I have like mods only that are basically host only. So if the others don't have mods, it doesn't matter. But we do have like the shared upgrades and all that. So.
Shared upgrades perfect.
But I also started through Thunderstorm. Yeah.
Okay.
So if we want upgrades, we share everything. Ducky, wait.
Oh no.
A gift. A gift for you. Yeah. Yay. Whee. Okay, are you ready?
You ready?
Oh god. Yeah. I'm hiding. I'm hiding.
Yeah.
Whee! Oh gosh! You hit yourself with the ducky. Oh no! Oh, there. Oh my Jesus! Oh my Jesus! Smells so hard. Oh no! Are you okay?
I'm so sorry.
This is what did it.
Ducky!
Did it?
It's a ducky!
It ducked
Oh, my Jesus, Lini! Oh my fuck!
Hang on, watch.
Wait.
Oh, I didn't do it.
Hey!
If you throw the ducky, it bounces.
Whoop. Ducky. Whoa!
That damn ducky.
Ducky! 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 Okay, are we good? Do we want to have something else? We can still buy one more speed upgrade. Yeah. No! Almost that. Almost. Oh my gosh.
Wait, look where the ducky landed.
Oh.
He's getting kicked.
Yeah, because you hurt my butt. Oh,
He's
yeah.
getting beaten by the butt.
What was that?
Okay, everyone ready?
He's telling you, learn how to drive, he said.
What? When you're what? You're naked.
How do you change your face like that?
Like when you're naked.
Why? I know. Hang on.
Like okay, wait. If you press escape, you can do customize, and then you can change every color from every body part if you want to, Mills.
God, I'm sunburned.
Okay.
I'm gonna click 8.
8?
Yes.
I have a little jacket here.
Oh, thank you. Why are my eyes closed?
And a rusted butt. I don't want a rusted butt.
How do I change the eyes then?
Oh, if you do the eyes, it's 520. Like the buttons, you can change your expression. Salty, like Born, put some pants on.
No, I don't want to put bands on.
You don't have to. I'm going pantsless. I have a shirt now, but. I want more customizations.
Alright, there we go.
Oh my gosh, you're gorgeous.
Fancy
Are they all normal customization things? Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, Mills figured it out. You have your eyes open again. Good.
They open again, no.
Hi. You're also big. Oh. Whoa, my God. I scared Leanie. Oh, no. Okay. You're good. Okay, everyone ready? I want to stand on top of you. This is not working. Whoa. There you go. Oh my! What? Burn! Salty spanking you.
Am I angry again now?
Ooh.
Spankings? Yeah.
Hell yes.
You guys have clothes on? What is that?
Okay, if I do this, everyone has an upgrade now?
God, guys, look at this.
Yes. If I did this, everybody has the...
Oh no! Oh, it's John! Okay, you guys can start if you want to. I have the full moving time.
them out. Also, you can buy this song on iTunes. Side note, I'm going to be at MCM Comic Con in London this month, so come on by and say hi to this guy. The guy is me, to be clear, so manage your expectations.
Yeah, back. By the way, Veggie, yes, but I'm literally wearing 2 tops, so fuck you. Like I have like a top and then another top and then this, so yes. Yes. But that's the thing, I'm wearing a bra today. That's the difference. Let me do this to you. And give John a little huggy. Yep, yep, yeah. Okay. Why is my camera? Oh. Yup. It was always here. I don't know what you're talking about. Hope you're having an amazing stream so far. Yes. We did some Mecha Chameleon at the start, which was really fun. With Kini and more people. Like also with Mills and with Leanie who are playing Repo now as well. Who's banking me? Oh, my Veggie. Veggie. And now, yeah, now we switch to some Repo. I fucking love Repo. Hi! Hi, girl. I'm back, baby.
It's stressful out here.
It is? Oh, no. Am I ready for this?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, okay. Rawr. Rawr. Run! Run after my queen. Where did she go? Where my queen at? Wait, wait. Is that not worth anything? I don't think so. Queen! Oh, the card. Wee. Hi. Oh, he almost dead. Oh, Mills died.
She died.
There's the scissor lady, so.
Oh.
And the scissor lady kills the duck.
Oh, wait.
Be careful.
Oh, oh.
Guys, wait, stop running away from
Sorry, sorry. I tried to run with the card to Ekburn.
Yeah, I'm kind of lagging when I pick up big things.
Oh.
Oh my god, Muffin, have you seen your face when you type it?
What? What? Have I seen what when you type?
When you type, your mouth moves.
Type something.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, okay. Is it everything? No, we have another room. Whee!
Maybe first revive Camilla.
We can. Yeah. Yeah. No, you don't want to be revived. Okay, then we're gonna take you along with as a deadhead.
She doesn't like us, that's why she doesn't want to be in the fight.
No, you're not. You're fine. Oh, this is the other extract. Okay.
Yes, but we first need to go to the first extraction.
Oh no! Oh Oh, whoa, you did that. Oh, wow, wait. How did you aim it perfectly? Holy shit.
You know.
Eh. No. No. Ah, ah, ah. Okay, I gotta run with this book. I didn't want to stop. Okay. Bad book. Why does it sometimes bite your butt and sometimes it doesn't? Join. Okay, whoop! Fuck you, book. You're not gonna bite my butt today. Not today, sir. Hello? Hello?
I'm gonna crown someone.
Oh my god, I'm ready.
Wait, where are you?
Ah, perfect. Oh. And now I just never move. Oh. Yeah, that's better. Where did we leave the card? Did we bring the card to the extraction already? Maybe, yes. Wait, I have one more thing. No, wait! Oh, okay, we have another. Which definitely deserves a naughty spanking?
The answer is
What?
obviously evil muffin for starting the chaos and then pretending they didn't. Very naughty
Hi! I found one more thing. Oh god. Did I throw it in? Yes. Welcome, Black! Salty just asked my muffin text-to-speech, like who deserved a muffin spanking, and I answered myself that I need to be spanked as well. Like, what the hell?
Ooh. You deserve spanking?
Come here.
Recording. Oh, okay. Look, okay.
Pew.
I spanked you. Thank you.
I'm out of here.
Right way. I mean, technically right way, but like, yeah.
Oh, it says he's here. Oh my god, what is it? What? Hi. Who is there? What monster?
The scissor bit.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi. How you doing?
Oh, England won 6. Holy shit, that's so much good goals. And it was rigged yet. Oh no, oh, we're gonna, okay. Just being like, the fuck they're doing? We're just humping in the closet. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here at all.
No. Oh god! Ah, the fuck! No! No! I was just humping in the closet. No!
I was wondering where she was.
No!
Because I saw her and then I only saw the scissor lady later on.
Hello, Claire. You still there? Oh my god.
Okay. We're gonna watch everyone else now. Okay. Lini has some mushroom. Is getting more mushrooms. That's very fitting.
I almost died too.
By the scissor lady?
Yeah.
You almost got scissored? Huh?
Yeah. Well, I did.
I got scissored.
Oh, sisters, not sister.
I was afraid that was gonna happen.
I
I didn't even know.
Cindy, we were gonna die.
Yeah, in a way you got fucked. Yes.
We got
Right.
fucked. If I had a Pokemon.
Wait,
Oh
hang on.
shit! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are
Great
3 hours in, and I never started up the Pokemon timer. I kept forgetting about that one. Thank you. Look, starting up script now.
She's getting fucked twice.
There you go. Oh, nice. Oh, nice.
Oh, here. Hang on.
Come on, get up there.
We gotta put. And then you can put it
Oh
on.
my god, the text to speech. Nice.
We're moving out of the corner.
Queen. Oh.
I'm in crowned. Look at it.
There we go. There we go. Yay!
Look at the queen.
We did it.
Ladies, this is already.
Okay, ladies, you have a great night. Mr. Viking man needs to sleep. Boo.
This is your lady, and we need to get more stuff because there's.
Fuck yeah.
Oh,
Is there?
Yes, there's also one room that we haven't discovered yet.
Ooh.
Night night, Mr. Keeney. Okay, ladies, you have a great night. Mr. Viking man needs to sleep. Bye bye. Oh, I cannot give you a big shouty. There you go. You got a clippy.
What does it say what to do? What did it
Hopefully, no
what
scare,
did it
no
say?
jump scare.
What did it say?
Oh, the beds.
What are you playing there? Is that what is that? That is a horror. No, you fucking Jesus! I knew it.
Oh, look at.
Oh.
Oh my gosh! Oh, it's a second and jump scare. Oh.
Okay, everybody at once. 1, 2, 3.
Here, I got this.
Okay.
Oh, that's so weird. If you hold it, then you see yourself basically. So if you flip it around.
I'm gonna be.
Oh yeah, this is so fun.
How will I move forward? Hi. Okay,
so
everything is the opposite way.
Yep. Everything is
Back
slow.
and forth is back and-
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I can't. I can't.
Wait.
I'm. This is impossible. Oh.
Oh my god.
I can't even go through the. Okay. Yeah.
I think it's better if one person takes it, to be honest. you're in a corner.
What the fuck?
Oh Ray, I wrote Silent Mills
Oh no.
with an ass.
I guess we were not supposed to get that one.
You're just continuously booping your head. Oh my.
Are we supposed to open this, or what is this?
I don't know.
No, you just put it.
Ooh! What happened there? Oh wait, no one hears me here.
With the bug.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that other leg looks cool. But it's like a little fairy. Oh, you almost dead though.
Look at that little bug jumping.
Oh! Who's doing blue screen? What the? What? Wabba! Salty. Thank you, Salty.
Look at the bug. I feel like I hear a scary sound. There's a scary sound coming.
Where's my
There's a scary sound
crown?
coming.
Ladies,
Oh,
let's
no.
I heard that.
finish this, right?
Yes.
What the?
Okay, I'm coming back.
Yeah. I'm with you. Let's run to the truck.
What do you mean up and down?
Okay, I'm gonna run to my queen.
I can't run anymore.
Okay, run.
Wait a second,
Run! Oh,
Don't run.
why not?
I'm gonna give you a bit health.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god, you're so nice. Oh my gosh, I can make it now, thank you. Ducky!
I'm not duck.
Hi, Ducky. Oh no, scissor lady, scissor lady. Scissor fucking scissor lady. No!
I can't run. Start it.
I was gonna get scissored again. Oh my god! I made it. Oh my god! That bitch was following me the whole map. My gosh! Oh, we made it! Yay!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god! It was scary. Hi. 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 Hi.
Did you see me put a bug on your head?
A bug on my head? No, the crown, bro.
Yeah, I put a crown first, but then I put a bug.
Oh no. Okay, I saw the crown. I didn't see the bug. God damn. Oh, we got another customization. Bloop.
What do you like?
Oh, the...
New hat! Ooh! Yes, please.
I just got booped to the side. Okay, wait.
Oh, I can't. Oh, I have a cat now. Oi.
Another arm. Oh, but this is also no. I may need health. Yeah, I'm 70 out of.
Yeah, I have 51.
Okay, I think we all need health.
I got scissored by the sister lady.
Yeah, I mean, I would take one large health maybe, and the person with lowest gives some of the health to the people that have more health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that everybody's at 100 again.
Yeah. I like the hat.
Some more range.
Range, yes.
2 range.
I just want giddy ears. That's all I want.
Giddy ears?
I want giddy ears.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Well, I don't. Yeah, you already look like a cool. Yeah, I don't know. You look like a cool fairy, like a how do you say that? A dryad or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
Druid. A
I'm so
druid.
sad.
I know. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, no.
Where's the secret?
I only have these eyebrows and nothing on my head.
I didn't mean it!
Oh, look at that dude. He looks tired.
He looks tired. I think he's a little more than tired, Mills, but yeah.
I bet he has children.
I bet. Oh my Jesus! Get your butt here. I want to drive. Wait. Can I stand in the cart? Oh! 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 Wait. Can I stand on top of you?
You too.
Okay, go. Go. No, it's not working. Ah. Wait, if I hold you, and then just no, that's not gonna work.
Nice hat, Camilla.
Then we can both. Yeah. I'm here. Yeah. Oh no.
Everybody has such cheap things, and I'm just like, ow. Ow.
I'm an awesome driver.
Oh my God, no! You get it shaking. No! Let her go. Let it go. Okay. Oh. I'm sorry, Nini.
Really? You get me twice, but not her?
No.
I think we need more health.
Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Did we already buy health? No.
I have 36 now.
No, but you use it after. You use it after. Yeah. And everything that you lose in the shop, you get back. So I can just kill you.
Yeah, but when you when you lose your health here, that follows.
You get it back.
No, that doesn't count. So, like, we can explode. Oh my god, you're getting another shaking! Wait, I want to explode something. Are there any duck buckets here? Oh no! Ow! Oh no!
Oh!
Oh no! Oh no! We died!
You guys?
No! Oh, Lily! Oh no! No, yeah, Lily and Born murdered us, Mills. Oh my god! She got it smacking! Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my!
Alright, let's get this.
Wait, am I missing something in the chat? No, we're slowly
Are you
fishing.
sure are you sure we're gonna get their health?
Yeah.
Because I don't think so.
No, we get revived.
That's only 3k.
Like, okay, they can revive us when they buy something. Why did they move you out of there? No, move me back in. I want to go back in. I can go back there. Ah, yay.
There we go.
Okay, now we get back alive. Now we're gonna fight. But everything what happens in the shop stays in the shop.
Yeah, no, I have only one health now.
I know. But if we get back in the truck, we're good. We're good.
I'm getting a pocket card.
I promise, because otherwise we're fucked.
Promise, you promise?
I promise. See? Now I'm 71 again. Okay, how much health does everyone have? Oh.
108.
Thank you.
I have 51. Who needs?
Woohoo! I'm good.
I can take the big one if I give Linny.
Here, if you take this one, you'll be at full.
I can give you what?
10.
Wait.
Only once. Thank you. I'm at 111. I'm at 118.
I'm 120 now. Wait, Akron, you need the big one, maybe? Oh no, those Mills need the big one.
But I can, but I can give away 20. Who needs health?
Oh, that also works.
What are you doing?
Yeah, then you can just use the big one. Yeah.
But the big
And then you use the middle.
Oh,
can you?
Yeah, I gave you all my health, so you would so I could take the big one.
Yes.
Oh yes, everyone healed up completely?
Yeah, everyone should be at full health.
Yeah.
We have one extra then, no? Or oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Okay.
Which is good.
We're gonna need that one later.
I'm gonna put it in my inventory so that we can use it later in case somebody dies.
What was that?
Yeah. Oh, join. Join. Just in time.
Just in time for what?
For the dungeon. We're always running like the Tangia dungeons in between.
Didn't you just put this in your inventory?
I did. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, now you did.
Later.
Stop. Oh no! Oh, you took away my. You took away the car.
She damaged the caterpillar.
Sorry. What the fuck is that?
Straight in now.
That's what she said. No, sorry. Yeah, we don't have the buttons here, so yeah, we do have to be careful.
Yeah, I know.
Those buttons are nice.
Oh, a tooth.
Hi.
Who lost their tooth?
Hi.
Huh?
Take me with you.
Oh. You're breaking my door?
No. No. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Okay, we'll get out.
I can't see.
We're helping you. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Lucky.
Oh, yeah. Put it in there.
Put it in.
That's what she said.
Thank you.
Did you get yourself up?
Yeah, I couldn't.
What? What is that sound? What is that?
It's coming from Muffin.
What?
Muffin?
It's coming
What?
from Muffin.
That is so scary sound.
What? What did I do? Holy fuck. Okay, I think they got her. What? Touch me?
Huh?
What?
What the fuck was that?
No! Don't drop on me! Okay, go away. Go stand in the corner. Oh no, the clown, the clown, the clown, the clown.
Oh no.
Wah. 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 Oh, bye. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Do you want to put me up there?
Where?
Carry me. Carry me up. Gosh, no, gosh, yeah. Yeah. Now I'm a little muffin on the shelf. Oh no! I'm falling off. No. Again. Oh, yes. Oh, this is perfect. Oh no. Yes. Oh. Okay. Is there something here? Yes, there is. Okay, wait.
Ooh. I'll take your brain.
Just a piece of brain.
Yeah. Oh, there's something here as well.
Oh. Oh no, the clown! It's a clown. No worries. Oh god, I fell down. Where is everyone? That scared the fuck out of me. Where's the cart? I keep finding items, but no cart. More items? Oh my god, I don't know. What? You're calling Mills a good girl? Yeah, she is. But I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? God damn it! No! I was hidden! Okay, the clown followed me through the whole map. God damn it. Meanie.
Are they alive?
No, you dead. Oh, there's the brain.
So cute. Oh, there's the brain. Yes. But it's gonna be fine. Wait. I'm close. I think. Wait. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Muffin?
Oh.
Muffin?
No, I'm not down there. I'm down here. Yeah. Closer, I think. I'm not sure.
Muffin?
I realized I was muted.
Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, yes. Hello. Hi.
Muffin?
I'm waiting for my thing.
You
Yes.
right there? You found. Oh.
They found me. Wait, did they found your head already?
Yes, I'm in the extraction point.
I lost your brain, but I think I found it again.
I forgive you, Mills.
Forgive me.
Yeah, I forgive you. The clown followed my butt. Hi. Oh. Eggburn is rescuing me. Heck yeah. Did the clown get you too?
Where did the cart go?
Oh,
Or
I
what?
have to stand on it.
What killed you, Leonie? Did the clown get you too?
I need one more thing. Where's Lily?
Look at this.
Muffin, could you tell them that I'm behind the extraction point because I fell down apparently?
Oh no, okay. I'm just watching Akbar drive his race car around like he's having a blast here. I'm waiting until they're back at the car, but this is too cute.
Where's Linny?
This is adorable. Like watch Akbar. Oh hi, Born Queen. Hi. Okay, so Lini fell down behind the extraction.
What? She fell out?
She fell out. Yeah, she's behind it.
Okay.
Behind
Okay, I told them.
She fell behind the extraction.
Oh.
She's behind the extraction.
Okay, they know. What a scary hand.
Oh. You need a hand, Queen? I got you a hand. There you go.
Oh, there's where it's been hiding.
See where they are on the map.
Oh, look at this.
Got two first.
You got scared?
I did.
By the color?
Look, Queen, you got a regular tooth and now you got a golden tooth.
Ew.
Okay.
Two teeth.
Hell yeah. Do you think the tooth fairy will come tonight?
Maybe?
Yeah, I got teeth and I got a hand, I got a brain. I don't need a body.
You got 3 teeth. She definitely coming tonight.
To jump
Nice.
in front of the extraction.
What, are you jumping in the extraction?
I was trying to. I did not jump into it. I jumped in front of it at least. So they don't
Okay. Oh, well yeah, Akbar has got all the items, so we're gonna be really, really rich.
Oh no.
Ooh.
You found something. Ooh, you found another doll?
He is really good at the game.
I don't like these dolls. They don't ever shut
good at
up.
this game when I have a lot of stamina.
Get in there.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
shut up.
Like so I can run. Now I just get stuck, yeah.
And jump.
Yeah.
Multiple jumps are the best.
Is it bad?
Oh yeah, when you could
If
fly
I just
up the
wanna
whole
punch
time.
this doll in the face.
Akbar, do it! Just do it! Just punch that doll. You can do it. I believe in you.
Alright, you ready?
Yes.
Ready?
Punch it.
Pow!
Wow! Woo!
Shall we get them?
Okay.
Yeah, because there's 2 things at the extraction that need to be put in there.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I just heard something.
Okay, there's something.
Put it in, Queen. What? What? Where am I going? I'm a zombie. What happened? Is someone taking me? I'm dead. But what happened?
Lenny is hunting me.
What the fuck am I? Why am I? What? I've never seen this. I am a ghost. I'm a monster. Can I just... What the hell? Why? What happened? What? What is happening?
Go away. Why are you so scary?
No. I don't know why I'm scared. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how to not do scary. Like... I'm sorry. I cannot really move.
Muffin, go away.
Ah! No! Run! What? Am I moving automatically? Oh, I'm back. Were you also a ghost?
No, I was not. I saw this
safe.
Crazy.
I've never seen that before. Oh, no, not a clown. Okay, but I don't know where I flew to, but I flew through the whole map. And I was hunting them? What the hell? I never saw that. Oh, Mills is gonna die. Mills is gonna die. Mills is good. Mills is good. Okay, but where? I'm just gonna check where the fuck I am. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Oh, this is another monster. Hello. Oh.
Goodness.
Where are you?
Oh, games look good. Thank you, Side Nugget.
Run for it.
Muffin, where are you?
There you can.
Oh wait, it's
Where's
this
your
way.
head?
Okay, you want to take this to extraction while I find Queen's head?
Queen's
Yeah, I don't know where I am.
I am so far. He's so far now. Where are
Like that's
you?
it. That's I don't know.
Hi. Yeah, she's far away. No, I
Okay,
will
wait.
never-
Help! Mayday! 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 I don't know where I am. Oh gosh.
You don't know where you are?
No. Like I was haunted and I was just running.
Can you
I-
jump while you were running? You should not running, but when you are on your head, you should try to jump.
Yeah. I was jumping out of the room. But I'm in a room where it's just like a dead end.
Oh. Oh, she found you. She found you.
Yes!
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she's coming with the head.
I don't.
I'm safe! Yay!
Okay.
Thank you, my queen!
Once
Yay!
I put the diamond in, you can push the cart in. Okay?
No, don't go.
You think we
I
can do
did the same as you, Nalini. No, I know. I'm not moving anymore.
Put this diamond in, you push the cart in.
Ladies.
Oh, not yet.
Be careful, what the hell?
Oh, what the hell?
Okay. Yes. You stand ready?
Card.
You ready?
Yeah, why not put the diamond in the cart? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Shall we?
1, 2,
Ready?
3.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, run.
We got this.
Yeah.
Should I jump both sides to extraction now?
Yeah.
No. Don't do it.
We got this.
We got this.
Hi.
Ciao, girls.
We're back, baby.
You were
I got help for somebody.
scary.
Yeah, I never saw that before. What the hell was I doing?
How
That's
much
the head
health
monster.
does it- how much health does everybody have?
1.
I'm at 100.
I'm at 20, so
Uh.
give it to Muffin.
There.
How much do you have, Linny?
One of you two take this health.
You.
Okay, so give it to Lini. Give it to
Swimming in
Lini.
the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome.
Okay.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, and beat a polar bear in a fight like an underwater
It's a
unicorn. They've got a
what,
kick of
1
sexual
second.
bond,
Whoa.
and a Jedi of the seas.
I have narwhals and Ray?
Narwhals, they are narwhals.
But there's so much happening. Wait. It's a muffin, mate. I got raided by Muffin. The English muffin. That's my muffin friend. Yes. So I have the muffin madness and he has muffin land. It's awesome.
Welcome,
Wait, let me give you a big ass
22
shouty. How was the
from
rest of your
English
stream, Muffin?
Hi for joining us.
It's so weird to
Feel
call you
free to
Muffin
drop
because
A
I'm
in
also
chat and
Muffin
get
always. But
cozy.
yeah, how was
If
the
you'd
rest of
like
your
to see more
stream?
of this muffin, don't forget to follow.
You had a long stream. Did you stream all day? Yeah, basically. Right? Ooh. What? Shout out to there. What? The English muffin. I clicked this. Ooh. First 12-hour stream in a long time? Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh my god, that's awesome. You did a lot of stuff.
I don't know what that shout out was. Just ignore this. I am having an off day today, man. Like that already happened when I was joining your Discord with just nothing. But welcome in, Raiders. If you do need to like raid and run, because it's also like, what is it? Half hour past midnight for you? Then I fully understand. You're all good. Where is everyone? Hello?
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 Hello? Okay, salty, different muffin. Oh my god, this is going great. Oh, the muffin shouties. Yeah, but that's the fudgy muffin. Is fudgy muffin here? Wait, I hear yelling. I hear yelling. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to... Okay. I'm just gonna stay here for 1 second. Wait. Okay, we have a dungeon, but I want to give a big shouty to the English muffin. We have a fake big shouty now to da. We have English muffin. Is it gonna work? I have to wait 6 seconds? Jesus. So, English muffin.
Oh yeah.
Wifey, shh. Queen, shh.
I'm here. He is on big shouty. No. Now he is on the big shouty. This is the big shouty. Oh gosh. There's a clown. I hate clowns. Oh, Karma's getting some rest. Yes, she is. We had a big ass walkie. We had like a 2-hour walkie. She was sleeping right there. Basically the whole stream. We do have like a Karma redeem cookie as well. But she is now just sleeping in the living room. Okay, where is everyone? Hi. I'm Wish. Hiya. Hi.
That little dwarf who wore you as the hat is in there, so be careful.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you?
Oh.
Up here.
Hello. Where's up here? Whoa.
There. Where's Linny?
She died.
Hello.
She
No.
fell.
No.
There's that little thingy again.
Ah.
No! Watch out!
Okay. We're good. I'm alive! Oh my Jesus. I have again 1 HP. No. No. Cupcake raid. Oh my god. You're offending him. It's not a cupcake. It's a muffin. Good thing she didn't overreact. They keep calling me a cupcake. I'm banning the word. See, that's what I mean. And then you're all gonna confuse the fuck out of me again, and then I'm accidentally gonna call muffins cupcakes again. But cupcakes are not muffins. I'm alive. Ayo?
How do I get you off then?
What? Okay.
You see how goddamn scary you were, Muffin?
Yes, I realize now. Like, you only see, like, a head, and you move automatically. I had no idea. I never saw that before. Did you always become a monster zombie? What?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, my.
You as a hat.
Oh, my.
He's dressing up like you.
She's mad.
No! Ooh.
How do
Okay,
you
she's...
get Linny off of him?
Just wait.
Oh, so he drops her again?
Yeah, after a while, it's just gone.
No. So we just have to wait it out.
Okay, Mills.
Mm-hmm.
I have a very serious question for you.
What?
Nah, a cupcake is not a muffin, right?
No, it's a cupcake.
And a muffin is not a cupcake, no?
Oh, muffin is a muffin and cupcake is a cupcake.
Yeah!
See, so they keep bullying my muffin friend by calling him a cupcake, but he's no cupcake, he a muffin.
Yeah. Muffin
And
is a
Mr.
muffin
Carmen.
and a cupcake is a cupcake.
Yeah,
A
so
cupcake it's
it
like
has,
those with a lot of glaze.
yeah, like the, what is it, the fondant stuff, they like the, yeah,
Yeah.
but that's like a decorated muffin. So like a cupcake can be a muffin, but a muffin is never just a cupcake.
A cupcake is a muffin when it doesn't have the.
Nice, I got her.
Yay!
Yeah.
Oh, and I did miss a karma cookie, that is true.
Isn't it something like that? That's not the same.
Do we have everything? Is that all?
Once the muffin gets the glaze on it, it's stop being a muffin and it's
Yeah.
stop being
I asked ChatGPT and oh no! Oh no! Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh no. Okay, now it's all up to Mills to get us to safety.
I don't know, brother.
Oh.
What is that? Something killed muffin.
Oh my god.
Salty TTV asked me, what is the difference between cupcake and muffin? Cupcake is sweeter, softer, usually frosted like a little dessert diva. Muffin, less sweet.
Muffin is less. See, it's not the same.
To be healthy when it's really just a cake in disguise. So
Often pretending to be healthy when it's just a cake in the sky. So cupping is a party, muffin is I have my life together. Lie?
You guys know we're all fucked now, right? I can hear you, Linny, but I can't see you.
I don't agree with this. I don't agree with the answer I gave myself. No.
Oh,
We don't agree with AI.
okay. The one. Where is the
Wait, I
last
gotta
one?
do.
Oh, there is the one. Okay, am I alone in this room?
Yeah, okay, I'm safe. I'm safe in extraction. Good. And we're gonna watch Mills for 1 second, and I'm gonna grab a cookie.
My head is stuck on the.
Oh no, you're good. Okay, I'm gonna grab a karma cookie. Second. Oh, I'm gonna grab karma.
She should just be able to cash out because I think that's everything.
Yeah.
I hate when it's blocking me.
Muffin, what are you typing?
I was just like, you got it, you got to put the card in, you got it.
I can't fit in. Now I know how my husband had. Oh. That's a mess. Go hide.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, I gotta run! Oh no! Okay. I have karma butt.
Not even 1 second.
What? Okay, baby, wait. I gotta run. Okay, I'm here. Hello. Oh, you're taking me. Oh, thank you. Oh, what happened? Look out. No. I have you. Okay, I got you. Where's Born? Fuck. Oh.
We gotta make a run for it.
Yep. And I have.
Oh, there's an item up here. When he gets up the stairs, just jump. And then you gotta double jump.
Okay.
Run!
Oh, I'm going the wrong way. No! Fuck!
Oh my god!
Fuck! I made a run for it, but no! Okay. But I'm also like incapacitated. I was picking up Karma. So I'm doing this with Karma on my lap, so I have like off on. She's sitting on my lap like a little baby. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. You're good, baby. Okay, okay, we're going down. Okay. Ow. You're like, Mom, why are you screaming in my ear? Please, control.
Oh, there's that little fucker again. That kill.
Okay, okay.
You
We have a
fucking-
cookie. Oh no, Born! Oh no. Okay, Karma, poopy, poopy, pocha, pocha, pocha.
Lady, shall I get your heads down?
No, no, just run.
No.
Right?
Go for it.
Like,
Run,
it's the
bitch.
last, yeah.
Go for it. Oh. What?
Press the button, press the button.
I mean,
How
I
did
can
she
go get them.
How did she get back?
No, I can't. Just start it.
Didn't she die?
Dead.
What? How did you? But you were dead.
You were she dead?
Heck, where was that? What the hell?
You come back to life once you get to the truck.
But how did you get to? Oh, did what?
The thing took me back to the truck.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Here's health.
Oh my god, that was a rough one, but we made it. Thank you.
First he kills you, then he saves.
Wait, is there a pew pew?
Pew pew. Yeah, pew pew.
Pew pew.
How much is it?
Pew pews.
Pew pew. Okay, yes. Pew pew. Pew pew.
Can I roll this?
Okay, wait, now we got one pew pew.
I want
One pew pew.
stamina.
We need. Camilla, we need health. How much health do you have?
I have one.
Yeah, then we need health.
Ow.
We obviously need health. Yeah.
We can also get help. Wait. Guys, we have too much.
Can we roll it?
We need stamina. I mean, we can get. Hang on.
Hmm?
25 and 25. Shit.
It would make more sense to take this one instead.
Yeah.
Hmm? What's happening? What are we?
I was just yeah, getting messages and stuff. Like I was like, what the? I'm good. I'm good. We're good. Yup. I cannot multitask during streams. I'm so bad.
Oh no!
What? I'm in a tiny cart.
1K.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
There's nothing worth 1K.
Wait. Where's the secret room? Wait, where's the secret room here?
There's nothing worth 1K.
Where's the duck bucket and stuff? Wait. Born, do you know where the duck bucket is in this one?
Survive.
For this one?
Yeah?
Ladies, let's get in
the secret room's in here.
Yeah, but I don't see bucket.
Camilla's gonna be revived once we start the cart. Oh my god. Oh my god, the bucket.
Oh, it's inside! Nice.
Hey.
But there's normally also the grenades, no?
Yeah, but those aren't 1K.
No, normally they are.
Not this far in the round.
She will get back if we start up again, right?
She will get back.
We just gotta take our chances. We'll put you right up here.
Okay, we got you. Oh. Oh. Oh no.
Is she back? She's back!
Yay! See, it was always the plan. Woo! Are you okay, Mills? Oh no, you're so sad. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Do you need? Oh. Okay, bye. Oh. You mean business now? Rawr. Rawr. Rawr.
How much health?
Wait, English.
I have 21.
So,
I forgot which button it is.
Right?
Which button it is to mute?
You should. One of you should take this health, the other should take this one, and then you share the one for has more health.
What is the button to mute again? What?
Take it.
I don't know. Okay.
How much you need?
Lini is just a strawberry. I'm at Lini is a strawberry, but I'm at 46. Oh, that's very difficult. It's a bee. Yeah, but I tried to, but that's not working.
How much you at? How much you at now?
How much do you have?
Mouse forward.
I have 91.
Good, keep it.
I have 76.
I got 71. You guys got 71?
Me?
Yes.
I have 56.
Hi.
Ow.
No!
Now we both have 66. That's nice. Nice.
Damn it. Damn it.
Okay, I changed the buttons to mute, so yeah, that's why. I wanted to ask, English Muffin, did you still have fun for like the rest of your stream? And again, if you need to sleep, go sleeps. But how was that new game that you tried out? The pummel something? That looked fun. Fuck, I need to turn on my lights again. Wait. Plop. There you go. Yeah. Okay, I'm back, baby.
You're back, baby.
Hi. I'm black, baby.
Well, you're back, baby.
I'm black, baby. Okay.
Sounds like you say I'm black, baby.
I am saying I'm back, baby. Oh. You're just walking. Oh. Hey, do you want to ride in the cart? Yay! Yay! Wait, do we go in here? Nah. Hi. Oh. Sorry. Hi. What? This is just a circle.
But at least I can drink in game.
I hear a very muffled meal somewhere. Ah. Okay. We're good. That way? Ooh. I'm taking you downstairs. Wait. This is scary. Okay, do you have it? Oh, nice. That was what I wanted to do. Yes. Oh no! Oh, it's squishing you. Are you okay? You're very silent, Queen. I appreciate you still, but you're muted, I think, now. Oh no! Oh no! I will take you everywhere, it's fine. You're really quiet. What? What is this? Nothing. Oh, fuck! No, gnomes! Fuck you. Okay, one more. Fuck you. No, yeah. Was that it? No. Do we have all of them? No, one more. Yeah! Fuck them gnomes! But I can't hear you, Queen. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Wait, there's a Pokemon. I'm gonna catch a Pokemon. I'm joining the. Oh, I'm too late for the dungeon. Fuck no. Oh no. We're having a stare off? Okay. You win. Wait. Oh! Where's your voice? Yeah, I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Whoa! Yeah! 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 Where did your voice go?
I pressed B and muted myself on accident.
Yeah, okay. That happens.
Oh no!
Somebody needs help with the coffin.
Oh.
Queen,
Yeah?
did you not see it?
No?
Look!
How the hell are we? No. Okay. We can do this.
Wait a
I
second,
got.
I'm gonna go upstairs. Let's try it this way.
I don't know if we're strong enough. Wait, if I let this go, does it fall?
I'm holding it, ladies. We need to try and move it here. Let's bring it up the stairs. Who is upstairs?
I am.
Yeah, Muffin. You should probably be trying to bring it closer to you.
Yeah, I thought maybe that helps for the... Oh god, I hear Mills yelling. Where do we take it?
To the first
Are we stuck?
section.
Are we stuck?
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta turn it.
Okay, we're good.
Push.
Oh, push.
Yep. We're good. Oh god, I hear Mills yelling.
Do you think you can get this?
Can you put it a bit higher up?
We have to make it around the corner. How? Are we ever gonna make this? Yes? No? Maybe?
Hang on. Wait.
Oh gosh.
You're too
Almost.
far away from it, Queen. Hold it right here. There you go.
It's not moving now.
Lift this side up. Oh. Lift this side up. Alright, hold that there. Hold that there.
Yeah. Yep.
Shit.
I don't think that's gonna fit in here.
Oh.
No, it'll fit.
It should fit. We're gonna make it fit. We gotta turn it. Oh god.
Wait a second.
I might have jumped on top of it. I'm sorry.
Move it this way. No, this way.
Wait.
There's other extractions, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not
If
gonna
we
fit.
pick this up, if we pick this up and put it on its side, make it thinner.
Ladies,
Like-
let's put it muffin. It should go a tiny bit back, and we should try to get it into that side as well. Oh,
Where? Where's the other extraction? Is that there? No. That is where we left the card. Wait, let me grab the card. Where's the other extraction? Nice, you won the raffle. Wait, where's the stairs there? Okay, I'm bringing the card, ladies. Where did we leave Mills? Is Mills dead? No.
yeah. She's there. She's in that other direction. Wait, it's working.
Oh, she's hiding.
She was hiding for a moment.
But this is never gonna fit.
No. Can we try?
It's 100% easier for this one.
Okay, so take it
Put
back?
on its. Wait, let's put it on its side.
Yeah.
Let's put it on its side.
No! 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 Ooh! 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 I have white. What's white? Is white good? Okay, I live. I live.
It gave you full health.
Holy shit! Oh my god, that was good.
Okay.
If we put it on its side, it'll be easier.
Yeah.
Can you? I'm gonna hold it up. We need to hold it.
But
up.
it doesn't turn.
It has for it to turn. It has to be in the air.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's bring it over here in my direction. Let's try it in my direction. Maybe it will
And
fit.
then...
No, not first. A second.
Yeah. I was healing you, but...
Wait, if we stand it up completely.
Ball sack?
Alright, let's do it.
Now this side?
No. Oh my god, this was so close.
And then
I'm gonna go to the other side.
Somebody on that side, yeah.
Hello, ladies.
Ah! Oh!
Oh no.
It's gonna fall,
Oh no.
It's not gonna fall. I'm holding it.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm holding it.
It's gonna fall! I'm still worried. Okay, we're good. We're almost there. This is a project of a lifetime. We've only lost 2k of it. We're doing good. Oh no, are we stuck? Oh! Oh.
Somebody has to get into the room first.
Wait. Can I squeeze through? No.
No,
Ah! It's not standing no more.
Put up the bottom of the thing. Exactly, put it.
Huh?
Put up what? Okay.
Wait a second.
This is like moving a door, like, I know, I'm moving a couch in an apartment or something.
It's not gonna fit that way.
No.
We gotta stand it like completely.
We gotta make it like
and then-
Not completely.
diagonal.
We stand up. It's up completely 10. It's
Yeah, like diagonal. Yeah, like this.
Yeah.
Like this. Okay, so the upper has to be down a little bit more.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, we're working on a massive project here.
Who is in the coffin?
Okay, I'm just gonna run.
There we go.
Ah! I would just I'm the leverage. I'm the leverage under. That worked. Oh yeah.
Now we need to stand it up.
Extraction.
Okay. Hi, Mills. We missed you.
Hey, I've been out looking at the kids.
Oh no.
Monsters.
We lost another 2K. Okay, this thing was originally like 21,000.
22 or 23?
It was 21,000.
Oh.
But it's so hard to take. Like, okay, wait. Should I get the card? Wait. Let me grab a card. Here, monster.
We're getting stuck on the line.
Monster's coming! Monster coming! Oh no, I just brought the cart. Oh, the card is in the corner. What? Are you gonna be okay? Is that a casket? Yes, it is. That's good. Boss fight! No, Salty, I missed your boss fight. I'm sorry. Everyone get ready. Veggie! Oh, Veggie and Salty. Okay, you got this. You got this. I'm sorry. Me, Salty. I know, but look, you're really high level. You're doing damage. You're doing good. You're doing good. Veggie is tango. No! 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 Yeah! I thought it was gone! Like the second I got out of my hiding, it was just right there. Oh my, oh gosh, okay. They're sitting right next to each other, okay. I was bringing the cart and I just heard like a lot of screaming. I was yelling, there's a monster coming! But yeah. Okay, they got you. Wait, where am I? I'm close.
I can't shoot with like me lagging so bad.
You can shoot? Oh no.
No. I lag too bad.
Oh no. Do you wanna... Wait, then we have to start... Yeah, okay. If we die, you can host as well if you want to.
Well, that means all three of you are gonna have a high ping, right?
That doesn't fall out.
Probably. But yeah, like I'm in the Netherlands, Mills, and I think Lini as well are in Norway. Right? Am I saying it right? No, Norway, no Finland, no Norway. Oh my god.
Me?
I'm no Mills. You're in the States, right?
Yeah, I'm in the United States.
I keep forgetting, like, I feel like they're from Norway because of the... But now I feel like I'm saying it wrong, maybe. Wait, let me say hello. Hello, I'm here in this room. Oh my god, they're never gonna find me here. Hello, hello. I'm behind the heater. Oh my god, I'm stuck here. Am I gonna get out here? Oh no, okay.
Run.
Help! 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 I am so screwed.
You forgot her head.
Okay, I'm like stuck behind the heater in the bathroom. I don't know if they're ever gonna find me. What are you listening to, Born? What is that? I just heard, and I had an orgasm.
I low-key forgot I did I'm watching TikTok, and it's about this lady at a beach and putting a vibrator in her swimsuit, and she just sat there in the water having an orgasm.
Nice.
Been in this room.
I'm like, I don't know what I'm listening to, but I'm interested.
When you're exactly talking about.
Yay, they found me!
Yeah, you see your leg.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we revive them?
Yeah.
I know where the next extraction is. I'm gonna bring them over there at least with the
Yeah.
cart.
Some days I like you.
Yay, we're bad bitches.
That was your video.
Oh, like, I heard that so much when I was editing. That's fine, probably. I made a cute karma edit today again. Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna leave the money out here. I'm gonna leave here 9,000.
So,
You can put the
I
defense of
like
the
girls
cart
up here.
inside.
He likes boys. It's a hard thing to battle.
And I'm gonna leave the money out here, so in case
So, would you consider yourself
you all
bisexual?
die,
No, okay.
we just need to come back
I just
here
had to
to the person.
try it, you know what I mean?
And it didn't work.
It worked, it was fun, but...
I don't think mine would work.
You dancing?
I think mine would be inverted.
Yeah.
Mine would be inverted. Inverted, boy.
It would go up inside of me. There's no way.
Okay, now, like, listening to this without any context, I'm like, tell me more.
I need you to post. Like, I'm not joking. I need you to post. And if I've got to sit here every day, Netflix used to mail DVD.
Just do push-ups. Shut up. Do 30 of these down low for me.
What?
I feel like crap today.
What'd that guy hand you? Somebody throwing grenades?
You get not one, not two.
And don't fuck with me, you stupid gnome. Oh, thank you for the body check-in. I'm just gonna have to drink a little bit. Swalala. That made perfectly sense there, Muffin.
What? Yes, it did. It did. Join the dungeon. Okay, shit. Now I didn't see. Okay, veggie. Did you and Saute win?
Who's coming?
Did you win? Did you get it? Did you beat the boss's butt?
Look at me acting like I'm in Battlefield.
She's there.
I've never even won this.
Okay, now I'm also gonna watch TikTok. No, I was making a smoke.
But yeah, don't you have enough to rest then?
They probably could.
Nene?
Yes, I'm alive. I'm alive.
Don't you have enough to rest?
I might try to get teaches you the You know what I mean, right?
Wait, what?
A dog teaches you
What? Okay, sorry. I was watching my own TikTok like arrogant. I don't know. My camera exploded. Oh no, Mills. Oh, it's all up to Mills. Mills, you got this. Mills.
can love you. If the shit you got going on around you, gotta use TikTok ads. Gotta use TikTok ads. Never, ever.
What an easier way to reach more.
You did throw it at her.
Stop posting from your.
Throw it at her.
You say what?
How do I throw it at her?
Appreciate it.
She got a little bit hurt by me breaking that green glass.
Hang on 1 second.
Have you ever wondered how
Oh my god. Okay, we're just watching Mills. Hopefully rescue our butts. She can do it. She can do it. I believe in her.
AG Bond, what are you watching?
Oh, a video of a goose beating the fuck out of an animal.
Because we can hear it, but we don't see it.
Yeah, I know, I know. Okay, so Lini, welcome to guessing TikToks. Or are you sending it to me? Wait.
TikTok. I sent it to you on TikTok.
Alright, thanks for the lunch. I'll see you when I get up in the morning.
What the
Holy shit! That what the hell? How did that dog go? No, but this is real. This is real. No. What the?
I don't know, but it's funny as fuck.
Oh my Jesus! It's like bam, 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 bam. But the way at the end, like the doggo catches it. That's no.
Oh my god.
Oh my G. Okay. Yep.
Stop it, you bitches!
How many of my organs fell out, and are any of the survivors?
Oh my god! Like you hear my TikTok. How many of my organs fell out? Like.
Die, bitch! My head in here. There's someone here.
Okay. We still got. Join. I'm joining through Mills' chat. Does that work? Yes.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Because I don't want to do this alone.
Okay, we believe in you, Mills. We believe in you. You can do it.
Guys, we are about.
I don't want to do this alone.
Aww. Okay, wait. Did she get us all?
Yeah.
Oh, we're back, baby. Hello. Hi, girl. You were doing really good. You were doing really good. Yeah.
You did awesome.
Good job. Good job.
Leave me again.
No. We were watching TikTok together.
Yeah. Oh my god. Just chilling.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, I've been dead for a while. Like, yeah.
Living the best life.
Oh, there's a shit ton of items here. Wait. Where's the car? Whoop.
There's a big item back here.
Where? But shouldn't we get like all the little items here? Here's the car. Oh, you're gonna swim. Oh, you're dancing.
I'm I'm getting sick.
What is that? Fuck my life. No! No! Okay. Oh, like, not again! Not again! Fuck you, bitch! Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Where am I? Where is everyone? What am I doing here? Is this an item? Oh. This is an item. Ah! Hello?
What is that? You say it came back? It come back?
What? We good?
You coming or not? You coming or not? Yeah! No! Bitch!
No! No! Oh! I got it all! Fuck! Oh, Mario Kart! No, not. Fight, 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 fight! Fight, fight! Oh, you're almost gonna bounce off right away. No, don't do that. Okay. Fight, fight! Oh, we're gonna fight with a coffin? Oh god, oh god, oh god. What? What? Who just ran off? Oh no, goodbye. Eggburn just ran off, I think, because of the lag. Oh no, Barn. I saw you just run off. Yeah, but that was that on purpose? I saw you like, bye, bitches.
Yeah, it was on purpose. I don't ever fight. I always just jump off.
Okay. I thought it was maybe because of the lag. I was like, oh no, where are you going? Okay, yeah.
I don't even have some anything.
Oh, that was great. Ah. Okay, hello?
Oh my god.
Hello.
Oh my god. Hello. Well, that was it for me.
Same. This lag is crazy.
Well, that was fun, girls.
That was really fun. We did pretty good. We did pretty good.
Why do you have such high ping? Do you live far away?
I live in Missouri in the United States.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks, lag.
Oh god damn it.
Yeah, we can do with hosting the other way around next time again. And we switch pings every time.
Well, you have a good night. And thank you so much for tonight and the games.
It was really good.
It was
fun.
Thank you.
Died at once.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I tried picking up the gun and shooting her, but she killed me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I lost to get a gun for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Well, we did shoot like up in her direction, but I think we missed.
I think I hit her once.
The thing is, I don't need to hit her multiple times because she has so much health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just pissed her off. God damn it. No, you gonna keep on streaming, Muffin?
Like when you're gonna go to sleepies or no?
Yeah, okay.
Probably.
I think so. Maybe wait, what time is it? It's 2:30. Maybe for like 2 hours or something. Maybe. Yeah, a little.
Alright. Yeah.
It's 2:30 for me.
2:30, yeah.
Yeah, it's also 2:30 for me.
It's 7:24 for me.
She's a night owl. 7:24. What?
Wait, in the morning? Yes, no. No, at night. Night.
PM.
Okay.
I was like, wait, you're behind. Yeah. I think maybe I'm gonna do a little leak.
But I still haven't been to bed, so.
No.
Not. Oh, damn. Wait.
Yeah, I've been up
since
all night and all day.
Oh, yeah, I was like, wait, you streamed and then streamed more? And I've seen both of your streams, but oh my girl.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hiya? What?
Oh, yeah.
God damn it!
Well, nighty nighty, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Night night.
Night night.
Night night. Yeah, I think I'm maybe gonna do a little bit of League. Maybe a little bit of League.
Yeah, I'll watch your stream. I'll be there.
Yeah, get ready for bed. Yep.
Alright,
Thank
good
you for
night.
joining. Good night.
You're welcome.
Night night. Love you, queen. Bye. Veggie, same. Wait, it's what time is it for you now, Veggie? You're still in Keeny's Discord, I think. Wait, where is it? Beep, 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 beep. Anyway, let me join in my own Discord. There you go. Pardon me. Wait, we can fish. It's 10:30 a.m. Have you slept already, Veggie? Or no? Yeah. Okay. What should we? Yeah. I can. I still gotta level up my league, so that's what I've been doing. Like basically every time in between other games, I just play like 1 or 2 rounds of League because I do want to do ranked at some point. Not yet. I know, right? This one was not me. Yes, it was. Wait, Lini, do you also stream yourself or no? I'm not sure. I'll check this Lini stream. I don't think she does, but I'm gonna follow her anyway. There you go. Okay. So unless anyone wants to join in for another game or something, we are just gonna switch. And I'm gonna take off my phone. Let me put it on be right back for 1 second. So we're gonna take a pee break. I'm gonna switch my headphones and I will see you in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, you got 2 minutes? Yep.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording. Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
I wanted to spawn a health pack for your butt. I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no, fucking Jesus. Okay, I'm back. Why give me cute? Wait, I forgot to switch my headset. I took it off and I took my kitty ears on, but me. Hello. Yes. And then I can do this. And then I can do this. No! Still getting off my kitty ears. It's okay. So the thing I wanna like hide my background, but then every time It does. It hides everything if I have ears or something. So yeah. Does you mean? Okay, okay. Bye. Okay, bye. Oh, we're still in the shared chat yet. But we are gonna switch to some League because fuck it. I gotta level up. It was so much fun playing Repo. And Mecha. Like, so good. Okay, let me leave the shared chat. Oh, and say, oh, I love Repo, yes. Yeah, that's what the small, yeah, but yeah. That was really good. We had the best Repo chemistry with the four of us. It was good. There you go. Okay, let me switch it to this one. Does this work? Yeah, but then I gotta switch my camera here, right? No? Yes. Yes. NVIDIA. Deactivate. Activate. Activate. Delete this one. Add my other camera. Where my camera at? Come on. Video. Click, click, click. Where am I? Wait. Hi. Miss, thank you so much. I lost myself. Wait 1 second. Transform, reset. Whoa, I'm giant. That was not my intention. Okay. So look, Mills, do you have an S5?
From
Because you
Silent
also have like
Mills.
with the
Ty for
virtual
joining
background. I don't know
us.
how you
Feel
do it, but
free
look,
to drop
I
A
can
in
do
chat
kitty ears
and
and
get
then I put
cozy.
them on and
If
they're
you'd like
gone.
to see more of this muffin, don't
So
forget
every time
to
when I have my
follow.
headset on or something else with this one, then it's just gone. Thank you so much for the raid, Mills. Thank you. Let me also give you a big shout out. And thank you so much for the games. It was so much fun. This is literally our fifth week already doing yeah, how do you say that? Doing League? No, not League. Doing Mecha collabs. Yep. It is cross streaming right now, no, right? What color are the ears? Well, if I put on like this is the thing. If I put on like my headset, for example, these are like bright red, right? Bright red. Oh my god, bright orange. So it should show up. But it's like, okay, I put it on, look. And then the headset does show because it's attached to my head. And these things show up, but if I do this, then it shows, and then this, no. So then the Pikachu ears are gone. I thought like, okay, I could just like let my ears breathe. I do have like, yeah, okay, but these are like see-through with like little diamonds and stuff, but still. So I put them on, you see them like this, and then bloop, they're gone. Every time. Maybe like I do want to have ears. I need to buy better ears. With this? Okay, so we have play bunny ears. You see what I mean? Every ear. Every pair. It's just floop gone. Wait. Maybe these. This is my last attempt, and otherwise we don't have ears. Green screen is too good, yeah. Or maybe the problem is that I don't have green screen, so it's just filtering it with everything, and that's yeah. But okay, these last attempt. Okay, these sort of show up. Mills, thank you for the sub. Oh, thank you so much, honey. Oh no. But then I get stuck. But I don't know. You had slow mode on, so sorry for. Wait, do I have slow mode on? Oh, Salty put that on. Like when I was a little bit busy. But I can turn slow mode off for now, right? Yeah, we can turn it off. How do I turn it off? Where is it? Slow mode. Wait, can I just do slow mode? Slow off. That work? Yes, that worked. No worries, no worries. Okay, but these sort of work, but this looks like really random out of context. Yeah. What? Wait,
Two
wait, wait.
muffins are in an oven, and one says, "Wow, it's hot in here." And the other muffin says, "Holy crap, a talking muffin."
Oh wow. Thank you, Pixel. Oh, that's good. Okay. What is this? Time select issues? Restarting your computer between each game. Yeah, hell no. We're not doing that. Fuck, what? Slime Ranger? What? No, Steam, no. 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 Stop. No. Okay, we're good. Okay, what should we do? What type of green screen filter are you using? I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast, but it's like filtering a little bit too hard. So yeah, that is the issue. Like it also, if I have pigtails in on the side, it also filters my things with my thing. And I don't have a green screen. I should buy a green screen. Yep. It's just like, that's the thing. So I can turn it on, turn it off. Here. Look. Like it is pretty good for how shitty it is. But like that's the thing. Last week I did my hair like this, like ponytails, like pigtails, right? Okay, let's test. Little pigtail, and I was like this. And look, it's gone. So yeah, the filter takes everything around you. Yeah, so it's literally, but that's the thing. Even if it's attached to me, then it's just gone. It's too good. I can do, like, I had a really cute hairstyle like last week, and then it was just like, oh god, I'm bald now. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. Like this time as well. Like I do have like a tiny ponytail. Yep. But now I'm just bald. Okay, that's what we do. But I think it is nice for this. Yeah, it just sees a human shape. Yeah, so I should get like a physical green screen for this to work better. But I think it's nice with League, because otherwise it blocks. Like League is full screen stuff, and I can put it on this one. Oh, on this one. Maybe, but nah. Okay. We're gonna start with, I don't know. What Lini said, yeah, because it's digital, it just sees the human shape. But it does not see if it's attached, just your shape. Yeah, so it's literally filtering on this. And then the chair is attached to me, because it's like filtering between there. But see, it even cuts off, like, if I look like this, it's cutting off a part of my head. The green screen and the filter just take away what's green. Nothing else. Yeah, that's better. Do you have an expensive green screen or no? Like I want to make a wish list and invest some money. If everything is right, I can hear within a month if I finally have some income again. Because that's why I've been not buying anything at all as well for stream. Like the things that I got for stream, like the cooler and the little light, those are all donations, and I really appreciate that. Because yeah, I've now been living from my savings since March. With all the suing the government stuff. Aw. Wait, I need better music for this. Boop. Even a green piece of fabric will work. Cheap as fuck. Noise. Yeah, I seen like kind of. Oh, what? I don't know either. Wait, maybe I'm just gonna switch to her. Yeah. No. Those are my two heroes that I know. I don't know Twitch. Is Twitch nice? What does Twitch do? What is this one? Fuck. What is this one? Is it a tank? Okay, we're gonna tank. Oh my, I've never seen that guy. Green felt works the best. Really? Silent Mills, you're still in Discord VC. Yeah, we were still in the Discord VC together. I just left. I've switched to my own now. Oh, look. What? You need light? I bought that on Temu. Yeah, I do have like a ring light behind my thingy there, and I have. Let me grab that one if I can find it. Yeah, this one. What? I got this one from Insulinus, like for my throne wish list, and then I like this is just like I got it separate, just the light, but I got this from like a phone stand. This is really bright, but I don't know where to put it. Like that's the question. Like if I put it here, like I'm even well, I'm super lit, super well lit. You need lighted lights on the green screen because you can't have shadows behind you. So then you put it behind, sort of. Like that's the thing. So I have the oh my god, you can't see shit now. Yes. Because I have like this is the thing. What I mean, like I have really nice light. But people were complaining that my light was always really shit. But yeah. I do have the ring light behind the camera. And I have like my normal U light that's cycling through all the colors and everything. It will be an additional setup stream probably. Yeah, but it is fine. Like that's the thing. So I have not been streaming for even a year now, and everything that I have for stream is stuff that I already had, or stuff that I bought really cheap, basically. So I did buy like this microphone, only because I always had mics attached to my headsets. My headset broke. Light above with no shadows. Yeah, but I do have. Yeah, but that's not that bright. No, but you need to point like a light right at the green screen, then I think. Right? No? I think so. Wait, guys, can you hear the music? I'm vibing really hard on my music, but I don't think you guys can hear any music, no? Probably not. Let me make this a little smaller as well. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Audio, just making this a little cleaner. And okay, we're gonna test again because the last time when I was playing League, I noticed I'm gonna call it the resting League face, the resting bitch League face. Yep. Because I noticed that I just look really, just resting bitch face mode when playing, which is not my intention. Wait, can I put this? I will put this right there. Oh no, wait, I needed to block the map. Wait. Someone fish, please. Fish. One more fish. Oh. And plop, and then, yeah, then we stay. It is, and it's definitely a fire flow. Otai going to lay down now and try to sleep. Painkiller starting to kick in. I'm glad to hear that, Veggie. I hope you can get some sleep with the painkiller. If you are still awake, remember you're always welcome to just chill here. You can also just lurk a little bit as well. I don't even know, like I never played this character. I have no idea. We're just gonna do random. Don't judge me if I just fuck up everything, okay? Okay, Winds of Warp, Wind Blast, the shield, a punch. And I look like a big guy. You can see that I also use fabric. Oh, nice. The title is still on repo. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, is any of my mods here? Mods! Heal, Salty. Who is here? Silky is sleeping. Heal, Salty. Oh gosh. Otherwise, when I'm dead, I will fix it. I have no idea what to do already, so... Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, no, no. Oh god. Okay, I died. Yeah, I need to update the game.
I'm overcome with emotion.
Like we're not playing Repo no more. Like,
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
okay, okay. Maybe this is better. I don't know. Ooh, Dungy. This is okay, right? Okay, do you guys have any tips? Who is this guy? If John is still here, by the way, if you're still lurking, I don't know if you've seen my league name, but yes, I am called the Not So Evil Muffin on League. I didn't know, that's kind of, I feel kind of stupid, but I didn't know you could just do spaces. Caps or something. Oh, that was a good one, I think. I don't know what I don't know what I can do yet. Let's yeah. Category updated. What conundrum quality game contact set? Oh yeah. Now you can ask stuff as well. About the game, that's how it works, I think. I do like we have a Seraphine, but I have no idea what I am. Like I'm a strong fish tank, people. Bear with me while I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh. Achoo! Okay. Dungeon raid is complete. Kill gain 500 XP and your infamy level raised. And I got 500. Good. I never bought shit. Okay, this is how distracted I am. Oh my god, don't judge, okay?
An ally has been slain.
Okay, but yes, as I said, I have never played this fish tank guy. Okay, heals. I don't have heals. I do not need heals, but okay. One of my buttons just fell off. Is this working? What am I doing? Whoa! Did you see that? I smacked down everyone. Okay, what do I do?
You have slain an enemy.
Okay, so everyone designates a landing site. Okay, so everyone gets a shield there? Hey! Another raffle? We need to figure out more redeems. Like, Kill, you have a lot of stuff. I need to have like another Muffin maintenance week or something. Because there's so much stuff we can do. With all the Muffin points in the Stream Element store. You can also use that maybe to... Why am I polymorph? Why am I little bunny? Okay, wait. I don't know if the league games are gonna go well, but as I said, I still need to level up my butt. Oh, fucking wolf. Yes, no. Yes, no. Oh, stop polymorphing me. Who polymorphs? Who does that? Who does that? Who makes me into a little bunny every time? One. Can I buy shit? Yeah. Yeah.
I bet it's great though. I have so many theories. Hope to see you again soon.
Ooh, Marlin one. I've now kept the fishing going so it blocks the leak back. Not that that's necessary in random rank ARAM. I keep saying Adam or Adam. I don't know how to pronounce it. But okay. Oh no. Bam. If anyone wants to join in for League, feel free. You are very well. No, stop polymorphing me. I don't want to be a bunny. Stop it. Okay, who does that? This is the Icebird, I think. I played Icebird. Icebird is not making me, a bunny, no? Anyway, Mills, again, have a good night. Oh, Ari as well, or Ari or Lini. Have a good night. Thank you for playing as well. Oh, so much fun playing Reaper 2. Nope, thank you. Ah! I did see your join, but I didn't see you. Good night. But yes, thank you so much for sending me that. What do you call it? For your setup and everything. Yep. And I need to check. Like, I think we might have like some Velcro or whatever. Like, I did see. Why do I keep polymorphing me? Stop it. Stop it. See, that's a bird. I have been the bird before. And I wanted to make a smoke, but I'm going to make a smoke after this one because now we're just in the middle of the game. So we can make a smoke after. But yeah. This was not the best decision. I don't know who the fuck I am. Oh, I want to join too. I don't know how many muffins I got. Wait. Muffins? Is it muffins? I think so. Yes. I'm not even ranked first. Who's ranked first again? Again, I've never played this character. I don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what I'm doing. Nobody knows what I'm doing. I should be thanked, but I don't think I'm doing good. I don't like this character. Okay. We're gonna read. We're gonna read what the fuck we're doing. So we have one. Yeah, okay. The wind plus if they meet together, and they go. That may make a tornado.
Your turret has been
There's a shield charging, reducing incoming magic, physical, don't enemy champions. Ooh. That's the launch. And that keeps being blocked. I was upgrading that a lot, but that keeps getting blocked by the stupid ice wall. And that is the flying stuff. Wait. Can we buy shit? A lot more characters nowadays, but some characters I have with you. We try. The team is pretty okay. Gada. God damn. No. Yes. I do really like it. Oh, you can make it fish. That's smart. How high is Stream Elements on the fishing leaderboard, Gil? It works, yes, that's smart.
Like, I do like the fact that it automatically fishes, like, what was it, every half hour you said it to, right? Because that way, it also reminds people of the fact that you can fish. Like, as I said, now I do have it set to, Okay, nice, nice. Sorry, focus, focus, focus. Try not to die this time. Doing a little better. I'm understanding the things. But yeah, what was I saying? What position is Stream Elements on the leaderboard now? Kinda curious. Yeah, we gotta level up. But this is what I mean. Every time I put it now on the because I don't have the green screen, but just the software. It takes a lot more from my PC, so I can't do it with every game. That's also why I don't use it every time. And it filters, yeah, my ears and my hair and my stuff. So yes, I am gonna look at Mills' setup because she has a really green screen. I like that a lot. It looks really pretty. No! Oh. Okay, Omnifemp is nice in ARML ways, but okay, they're gonna push hard. Push hard! We've had so many people yeah, rating it. It's awesome. Again, if anyone wants to join me for League, let me know. Maybe I should play viewers can join. Alright, lol. After collab. I want to know as well, like Angel has a really nice thing in her stream. I think it's a bot thing. I don't know if you can do that actually. Maybe you can figure that out, Salty or Gale. If that's also a thing that, from Stream Elements, or if it's a different bot, or maybe my bot Conundrum can do that. But that's what I mean, like she has a really nice thing for viewers where you can join and then it queues people, basically. Nope. Nope, no! I was pushing too hard. I am sucking. But yeah, no, but you can do like exclamation mark, like join in a queue, and then it puts all the viewers and everyone that wants to join in the games in a queue, and then you can just say like, okay, play. You can give partial access to mods, Stream Elements, make timers, etc. Yeah, so Gil is like full on mod in Stream Elements. He's the Stream Elements master. But you can add commands in the chat and stuff as well. But I don't know more like if it's a different bot, if it's a separate chat bot or something, or if it's just commands that you can add. I haven't looked into it a lot yet. I need to add more stuff for League. There's also like a widget that you can use, but I think that only applies when you are gonna play rank, because it shows like your, what do you call it, like your stats, your stuffs. Your stats, your stuffs, yes. Oh, we're not getting the minions, people. There you go. But it would be nice if people want to join up, like to have like a little queue and stuff, also for other games. I don't know, Nightbot is handy at custom commands. That's what we do, yeah. I don't have Nightbot. I feel like we can, but then we have another bot already. I do like, no, you don't grab me. Okay, if you grab me, fuck you then. No. Give everyone, no, let me, let me go.
I help? I help. Like, I'm getting a shit ton of assists, but I'm just feeding them now. That's not good. That is not good at all. That is from Stream Elements? What do you mean? Nightbot is from Stream Elements? What? Nightbot is a different chatbot, no? Right? Anyway, my leak. There you go.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I'm gonna put the leak sound softer. Because I need my music. I do better with my music, okay? Oh no, can I save? No. Yes, kill someone, please. I can do this. No! Okay, I am so just helping and assisting, but still. Move! We gotta push! Push, push, push! Push, 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 push! I should aim these better. Yeah. Run! No. Get him! Get him!
Enemy quadra kill. Shut down. Ace.
But see, they're pushing way harder. You know what? We're gonna sell this because I keep forgetting to use it, and we're just gonna buy that shit. That's what I mean. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But you can make a queue. Fish, 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 fish. Yeah, you lost. Okay, okay. That was a terrible game. I have no idea who I was. We're now gonna play a better game. But before we do a better game, we are gonna make a smokes. Yeah, the Serafina was doing good, and for the other than that, I have no clue. But okay, so we need to be level 30 to play ranked at some point. I have gotten advice from a lot of people to not just play ranked. Boy, I wanna, like, I need to get better. Hey, I have friend requests. I'm basically now, but I don't know if these are people that I know. Maybe they're just people from the game. Okay, but I do want to play just the big game just to level up a lot more because then we get more XP. There's your ranked phase. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, if I'm just gonna level up like crazy, I am all considering to just remove my camera and just focus like crazy because that's nice. Join. Okay, I am gonna make Smokey first. Is the music way too loud now? Maybe. Is better? Is it better? Maybe. I can also put the music player on, but more. Hey, Morga, it shows me online on Discord. Yes. Hi, I'm Morga. You wanna play League? How you doing? Okay, I'm gonna make my Smokey because I keep rambling on. Whoop. Howdy, doing well, cleaning, doing chores. Nice. Good. What time is it for you guys now? Same time probably. Egborn. What is that? 3. Like 9 p.m. or something? 9 p.m. No?
6 p.m. Okay. I'm always trying to calculate, but in the state, like that confuses me a shit ton as well. Like in the States itself, there's also like the time difference, right? So you can have like the, what is it? I got brain farting. No, but yeah, you can have bleh. We can have 6 hour, 7 hour, 8 hour, 9 hour difference basically, and it always yeah. You see bounces around too because we don't do daylight. You don't do daylight savings time, but wait. Okay. Some states do daylight savings time, don't they? Right? Do they? No. I thought they did. Most states do. But yours doesn't? Wait, AC, is that Arizona? Is AC Arizona? Arizona, yes. I don't know states. I know states. But that's so weird. But it's kind of nice to not do daylight saving because it just confuses your rhythm. But then in the same country, you have daylight savings and not daylight savings. That's even worse. Yeah. So that's the thing. In daylight savings, no, in normal not daylight savings mode, I knew kind of the time zones for most of my friends in the States by head at some point. But then I just got confused again like crazy. Joy. There are raffles to win muffins. Continuous raffles. Oh, I can barely keep up myself. Okay, good. Like that's the thing. I'm already confused every time. Like when I play with people from the UK, people think that we're on the same time. So Okay, we're gonna try one. Is Angel streaming right now? Salty, is Angel live? Make the fetus and now get a gun and keep an eye on your son and watch all the things you do. Because they drugs me, you was meant to keep. Angel has face? Angel has a face? But if she's live right now, because I see her playing on League, is she playing ranked? I can check when I make my smoky. Otherwise, I can play one game with Angel too, maybe. If she wants to have me, because oh my god, I suck still. Yes, no one wants Blitzcrank. I hate Blitzcrank. I don't like Blitz. There's a Darmanitan. Left. If you got under your shirt. Okay, let me check. Angel. They got careless. Where's the angel at? Angel. Refresh. Oh. I wanted Morgana, but they are banned. Okay, I haven't played Miss Fortune in a little bit, but we're gonna try. Where's Angel? Angel Soul. No, but she's not live now. I know she has a face, but it was like 3 days ago, Salty. And you know the funniest thing still? She's wearing the same outfit from the same brand that my bunny thing is. Oh, thank you for checking the weather. Oh my god, it's cold. That's the thing. Yesterday, it cooled the fuck down. Like, extremely. Wait, I'm just gonna send Angel a little message. Wait, is this Angel? Oh. Okay, just yeah. I don't know, like she's not live. Might just be chilling. Love from evil mommy. Yeah, I did so much better. Yes, I'm still surprised. So much better than the Avatar, really? Well, that's the thing. Like, I still think her VTuber is really good. And it can be really comfy to just have a VTuber. But she is cute. And that's the thing, what I wanted to say. Like, she has the same kind of outfit that I have with the bunny. It's from the same exact brand. But that's what I also feel like if she was live right now because I saw her playing. It's all good, all good. Morgoth, by the way, if you're still lurking during, Give Grimmy a hug from me. Just an unsolicited, just hello. First hug him, like real tight, just scare him and then say, hi, it was from nothing. Maybe Grimmy is lurking still as well, because Grimmy was here at the beginning. I don't know, maybe he's at work? Did he have to work today? Yeah, you're fishing. Gil, do you want to check how much points Stream Elements has in fishing? Oh, and by the way, I still, like, I want to do, like, an official request, or, like, maybe add something, or, like, a donate page. Maybe you can help you set you up, like, a donate page or something. But if anyone here, from my viewers, from my listeners, like, preferably if you're from the States, and if you have, like, an old laptop, or, like, stuff that you don't use, that you don't need, that's just lying in the way, please let me know, because one of my main mods, Gil, lost a shit ton in a fire earlier this year. And that's also the reason that he cannot stream right now. And we are still waiting for his 100th follower celebration. Because the moment that he can get that... Wait, let me purchase. Robot. This one. There you go. Because then if you do have, like, again, streaming equipment and stuff, then we're gonna do karaoke. Karaoke. I didn't forget. We're gonna do karaoke. Still excited for that. And we're still gonna do it. I'm gonna die! Okay, you guys didn't see that. Now we're gonna start again. That was... Like, the second I realized, like, that's not gonna go well. I was like, fuck. Okay. Okay, it didn't happen. Now we're starting, okay? You didn't see that. Nothing happened. Okay, let me know if I have, like, the, what you called, like, the weird muffin face. Like, I want to know if I have, like, just bitch face mode. And now they think I'm an easy target, which is kind of nice. Because I'm not bitch. I can play better than that. I was just AFK. Which is really bad still, but okay. Oh my, jeez. Why? You meanie. Go. But yeah, I do agree that Angel face is cute. And as I said, like, she uses the same she has the same outfit as me, which is just adorable. Oh my god, are you gonna... You're just gonna flee, but I wanna kill you. Oh no, that was a trap. I knew it. The other one got away. But okay, we chased them both away. Oh, there, she's not away. The dragon there, no. Excuse me, where my backup at? I'm gonna die. I'm dead. Goodbye. Have a good lap. Hey, I need to be faster. And I want this one. But I'm broke as fuck. Okay, we're gonna buy at least one health pack, come on. Yeah. And not make the same mistake again. Okay, but I did make smoky. Yep. I am, like, at the beginning when I started League, I was
how do you say that? I had the thing set to. Fuck you all, glitches. Okay. All harm, I'm dumb. What? My first game at Jace, I have no idea what they're doing. Oh no. Ah, yes! Okay.
I've got a good feeling about this.
It's a nerd.
I'm so nice for myself. Like I did put out the oh Gray. Hi Gray, do you want to leak?
I think I'm just gonna watch. I'm not good enough a gamer.
What?
I'm not good at League.
I'm not good at League.
Better than I am.
But then we can both suck at League.
I suck first.
Oh, but if you want to, like, I'm literally just leveling up, so I don't really care that much about winning or losing yet. It's just practice.
Sure, I guess I'll be on that.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Don't you dare, don't you know? Trying to stay alive. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nope. Nope. I'm dead. You're dead. I'm not dead. You're dead. I'm dead. See, that's what I mean. But if you want to join, like after this round, you can join in if you want to. If you're not busy. How you doing? By the way, you doing good? Hmm?
You watch me get wrecked.
Yes, I want to watch you get wrecked.
Are you playing Misfortune support?
Yes. That's what I mean. That makes no sense at all. But I was planning to play Morgana. And I was like locking in with Morgana, but then they banned her. I was like, fuck. And then I didn't know, and I was like, okay, I kind of know how to play this one on bot, but we don't really have support. I should have done like Seraphine or something. I don't know. Oh my, how are you still rooting my butt? Fuck you. No, 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 nuh-uh. Okay, you die now. Goodbye. That was a good one. What do you play? Whoop. Or what lane do you play? Do you have like a thing that you mostly... Like, yeah.
Really.
Not really?
I play whatever I'm needed to play.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, they beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm, they're the Jedi of the sea. Stop Cthulhu waiting ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Wait,
Kale or Salty or Gray, you are also now here. You want to give a shouty, like a clippy shouty to Mud Duck?
How do I do that?
You do the exclamation mark SO clippy? A clip, not clippy. Exclamation SO clip. Yes! Yes, it worked. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, but you can't do that, motherfucker.
Yes. Gotta be turret shots biggest demon. Oh my god, what? Oh, they're talking to each other. Ooh, good one.
We're being suspended. Who did?
Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead.
She's dead. Oh no.
I know.
I know.
I know. How are you doing, by the way, my dog? You doing good? Okay, wait, everyone do good. Are they just behind or yes? What? No, he's dying.
Stream and he doesn't know he's live.
Hmm?
This guy accidentally went live and he's been live for about an hour without knowing.
Ooh.
I'm just waiting for him to either realize he's live or get banned.
Oh no.
I was like, that couldn't possibly go wrong.
That's dangerous because then, yeah, okay, if he not realizes, like, yeah, okay, you can do some really scary shit.
Yeah, right now he's playing some music, and somebody's worried it might involve the N-word, or is other people, or yeah. His friends are trying to spam call him, but he's not online to call him.
Ooh, I'm way too low. Go back, go back, go back. Oh, Pokemon. I Pokemon.
Pokemon got
What is this? Fur fruit? Oh, that's a cute poodle. Looks like a poodle.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Look. Oh, I got my old. What is this? Are these just wards? Yes.
Oh, he ended the stream. Oh boy, oh boy.
Yay! Figured it out.
It's a miracle. He's not gonna get canceled.
To be honest, that happens more than you. Holy fuck! No! 1 second. No, you don't. No.
I'm trying to play League, so.
Okay. Well, I thought I was doing better, and then no. I'm still dead. I knew she was coming that way. I was placing the ward that way because I knew she was going on the other side. But yeah, no, I still died.
I assume your map's covered to avoid stream snipers.
Hmm?
I assume your map's covered for stream snipers.
Yeah, I have my fish over the map.
Where's the fish? Oh, the fishing.
So the fish is permanently just on the map. I think that's good.
Yeah. A raffle.
You can make it a little bigger. There you go.
Wow, Healthy, you started a raffle just to get it? That's not allowed.
There's a lot of raffles going on. Okay, we can push now. Like, I'm just level 6, I'm so low. Gosh.
To be fair, looks like your whole team's not doing great.
Hmm?
To be fair, looks like your whole team's not doing too well.
Yeah, the other guy is like playing Jax for the very first time ever in his life, so that's also interesting. Oh god, this person is gonna die. No, they're not. Oh, that's nice.
Keep them alive. Keep them alive.
They're good, they're good. We're taking revenge now. No, we're not, no, that's... We're taking revenge now, both died. Aww. Aww.
To be fair, this Fortune's more of a bot than a supporter.
Yeah, like the thing is, like, they have Ashe and Seraphine, and they both have like bigger range than me.
Yeah.
So I'm also ranged, but they just come at me. Let's go, Mr. Sad. Let's go. Always let's go. Nope. But I am back to defend church. If I can, no, I cannot. Run! And win. Okay, nice. I'm very good bait. Okay, we're doing good. I need to farm.
Some minions. Which turret? Nope. Okay. I'm good. He's gone. Push the turret. Yep. Why are they just standing there channeling? What? Second? I'm still dead. Jeez. Still Ash again, Ash. This is a fun top lane. He's having a blast. Can't agree more. Alright. Okay, wait. This one. This one. Yeah. I am doing terrible. Like my minion, how do you call that again? Like your minion count, creeper count? It's just terribly low. So I am low as level. I have to catch up. Be a little careful. Oh. Fuck. That's the thing. I was too low. Yes. Yes, okay, run. Oh, nice. Oh, almost. Yes! Oh, that was good, okay. Like, I've been dead the whole time, but I was just cheering for my teammate. Like, you got this. And we did get the dragon. Wait, are they murdering our teammate? No. Our jungler is good, I think. Our team is not hopeless. We're catching up a little. But the guy playing Jace had no idea what he was doing, apparently. But I don't have any idea what I'm doing as well. But yeah, Misfortune and support is shitty. This combination is hard. Oh. Whee! Oh, no. This is what I mean. Like, she slows me down, and then with Ashe, if you run, you're dead. Did I just get on the fight? But I'm still too low level. How can I counter now? I don't know yet. I think I should just confront her, but instead of running. Wait. I do want to get the heals. Some heals. There you go. Whoop. What have you been playing lately, Gray?
Cringe like it.
See? Okay. Wait, Ashe, you just gotta get back and hope for the best. But okay, that also helped that a teammate was here. But now I gotta go back again. But like Ash doesn't have that much health, I think.
Your turret has been destroyed. What I'm doing.
No. Okay, we defeated the Rift Herald. Good. Now push a little back again. Oh gosh.
Don't get cocky.
Fish? Salty fish. Nope. Fuck you. I'm dead. Ah!
No coffin will mark their passing.
How do they teleport? Is that also a short, like a skill instead of like the death? Like the running fast? You can just teleport to a tower? I think so.
Not a problem. An ally has been slain.
Oh no, Ash strikes again. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm gonna pay back. I'm dead. Why did I do that? I should have just stayed behind the turret. That was painful. It was just painful, yeah.
Sure you can handle.
Ooh, my whole team is here. That's nice. Oh gosh, Jace is dying. Goodbye, Jace. It was good to know you. Okay, I helped. No. Okay. Every time I think maybe I can go a little bit towards him. Yeah, no, just a very hard Jano. Okay, you know what? We're surrendering.
I looks like everybody's surrendering. 2 cards 22 to 41. But
Yeah. GG. Oh, if someone just disconnects now. They're like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Okay, we tried. Okay, Jace gets a thumbs up.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Oh, I did pretty good. Look. I was A+. I felt like I was super shitty. Oh, I did better than I thought. I wasn't even that bad, Gray. Okay, do you want to do ARAM or normal draft pick or your Swift or?
Yeah, up to you. I'm up for any of the 3.
Okay, I want to do like one other draft, I think. And we can just choose who we want. And then, yep. I can just drag you in here, right? Yeah. But it's not eligible.
That would be me, I don't think.
What?
That's me.
Oh, now it is.
You just pick some random person.
Oh my.
or the clones. Oh boy.
Oh wait, I can choose
I'll
my.
take top and support.
Okay.
When you get bot and support. Or yeah.
I can.
I'll figure it out once we get there. Oh, no, you can say as little as you want, unless you want to change.
I think I could see we could just find something like this. I think so. No.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Or wait, if I. Yeah.
You can change if you want.
Like, wait. I can switch. I don't know if that matters.
I'll go bot then. No, but I need a primary selection. I'll go top for the second one. Alright, perfect. 10 out of 10.
Okay.
You can be my support and I'll be the bot laner.
Yeah. Now we can match together. That's good. I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, poke. Oh, Chingling. That always Oh, accept.
Time to die.
First accept. Chingling always reminds me of the riddle.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. I'm sure. Yeah. Are you okay with Morgana as support, or do you want support? I can test Seraphine as well.
You go, you. Of course, I'll pick you first.
Oh, where's the guy? Where's the person that I want to ban?
You could be cool and not ban anybody. Never know.
Really? Okay, sure.
I never ban anybody. That's what my family does.
Really?
Yeah, nobody on my team bans.
Huh?
We get banned against us, but
Okay, but no one that we want to be
those
on.
are the losers.
We only made 2 bans. That's nice. Oh, but yeah, I can do Morgana as support, but I can also test Seraphine so you can have some heals and everything. But otherwise, I can like lock people and give you like a little shield.
Up to you.
Is that good?
Sure.
Okay. Because I do want to try to at least like get better or like good enough with one hero, and then like work it up.
With him, but I'll do my best.
Mills, okay, I thought so. Because you sent like your setup and then it was just silent. But okay, have a great. Wait. I also wanted to say have also good stream, but you're gonna sleep. Reset. Okay, Will said just to yourself, Lil, you have a great stream. Thank you for the games and good night. Good night, you too. Wait, let me give. Can I do big shouty for Mills? Yes.
We're gonna pass away now.
What?
We're gonna die.
No, it's gonna be funny. We're gonna kick some butt.
Sure.
But Mills, it's all good. Like the part that you missed was just me dying a lot. So you didn't miss a lot, Mills. It's all good. You got some sleep. Like it was just 2 games where we were really horrifically died. And now we're gonna win because now we're with the 2 of us. We're gonna win everything, Gray. I believe in us. I believe in us. We can do this.
Just the 2 of us.
Just the 2 of us. Wait, I do need motivational music.
Dogpile, don't beat up.
No, what you talking about?
Just instant death.
No.
Real and brand.
It's gonna be fine. Wait, mix. No, date edit.
I got the wrong move at the beginning. That doesn't matter none.
Okay. No? Okay.
Off I go.
Look.
Running.
I'm on my way. Where are you going? Oh, smart.
Just in case they try to come up around us. I have a strange suspicion they're in the bush over there on the far end.
Yeah. Oh, they're over there.
Oh, do you see them? Oh, there they are, yeah.
There and there. Oh, good one. Oh, they're coming from here.
And you want to get them?
Yes. Remake? No.
Oh.
Hell. Oh.
What are we, losers? They're gonna shoot us in that book. That was bad. I want to back up to the turret. Back up to the turret.
Yep, turret. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I got the wrong move first, so I'm not gonna be doing as great as I should be at the beginning until I level up. So
But still, they thought they could get us, and we caught them first.
I
So.
mean, they almost got us.
No. But we cut them. We went towards them, so we still caught them by surprise.
Yeah, you might want to go back and heal up a bit. Or something.
Like they could have gotten us, but the tactic failed. I am very low health though, so maybe I'm gonna go back real quick. So otherwise, I'm just gonna bait.
I can hold the tower. I'm not gonna go for a tower this early on, and I can also get an XP off of you guys.
Yeah.
Nice to go. Aren't you a rude little son of a gun?
Wait, I gotta make my reactors bigger again. Now we're tiny. There you go. Whoa. No remake.
It ran a little bit. Alright, I've got my 3 moves now.
Nice.
That was a bit early, but
I got them almost. Ah, we dodged.
You cannot break a shadow's blood.
I'm dead.
Nope, you're not. No. Oh. I stunned, but yeah, nope. They have long distance.
I got my moves and I'm at
We're good.
and mana now, so.
And I'm still gonna hold them away from the towers. We're good.
I'm coming over and I got better stuff now.
Nice. Fish. Who's fishing? Oh no, I'm.
Actually, no, they're kind of low. I think if I sneak up behind them, we could do something. Just leave that brand out.
Oh my god, that was a miss. Okay, good.
He's in this bush. Or no, he's in this bush.
I'm out of mana.
Well, we scared him off, and now that's all that mattered to me.
Yeah. Okay, now I got my tree.
You don't.
Fuck.
I got you.
Nice, fuck. No! Okay, but it was good. Yes, nice. See, we're good. We're great. We're amazing together.
I'm gonna get stronger as we go along.
Are we gonna do a dragon?
I'm out of mana. Go for it, but I need to get mana. I need to get mana scaling. I need the Tear of the Goddess next. Just to save myself a little bit of trouble. I think we have to get him off edge. Yeah. Just go in there. Kill that person. The enemies are behind us, but we have
Okay, like both of our. Okay, never mind. I thought I could help, but both of our teammates just got murdered. Ah.
Get her!
Yeah.
Back up. We don't know what's in that bush. Oh, never mind.
Nah, but it was not worth it.
Well, let's go. Oh, there they are. Yeah, we might want to move back.
Fuck.
That's gonna hurt.
No! No! Okay.
Well, at least we slowed down their entire team.
Yeah, okay. She was like, okay, I'm gonna get back up. So they came from both bushes, yep.
Yeah, let's go back down to our own, we can get our
Yeah.
stuff.
Like, I wanted to go to do the dragon, but no.
Yeah.
They're doing the dragon now.
Yeah, well, our team's back there, so let's...
We can't try to steal the dragon.
Yeah, they're waiting for us.
Yeah, no, okay, they have that.
We'll take the bot laners off.
Yeah, we're just gonna focus here. Because now we have a chance that they're just gonna rush bot real hard.
The enemy team's behind us there. I'm here to move in. Back up, don't go too far. Actually, no.
Yep, I went too far. Yeah, thanks to you, but I did went too far, so thank you.
I went too far. I tried taking by myself, but it was tougher than it was.
I don't hide my pain. I wield it.
Oh, I got him with my effect through the bushes. I've got my ultimate ready.
Oh, nice.
I'm just gonna...
Oh! I missed him.
I did a dumb. I walked into their tower. Alright.
Mm.
Retreat. Right.
Okay, we're gonna go back quick.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
But we still, like, we had a chance, like, sometimes they do that when they dragon, like, they come with everyone. And then you're just fucked. And then it's like, oh my god, no. So we did hold them up, and we can be proud of that.
It's okay.
I
might have done a dumb, but I got Tear of the Goddess to give me more mana. Because I run out really fast.
We are the sum of our mistakes. An enemy is dominating.
Oh, nice.
That guy's got away. This guy won't. Or no, he will apparently because my effect ended instantly. Does he have like an negation ability?
Oh.
Thank you. Perfect.
My game was lagging. Okay, we're good?
Yep. Well,
We scared them up, yep.
Yeah, I wasted my ultimate and ended really fast on that stun. They just they're up here somewhere.
Yeah. I'm gonna hide here, just like.
My chosen shackles.
Look out for Lux or Ezreal, whatever name is.
Yeah.
I can't tell anymore.
No, that's yeah. I don't know.
No, I'm just dumb. I know who it is.
Oh, we don't.
Alright. I'm just gonna hide in this bush and ambush.
Enemy killing spree.
Oh, missed. Ah, they missed too. Got him.
Yeah.
Oh, he got you too. Fuck, but okay.
That's okay. I played it dumb there.
Okay, I'm gonna go back real quick just to play it safe. Yep.
Yeah. I don't think the mana was worth it in the end.
Oh, we got an uplifting fact from Kill in the chat. Yo, Kill, heartwarming fact for the 13 of us. 13 of us? Oh, it dropped down to 13 and then it shut up again. That's so weird that it counts the people. I hide my numbers 9 out of 10 times.
You're already on your third, if that tells you how bad I am at this game.
The brain forms connections faster when you feel safe. So being here in League of Legends, this is not feeling safe. Oh my god. Being here in League of Legends is basically building good vibes in real life too. Because if you feel safe, you form connections faster. We are not safe.
We are very not safe. Oh, hello.
Okay, that is a funny, yeah, a funny uplifting fact in combination with the game. Oh, Gil, do you want to test the flower again of the day? Because, like, I'm still curious. Every time I've seen the flower has been a sunflower, and now I'm just curious if it's just always a sunflower.
Muffin, let's go. I'm gonna go.
Oh! No, the whole team is here. Run for your life. The whole team is. Oh, great. Oh, no. Oh, run. Oh. Okay, you were putting on a good fight, but I wanted to place a ward there and then go back. And the moment I placed the ward, there was an enemy. We were so fucked.
I was gonna go back to help top lane, but that didn't work because I died first.
Okay, I do love the sunflower, so I don't really mind, but then I thought it was a random flower, but it just always picks a sunflower.
I'm gonna go.
You can assist mid a bit, yeah. Oh, top. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go back. Because we are still holding our lane. Okay.
Alright, you guys got that. You can do it. Don't get too low though.
Oh! What
That was
the?
bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here.
Nice. Thank you for the revenge.
Steal the kills. I steal the kills.
Oh, good, because otherwise they might have died. Like, legit, that was not going good. Okay, I'm going back here. We're not gonna lose our tower.
Nope. I bought my boots now.
Good.
I'm 100 points away from completing my bot lane quest. I'm getting out. Uh-oh. They took mid. I think we're losing this matchup. That's good shield you got there.
No. Good job. You got this.
No,
oh.
Dang it. Stress.
Someone get him.
Oh, we're both dead, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We gotta worry. Go for the mid lane. Get back up there. It's hell. Mid lane is gone. It's the whole enemy team.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, there goes the turret.
Yep, scram. Be careful, Yasuo. Yasuo, let it fail.
An enemy is godlike. Enemy killing spree. Only death can break my bones, and I am immortal.
Okay, he's at the dragon now.
Yeah, we can't stop that guy. He's too tough for us. I think.
Yep.
That did all my shot. Why'd you bring it on me? No.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm out of mana.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, I need to level up. Oh my gosh.
I know, right? We're behind in levels.
Okay, I'm not gonna risk this.
Because they can just slap me. Okay, then we gotta just go back really quick. Oh, first heal, jeez.
Almost didn't make it, almost didn't make it. Go, go, go. Through health and mana, I'm just gonna fight to the death.
They are right to be afraid.
Oh. I'm gonna get out of there.
I'll be right
There you go. Oh, I should have done that.
God damn it.
I'm dead.
Oh no, okay. I keep missing, like normally I'm pretty good with my bind, but I keep missing my bind this round. I don't know why, but I just suck with the bind. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
7 to 34.
I'm fucked! Okay, yes. It was getting dark and I should have run, but there was no way to run, so I was like, fuck, 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 fuck. Yep.
I don't think we have much we can really do here to lose. I'm gonna go top lane and see what I can do about that.
Oh god, he's fucked. Oh god, I'm fucked.
I'm on my way. Just run into the turret. I'll be there in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm back. Back again.
Okay, we got this. We got you.
Yeah, I can. I slowed him down, that's all I did.
Yeah, the Garen one is just, yes. Are you gonna surrender? Okay.
I think the problem is with our current team.
Oh my god, look at her! Look at the score!
Yeah.
It was 8 versus 41, Jesus! What? But that Garen just got like a super, I don't know. Did he get feed or something? Why, or was he just very strong? I was shitty. I was really shitty. You were the best of our entire team, Greg.
Was I?
Yes.
Let me look at the stats.
You were amazing.
I did an A+.
I was really shitty.
And I did the best. I did 15,000 damage compared to everybody else.
Okay, but there was a guy that was AFK in our game and then he was back, but he was back.
I did the 3rd best or 4th best in the entire.
Yeah, you were really good.
We're doing another one?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, because that was really, that was like my really shit. Like, I gotta prove myself that I can actually do a little bit. Huh? Wait?
I wanted to change up my
change.
perfect ankle. Could I try being the supporter?
Yeah, shit.
Because you play like a bot laner.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really work well.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's like supporters get money from helping out, not from taking the kills. You could be a bot laner or whatever else you want, and I'll be a supporter.
Ooh. Another dungeon. Okay.
I'm gonna do a dumb. It's gonna be a great dumb, but it's gonna be my dumb.
Okay, now I want to try again, but then I'm gonna play Morgana's bottom instead of a support, yeah. Okay, let me check if they... Okay, while everyone is logging in, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. And I am back right in time. Oh my god, that timing was perfect.
I was gonna try something else, but I picked this character instead.
Hey, ooh. There you go. The top
You
is
might hate me
gone.
forever for it, but yeah. Alright, so you're the bot laner. You're gonna do the fighting against probably Miss Fortune.
I think so.
Yep. Two against Miss Fortune.
Yumi?
Yeah.
Oh, you Yumi.
Yeah, I'm Yumi.
Maybe.
It wasn't
Yeah,
the best
Seraphine.
pick, but I didn't have enough time to pick what I wanted.
Oh, Seraphine and okay.
You got this. You just got solo.
To Summoner's Rift. Yet I trust them more than the divine.
Where am I going? What's happening? Who am I?
Minions have
Yumi.
I'm
Kitty
loving my
cat.
sanity.
Hey, kitty.
Let's go. Let's go get destroyed instantly.
My wings will be the wind. No longer. Do not conflate darkness with evil. I am your darkness. I am your truth.
Oh.
You don't want to be too aggressive as a long range.
Truth is a dark mirror.
I can boost your attack speed and stuff when I shield you.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, don't.
No, I shouldn't have gone back. Okay, go back. Fuck. Okay, I went too far.
I'm weak, but I'm strong enough to hold the turret.
Yes.
Or not.
No, you're doing good.
There's a Warwick on the other thing.
I'm almost back.
Protect me, Lufin, protect me. Ah.
You're good. Ooh, nice. They got greedy.
Yes, they did.
Yay, now I got this one. That is so much faster with minions. Just making sure. Ah, what the fuck? Oh, she's over there, yep. No.
We are shaped by our an ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm at mana, so I can't shield you anymore.
Hmm. Nice.
Right.
No, 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 no. Okay.
I just recall.
Yep. Okay, tower safe. Ah! My gosh. What is Pokemon?
Pokemon, yeah. Just
Gotta
yelling.
catch him up. Oh, okay, catch. Fish, fish. Fish, fish, fish.
Fishy, fishy, fish.
Fish, 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 fish. We're getting the tower. No, no.
That hit hard. That guy's almost dead.
Oh no.
Moving forward, Gary.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh. What? My god, I changed the thing where how I aim, I think, and it's fucking me up.
Only death can break
Fuck yes. Fuck no.
I got you, You're fine. You're chilling. You're cooling. Whatever kids say these days. Although I'm out of mana now, so it might not be cool enough. I got my own so I can kill you.
I find beauty in the shadows.
No, that's not doing. That's not looking great for middle.
I gotta go back, fuck.
Yes we do. But I can't protect you forever.
Ally has been slain. Executed. Once I thought the air above was sweet.
Okay, okay, but we did push back. We did push back.
Yeah. The more I scale, eventually I'm gonna be strong enough to boost you like crazy, and then you'll just melt them. Well, you also have to boost yourself, of course. But
oh, what? Worth go shit yourself? What? Oh my god! I should have hide the chat. My god, I'm happy that the chat is so tiny. Normally I hit the chat, but the chat is weird.
Oh gosh. Can we help him?
No, get in there. Get in there. What are you doing?
Trying to help?
Bree.
I tried to help.
That's okay.
Ah.
Okay, you're good. You're good. I can pray to keep you immortal.
Skin to soil with true grace. I walk so I can feel each fracture of the earth.
Maybe they're in the bush. Oh. They go back.
Probably.
Huh?
Is to be bound.
No, you're
Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good.
I'm out of mana.
No? Yeah. Nope. Nope. Okay, I'm dead red. I got stuck. I got rooted. That was a good combination. What? Gotta find a thing for us to play in League again. We did pretty good bot lane. I know, Grim. I'm playing with Gray now. My god, brain fuck. How are you doing, Grimmy?
Sound exactly the same.
Yeah. I need better music. What? 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 Oh.
An enemy has been slain. Darkness reveals truth.
You'll see her, yeah.
An enemy has been slain. Now you're ready to prowl.
Don't go too aggressive. They're probably in the bush behind you. You never know.
Not even.
Oh, that's alright.
Enemy rampage.
Go aggressive. Go aggressive. Go someone behind you.
Fuck!
Oh, crap.
Oh, they're almost dead. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, and she's running. Oh, nice one. Okay, nice. That was worth it. That was worth it.
Yumi is not strong enough to fight, so I gotta wait for you now.
Same elements got a
I'm
Chris
gonna call and buy an item.
Wait, I can wait for you. Nah.
Wait. I'm gonna buy me something to help you in the long run. This is me. Okay, go. I'm hiding. Just go.
This world is all I have.
What do you mean 3 versus 1?
I'm on my way.
Yay!
I can remove debuffs on you once every couple minutes.
Is unstoppable. Pain is
I'm good.
Ah, Ah. My outfit's ready. Although I don't know if I can out heal the damage taken.
An enemy is dominating.
No. Nice, thank you.
You're not tough. You gotta get tougher.
Yep.
Only problem is I can't see them. My range is farther than my vision. That's a bad idea. I blocked them.
Yeah. Gonna go back?
Up to you.
I don't want to lose a tower.
Oh, I can go help them out.
Okay, nope.
Oh, I barely saved you. Alright, I'll go help him out. You reset yourself.
Yeah.
You're
I did help him because like the guy came from the jungle and I accidentally almost binded him. It was okay. It was, yeah. Jesus.
An ally has been slain.
My sister cauterized her wound in holy fire. Mine remains.
Out.
Let's go help that guy.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh no, is our guy gonna die? Oh yes! Nice.
They all ran off.
Where are they?
Down here.
Get back here, bitch!
Behind you.
I know.
There's one behind you.
I know.
Run.
I know.
Just run, I got you.
Yes! Oh my god, thank you. Okay, going back again, but I did make a kill, and I did chase them away.
Indeed you did. I'll go.
Oh. Like a bit, thank you for rescuing me, like holy shit. You're good, Yumi. My god, this chat.
And
Nice.
this guy's a tough one. Hey, Muffin, can you help us out here?
Yep.
Come. Let's head there.
And we're just gonna come with him because Miss Fortune is waiting for us there. Nice.
Poor thing.
No. I don't like Heimerdinger.
Yeah, who does? It's not as bad as this, though. Hey, don't steal his dungeon kill.
Sorry.
Help that guy. I'll go for Seraphine.
Yeah, but... Ah!
We got her. There's two of us on her. Oh, turret, run! I'm gonna think, oh, that's not ours. Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh. I went a little too far, maybe.
I need 100 more gold before I can... Oh, Miss Fortune is our tower.
I'm going back to our lane.
Cut through the jungle, otherwise she's gonna have teammates there and stuff.
Hey, Justin! Hi, thank you for your check-in. What are you today? A maca almond? No? Yeah, maca almond.
Waka?
Mid lane under attack. Wanna go mid lane?
Yeah.
Let's recall and go there. I'm gonna recall.
Oh.
I gotta buy something anyway.
Oh, but they're all going back in mid lane as well, I think. Maybe we can just continue pushing bot.
You build spell power. Alright, I'll work on this one next.
Okay, I'm gonna help mid a little bit. How are you, Justin? Hellos, hellos.
Whoa. Muffin behind you. There's a Warwick in the woods. We don't like a Warwick in the woods. Those are scary and mean. Be careful, he might rip your face off in an instant. Oh, there he goes. He's probably going for our Mordekaiser, who is currently being destroyed by their Fizz. I don't think we're winning this one with how their builds are looking.
Run.
I protect you.
And cool. What?
Yeah, he's really strong.
Yeah.
Hey, they're little. We can't. Muffin, we can't take him. We gotta go.
No, I know. I was just trying to slow him down, or at least the minions.
They're high. He's level 15. You can't hurt him.
I know. If he comes closer, run.
Go help. No,
Okay, nope.
I just did enough to heal him, so be careful.
Oh, nope. There's nope. What do I do?
Sit in the turret and look scary. Like you're fighting a bear. Pretend you're scary. Oh, he's dead. Nothing. No.
Okay, be right back.
I was gonna save him, and you ran away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I'm just gonna die.
My gosh. I'm stressed today. Okay, I'm gonna save our turret on the bot for a second. Oh my gosh.
That was a suicide mission.
An ally has been slain.
No, not surrender yet. We can come back. I trust in our comeback.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
Okay.
Okay, I push bot again. Okay, let me scroll back chat.
It's the only thing we can really fight around here because out there going dragon.
Good, I'm you. Okay, Justin. Good to hear you good. And I see a lot of fishing, a lot of dungeons, a lot of everything. My God.
I'm dead. Goodbye.
No. Oh my gosh. They're fast and fun, boy.
They're all so strong. Look at the difference already. They're all level 16 to 11, and our strongest is 13. And he's getting destroyed by that guy. I'm pretty sure the other guy's feeding the enemy team. Like, he just runs into the whole team.
Hi from us. Like our Mordekaiser. He just died.
They killed Baron. They just killed Baron. So they're strong now. They just got a huge boost from killing that dragon.
Like, what the hell? But is the Mordekaiser, is he just bad? Is he throwing? What is going on? Huh?
Our team is trying, but it's too late.
Yeah, but look at that Mordekaiser from us. Like, he has literally only deaths.
They're pushing. Yeah, some people aren't as good. I mean, to be fair, I'm 1-1.
Yeah, but I'm also not that good, but he has like 0, 10, 0.
Yeah. Some people just aren't good at all. Like me, for instance.
Why are the minions? Oh, that's because of the Baron, no?
I think we could take them.
Both?
Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe she's got a crit build. The Seraphim will be wrecked. The Misfortune will destroy it in seconds.
I think there are 3, no?
No,
Or
there's
2?
just the 2 of them. Yeah, there's just the 2 of them. The Seraphim is weak. The Misfortune is strong. If we take her out first...
Oh, they ran away.
Go.
Fuck! Fuck! She kept healing her.
Yeah, they already took the middle without us. Our Yasuo is telling the Mordekaiser to stop playing Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Want to try another one?
Oh. God damn it. We were doing okay-ish. I'm also like a little bit too scaredy cat. Like I play too careful and then sometimes I go randomly too far. But the times I should push more.
So I'm wondering if you want to go for another round. Do you want to flip the
Yeah, one more.
Alright, go middle. They're about to attack us from behind. Yeah, there's the Warwick. If we can take that big bad wolf down, we'll win. There's our scariest guy. Dead. So if we can do something about those 2, then we're pure gold. Awesome. Now for those 2 on top. Be very careful around him.
Oh, god damn it.
I got you.
Nice, thank you.
Yep, what I do. Yeah, basically, the farther away you are from him when he uses that move, the more damage it does. Alright. And he also has a jump ability. I'm just gonna keep you alive.
Nice. Thank
you. I can heal you with a metric ton. We need the echo. Wait for he just ran away.
I think Mordekaiser might be lagging as well, like he's moving weird.
No, he might be a bot or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye, bot.
We gotta worry about that fish guy. The fish guy. Yeah, just back up in normal days. Can't protect you that much. There's no amount of protection that you can use on that. Stop him from hitting you one on one. Because he's mean.
Yeah, we did.
And he also has extreme armor piercing.
We did that.
No longer catch people.
Trying to win my honor.
That's alright.
But we did that. What? How would... Oh my god, they're still doing the dragon. Okay, that's just rubbing it in our face. That's not nice.
Pretty much, yeah. Come on, kill. Yes. Get him, Yasuo, get him.
I think Mordekaiser is a bot, yeah.
The Yasuo just took out the strongest guy. Yeah, we lost him.
GG's.
Where'd he come from?
GG easy, wow.
I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of something real quick. If that's okay.
Yep. Oh, not that great. Not that bad, but not great. What the hell? Will you vote? Oh. Which option will win? Ooh. I think that one. Yeah. Everyone, we do have a poll, an exciting poll, a guild poll. Make sure to vote. Is it going to be that one, this one, or that one, or none of the above? Oh, and a Dungy. Okay, what do you guys think? Is this a bot? Like, he didn't lose every other game with that bad of a count, but he does have a lot of 0.00000. Like, that he does like the minimum is just 3 minutes. But the other team gave up.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
No worries. Like, do you think that guy was a bot or not? I'm.
Well, let's look at his 2,000 damage. Fight. You never know. Did you leave? Alright, you're just in the menu thing.
Yeah. Whoa, that was quick. Damn.
Holy moly. I didn't even get time to look up a character to try.
My God. Okay, wait. What am I bought? I don't know yet. It was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of sticking now with the thing that you do, like just not banning anyone. But it's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's more fun, unless you hate something.
Well, yeah, I do hate Blitz. But so far, we haven't run into any Blitz, so we're good.
I'm gonna try something. Hold on a moment.
Fish. Oh, they banned Seraphine, okay. I haven't been doing that good as Morgana. I don't know if I should just pick someone really different, but... Are you gonna do Yumi again?
No, I'm gonna try something dumb.
Who's that?
Orn. He's a
Nah, fuck it. Yeah, maybe. No, we're sticking with it. I was switching between her and Lux and Fortune, but now.
This guy really isn't really a supporter, so I don't know how badly this is gonna go. I don't really see a supporter on their team yet. I see a bot laner, but I don't know who their maybe Malas are. No, that's a mid laner. Pike and Briar and Malphite a top laner. So we're about to get really interesting here. You know.
Wait. We have Fortune and who else against us?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering, because like 2 of them are known junglers, and one of them's a known top lane, and one's a known mid lane. Pike. So it looks like there's gonna be 2 strange supporters. Because I'm normally a supporter, and I'm normally a tank, and he's normally a jungler. I mean, he's probably just gonna assassinate a lot, so.
Maybe Briar? No.
No. He's playing Pike. That is weird. In my opinion.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We may fall today, but still we persist.
Minions have spawned.
You ready to die, Muffin?
Yes.
Give us that glorious death. Woo. This Pike's gonna be a nightmare. There.
Yep, they're here. Ooh.
I found your dance partner.
Nice. Was a little gift. Oh, look out.
Yeah, he's got a chain frags people.
Okay. I do have my bind under control again, so that's good.
I might be doing a little better.
No.
Kill that guy.
I got you. No!
Yeah, it's okay.
Aw. I thought I got you.
It's whatevs. It's whatevs. Oh, you barely got that. Yeah, the neat trick about my passive is I can build while I'm on things, so if I'm gonna go back to the shop. So I can like buy items out here.
Okay. Trying to run. What? Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm almost no health, but yes. Nice. Okay, now we can push back.
I thought you died. Wow.
No, I made it. I'm so proud. Okay, wait. What was the result? Was I the only one that voted? No. It's a 50-50 between this one and none of the above. Interesting. Are the results as you thought they were? Kill.
Are you happy with the results?
What's going on?
That kill started a poll. But what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be this one? That one? Oh no, this one, or none of the above? Very interesting. Little social experiment. Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Fuck.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
This build isn't looking like it was gonna go. I thought it would be better.
Oh, you're there, but you're good. But they were mean. Oh.
Yeah, that you got some stuns on it.
Like I keep rooting him, and that's the only reason that he's not getting me. But he is trying to. They're meanies.
Yeah, it just makes me keep dodging and leaving when you can't see him. Because he's gonna pull you in and just gonna toss you in like a grinder.
Fuck. I'm dead. Okay, no. Oh, maybe?
No. They hit too hard.
Fuck, okay, try. No, maybe, no. Yes, no.
Almost.
Okay, we're going straight back. We got this. Hey! What? Slacker in pink? Slacker in pink is a good girl? Oh!
There you go.
Yeah. You redeemed a good girl. Then you hear the like, you're a good girl, in like the typical book talk voice. Like the nice, deep voice. Ackburn picked it herself, so that's why it's called the Good Girl Born one. I dedicated this one to Born, not just like the nut is dedicated to Silk. But as I said, like I've had a good boy redeem forever, so it's only fitting that I also have a good girl redeem, right?
Did he just waste his?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he was aiming for me, but I hit. Like we just gotta stay behind the poopies. The poopies. Morning. Whatever. They're not in the bush, no. Are we gonna grab him?
He's in the turret. So be careful, he might pull you in there. That's the whole...
I know, he's trying. Yep. Oh! No! Okay, I'm out. Are you gonna make it?
I didn't. I clicked and chose the wrong move.
I'm just running. Wait, let me play Creepy in the meantime.
I died, but I got some good damage in. Yeah, they're both going for critical builds, so basically we gotta armor up, otherwise we're just gonna get melted.
Okay.
I'm gonna go help out our Dermar real quick.
Okay. I think I can hold them off at least.
Enemy killing spree.
They're leaving. They're going towards me now. Something. They're probably gonna find me in the woods and kill me. Oh, they're going for the dragon.
Oh.
Can we go for the dragon? I think we go for the dragon.
You can do dragon. Oh, perfect timing. I got my ult.
Yeah, there they are.
Yep, they have me. Never mind. Run! It's three. Ooh. You got backup? No, you're dead. Oh god, run, person, run. Teammate, go.
I thought I'd slow them down and see if somebody else had to use, but nobody did.
No! Oh god.
Okay.
Our teammate is also dead now.
I got him. There's no way. Go. Come on. Yes! Come on,
Nice!
Kindred. Come on, Kindred.
Oh no, he's dead.
Come
No, you got it, you got it, you got it, you got it. Oh, it's good. Fuck yeah.
I shall show them what it is to fall.
Okay, but this is... We win this easily. The other team still has more kills. I don't know. They shouldn't be cocky.
I can't. Not that.
Fuck.
I think I'm dead now.
Yeah, no, maybe run. Yes. The pulling is really annoying because he gets in the other way. So even if I like lock him, he can still do damage. Normally, if I lock them, I can get away, but that doesn't work for that guy.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, music. Ah, my gosh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the treating from Pamdo, by the way. Blacker pink. I could trade you.
Alright, I'm gonna go top lane. You're gonna get a new new support.
Okay. Oh no. Trying to practice with getting like the last hit. Not that good yet. Nice, I dodged his hook. Okay, I'm just gonna wait because if he pulls me and I'm dead. Just gonna let them deal with those. Okay, nope.
An ally has been slain.
Nah. No, you don't.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck, I locked him. Get him. Damn. Oh. No, he's gone. Oh.
It's our top laner.
Fuck, I locked him in place. That should have got him in, but no. No, that one is that too. No, okay. Oh, yes. Who is that?
It's my I traded places with them because they were having trouble with our
Comrade! Oh, we got a comrade rate. Comrade and meow.
Welcome, Seven
Hey, I'm
from
back here
Comrade
now.
Space
Welcome
God.
back,
Ty for
Remy.
joining us.
Hi,
Feel
comrade.
free
I'm
to
in the
drop
middle
a
of
in
trying
chat
to
and get
not
cozy.
die.
If you'd like to see more of
So
this
I'm
muffin,
sorry, like,
don't
wait.
forget to
If
follow.
any of my mods, wait. Can any of my mods give comrade like a big shouty, like a / shout out? Thank you so much. Hello, Hadi. How's the evening? It's been good. We started with some Mecha Chameleon. This was week. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Sorry. As I said, trying to stay alive as well. And they are being meanies. Okay, he's coming back. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Okay. He died. Okay. But it's been good. How was your stream? Did you have a good day? Good stream? Good everything? There you go. Okay, let me refer. Yeah, you can tell me yes or no or whatever. Yes. Yes. Yes, it was a good stream. We did Mecha Chameleon first, then we switched to Repo. We did Repo with 4 ladies. It was a lot of chaos. It was a lot of giggling. It was a lot of yelling and screaming.
Sounds terrifying.
Yeah. 4 ladies screaming like, like just running around. And then one of us screamed, the other one just screamed as well, so that was crazy. It was amazing. I love it. Yep. I humped Eggborn in the closet. Yep. Good memories. Good memories. Yep. Good recommendations. But we had fun, Noise. What were you doing? Were you playing some turkey? Fuck you. We cannot really pull because he keeps pulling us in and it's mean. Okay, running. Ooh. This is our chance. Nice! This is it. Now we can finally push. Ooh, we're gonna do dragon? Okay, yes. Everyone is dead. We're gonna do dragon. Lol. Prove it. Well, what's the thought back? It was a lot of fun. Yep. We did League. Yeah, we also played League. Yep. Because Eggborn streams League a lot, but I didn't play League today with Eggborn, but we played Repo as well the other day. But then super modded with like the hats mod as well, where you have like all the customization. Oh, that's so good. But what are you doing? Oh, have a great night, my favorite Muffin. Thank you, comrade. You too, have a great I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. Okay, you too, have a great rest. Wait, let me light this smoky for you. I hope they come back. Yeah, that one was for you. And thank you so much for coming here with the raid. I appreciate you. Yeah, like a secondhand smoke, you know? You know that trick? Oh, I've learned the trick from someone. That if you do like reverse and then you can blow the smoke in someone else's mouth and my god, I don't know if you ever did that, but that that hits different.
That's pretty suspicious.
Why?
That sounds pretty sus, man.
Yeah, it is pretty close. I don't know. Oh, are you going for it?
No, I can't. There's too many of them. Oh, maybe. Maybe it's just those. No, it's all three of them. Although we got our friend.
Nope. Fuck you. No, that. Don't fight back. Yeah, we die. We're good. It's time I get to kiss my cute friends. Oh. Yeah, it's like I get to kiss my cute friends. Yeah. So yeah, one person puts a smoke like, and then you get real close, and then the other one. So it's like eating spaghetti together. That's a good comparison. But then like you get like this second hand like hit, and oh my gosh, you fly to the moon, man. It's good.
Enemy killing spree.
Your lady, I'm the tramp. Yes. You get it. Oh. Yeah, sorry, but yeah, that was, yeah. Fuck you!
Fuck you, stupid bird.
I'm not getting her. Nope.
An enemy has been slain.
No, she gone. But I pushed him back. That's something. That's always something. Sorry, we're kissing. Sorry, Gray.
What?
Gray's like, what's happening? I'm just playing League here. Sorry for traumatizing you, Gray. Here you sit.
Love you. Just a judgment. Oh god, no! 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 I tried to be a smartass. Run! Oh, that's right. Oh. Run, run, and run, friend. Oh, they're gonna die. They're gonna die. They're dead. No! Oh! Run! Oh, you're so dead. He's dead. Yep.
I can slow him down.
Oh, that was sad. I got cheeky. He doesn't want the kisses. Oh, by the way, come and look. I have a tiny ponytail.
Oh, interesting.
But it's yeah. It looks like I still have like just a bowl cut, but I have a tiny ponytail now. My hair is growing.
I might try top lane next.
Maybe we help mid a little bit. We did push bot already. Like we destroyed. Everyone is here. That's fun. Get some kills for us. Nice. Nice. Okay, that was good.
Yeah, they keep pulling me out of... You were pushing way too far ahead for...
Yeah, I know. Scared.
Watch out for that guy. He's mean. He's immune to magic.
Nope.
Nope.
Like he is kind of low, but I don't trust him. Yay!
Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm just gonna build up my armor and then
Nope. Run, 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 run. I just went back and I let my whole team die, but otherwise I would be dead. I will be defending here. Yeah, we're good. Okay, come right if you need to ready to run and just get some sleepy EPs. Get some sleepy EPs. Yep. Try to save ya. Yeah, I just ran. I'm sorry.
I just used myself as a meat shield to try to slow the enemy team down, but they just ran past me like I wasn't important.
Oh no.
I get paid 90 seconds because of my power. Yeah.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Hey, we're doing good. We're doing good. Up. I'll be the meat shield. Oh no.
Taking Baron.
Ah. Oh, he's silenced my butt.
Oh, they took Baron. I am way behind. They took Baron. Why I was saying they were taking Baron.
Oh, what the fuck was that? Okay, we got backup coming in. No. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh, but they got more people coming in here too. Okay, maybe just back off. Yeah, go back where they don't. Okay, I'm just running back. It's Squeaker. Yeah.
I find it stifling. Enemy rampage.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice. And you've been here for a while, but oh my god, they're chasing mid all the way down.
Yeah, I did my best to slow them down.
If you have a way, just keeping them. Oh no!
No, 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 no. Die. Die. Oh no. Okay, this is GG. Okay, we were doing better, but it's no
I'll slow him down, you son of a gun.
I got him 1 of 9. Fuck.
As long as I can slow him down on the turrets. I can't do much else outside the turrets. I'm just a wee baby.
Wee baby.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna win. They're all higher level than us. Even our strongest guy is close.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to distract them at least, yeah.
Yeah, I can slow him down and be a meat shield. Because my 3,000 health and armor.
Did not fall from grace. I leapt. Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm gonna go stop him. I'll slow him down.
My wings remember the wind. No longer.
I think they're gonna attempt dragon again.
They could. I think they're all piercing.
Okay, but I did distract them for a little bit. That slowed them down.
Yeah. No.
I hate that. No. He kills me like right next to the tower. His range is insane. The fuck?
It's not even the range. It's those two built crit builds, so basically like they just touch you and you die.
Yeah, but like he silences me, so I cannot do anything. And then yeah, it just he sucks me. He sucks. Yeah, no, no, yeah. My gosh.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Come here, Malphite. I know you want to go. Where you at? Where you at, son?
Fuck yeah.
That might have been a bad choice. Because I thought there would be more, but his other teammates left behind.
Like if they all get cocky and we slay him in base and then the thingies regenerate. We might have like a fighting chance, but it is gonna be really hard. Like
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as my heart.
Look, I almost have enough money to buy a thing I need.
Nice.
Thorns armor.
We are the sum of our mistakes. An enemy is dominating. An enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill.
Okay, I'm gonna distract them some more.
No, just sit back, just do the turrets and try to stun as many people as you can. Slow stun, whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna destroy the top tower and then come back home.
No,
Maybe it's too late.
Go back.
It's too late. Yeah. Like I saw them coming, but I was all the way at the top and I was like, okay, fuck, but yeah, no, everyone's dead.
Hey,
the whole team was there.
Can I time out that guy?
What?
The guy in your chat. Read the chat before I threaten or ban or... There's a first-time chatter in your chat. The chat makes me want to ban them, but I know I'd ask you first.
If that is your introduction...
May I ban? Time out? What's the plan?
Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and start with a timeout, then give him a second attempt. But if the second attempt is the same, then you are free to do yeah. You execute your mod powers. Like that's not how we start a conversation here. Like I appreciate first time chat, but you can try again. We're giving you a second chance. Thank you, thank you. Okay, do you want to do maybe run ARAM or something?
Sure.
Like refresh.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you because I wasn't looking at chat, but yeah.
Yeah.
How's
Yeah,
that?
I know you're not a fan of your mods just banning of their own free will, so I checked first with you. I personally
No,
don't
but
care.
yeah, that is a valid answer. Let's just say it like that.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to do ARAM Mayhem or just ARAM? I forget the difference every time.
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I think if Mayhem is with the cards, maybe we're just gonna do normal. Yeah.
Normal.
Nope.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, my back. Looks like my cousins are playing.
Hmm?
I just see you, and then everybody else is my cousins. They're all playing together.
That's Kiwi.
Yeah, that's the only reason I play this game, really. Because they all play it.
What?
My lungs.
Oh, don't die.
And
Okay, are you ready? Do you need a breaky or should we go?
yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
Yeah.
If you need a break, go ahead.
I'm good. Oh, hyper. My god, it was quick. Like every time, like 5 seconds. Holy shit. Good.
I don't know how to play either of these guys.
What is that? This. What do you do?
I'm taking Fiora.
Who's this?
Yeah, I'm really good with Fiora, so.
Ooh. Yeah, okay, I'm going with the monster.
Gnar.
Joe, I don't know how to pronounce him. Cho'Gath?
Cho'Gath is a tank.
But it's like, okay, if you do the ult and you eat someone, you gain maximum health.
Well, yeah, you gain maximum health and size.
That sounds awesome.
I'm going with Fiora because she's cool.
He looks cool.
I would have gone with Ornn, but I'm like, against whatever this is.
What is that for some? Yura, Akali. Everyone has so many skins.
Yeah. I don't have any skins.
I have 2, I think. 2 or 3. Okay, there we go. Yup.
Off we go. I haven't played her in a minute, so I might be a little loosey.
Pushing them back.
No, they're under turret, so it's not really a push. It's more of a waiting game for who tries.
Yeah. Like whoever does damage first. Oh.
Okay. careful, you're getting a little beat up.
Yeah, that was a waste.
Dang. Oh, what? That's not important. Nightmare is that? I think we're winning the push, but the turret's keeping them safe for now.
Yeah, we're doing good. Ooh, almost. Almost. Nice.
We got two.
Oh.
Yeah, heal up. Alright, back up. Got too much AoE. My hand is cramping.
What does my E? Ooh! That does my E, okay.
Yeah, your E shows a bunch of spikes forward, I think.
Yeah.
I know your Q is like a push up. Oh, your E is your good one.
E is nice. Oh, yes.
Your E shoots a little thing, but also speeds up your attack and gives them more damage.
Yeah, it's nice.
Almost got that kill. Got that kill though. I'm tempted to hit their tower a little bit, but I'm trying to die in this process. Oh, beautiful hit from the Misfortune.
Nice. Yeah. We're doing two. Oh shit! Okay, but I wanted to die.
There you go, guys. The two rookies.
I walked one step too far, but yeah.
Well, I'm starting to build items now, though, so I should be getting good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love Fiora.
Nope. Oh, that was a waste, but okay. Okay. We're doing good.
We're doing great.
Oh, I died. Oh, you died too. But now we can shop.
I'd say we're doing great and then I get wrecked.
Yeah, okay, don't I already said, don't curse it. Don't jinx it. Like knock.
What did I do?
Oh, where am I going?
That is dumb.
Oh! Fuck, I wanted to eat him. Okay, I got an assist, but I wanted to eat him.
I didn't know what my ability does. Apparently it teleports through the person you hit with it, so I just got launched into the middle of the fight.
We're still doing good. Got their tower.
An enemy has been slain.
Got enough.
Nope.
We got you. You protect.
Okay, we're good, we're good.
If like you're about to get attacked. Yeah, just stay back with the rest of the team if you see them all. See the whole team leaving an area.
Ah. Yep.
I got stuck in that like an idiot. Might as well just swing it. Worth it.
Silence again. No, I'm just trying to see like what skill does what. Like, I think this is my first time playing.
Your Q charges up and then launches in the air.
Yeah, W is like silence.
And your E is your go-to stat because it boosts your attack speed and damage on your regular hit. But don't get into the turret. That's how you die. Just stay back for the rest. The person was back, that's okay. Let's push. Here, I'll stand in front of you. I can cancel the moves. I can take one of them on. I'm tempted to rush, but I know they're gonna red me.
Ah, ooh.
I got you.
Ah, ooh, yes. Just ooh. Leak sound effect. Oh!
I got you.
Holy fuck. Did I eat him? No. I need to eat someone.
I killed them all.
Oh wait, wrong one. God damn it. Forget. Okay, but oh, I'm so low health.
Yeah, just sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
Yep.
You can fight too.
No.
I'm not here yet, so.
Scared. Okay. Can I eat someone? No! Okay.
Am I carrying this right now?
Yes.
No, that one got me.
You were.
I'm at 9.5. I'm starting to scale.
I have a lot of assists, but I'm still discovering this one, so I suck, okay?
Right now, so it makes sense.
You're really good. Yep.
Yeah. She's my main character.
I'm a little man. Oh no.
I'm on my way. Run, Luffy.
Oh no.
Back up. I need the turret.
Yeah, I silenced them for a little bit. Nope. Wanna eat someone. Whoa. Nice. Oh. Nice. Nice.
I am the sweat. I'm the sweaty from sweat.
Very good. Fuck, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh.
Just put him out with me, that's all that matters. Rar. Whatever.
Rar.
What nonsense. I'm currently 13 and 6, which means I'm taking out a third of the entire team's kills.
I am like 0. I'm 6. I'm 16. So I assist a lot.
You're doing a lot of assists. I'm doing the kill moves. You're doing the everything else move. I'm just stealing your kills at this point. Oh, those guys are so good at killing. I'm so tempted to just run in there and kill them all. I could do it. I could definitely kill them. It wouldn't be hard. Those two healthy guys, though, those are the problem. Do what I dare you, unfortunately.
I want to eat. I feel to eat someone.
I'm ready to build my anti-fighter move. Although I think we're set. I think we're just gonna kill him. Now the dumb play on me.
Why didn't? Well, I did eat him, but he died after. What? What? It still didn't count. God damn it. I tried. I think the person didn't try again, by the way. I think he might have left.
Yeah. Well, I just won the game.
Good job! Everyone, applause for Green. Wait.
Well, Muffin did most of the work.
No, I have like a shit ton of assists and that's it. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Exactly, it means you did all the work. I just got an F+. Alright, let's see I did 30,000 damage.
I gotta see. I was not that good. I helped a lot, but
You were up there.
Eh.
You're up there.
Like
C's not bad. C's get degrees, as the people say.
Like I think it was my first time playing Cho'Gath, so yeah.
I got 17.6. 30,000. You got 18 assists out of. So you basically did like half the game.
Yeah, you have 17 and 17, so okay, one more.
Sure, I'll do as many as you want. Well, until I pass out.
Yeah, same. Like everything, maybe 1 or 2, and then
It's like 6 a.m. for you, isn't it?
It's 5:30.
5. I was
Yeah.
thinking in reverse.
Yeah, 5:30, so almost like half an hour before 6.
Yeah, it looks like the guy's gone. I think I can still ping him, which means he might be lurking. But yeah, maybe he's calmed down.
Yeah. Like he's welcome to lurk, he's welcome to watch. But that's not how you enter like a channel for the first time. You need to have some type of manicure, right? A little bit. Otherwise I have to spray everyone the whole time. We need to add a bunk one for you.
Sure.
So you can bunk people.
Yeah. Okay, we're already up.
Full stretch. Okay, wait. Let me first.
Ready up.
Sensor. Okay.
I have no idea how to play either of these games.
Straight. Okay, thank you.
All the good options were taken. Bull creep. No,
What?
I'll take Spain.
Should I do Karma or should I do Briar? I don't know.
Sure.
It's like vampire. I'm gonna test. I think I might have played Briar one or twice, but once or twice.
Briar's an assassin.
Is it
She
nice?
she does a lot of quick running in, hitting like a semi-charge and then running out. Because she's like a glass cannon, you know, like low health, high damage. Then we have another. We have two mages, 2 assassins, and a tank. And they have a tank, like 5 mage and 4 mages or some nonsense. I think.
Are we
I don't know how to
playing?
play this game. I've never played it before, so I make no promises about being good. Okay, so I go Q, W.
It is canon.
This is probably gonna be my difficult match.
Stop, 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 stop. Okay, thank you. I forgot the blood frenzy just chases the people completely. That's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, they have too many mages on their team. So it's tricky to get. So they basically have the advantage of range. We're all close range people mostly.
Yeah.
Doesn't help much. Oh,
Stop, 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 stop. Yeah.
sorry, my friend. I tried to save you, but Anna did.
If I
That's
were-
probably gonna be a hard one, you know.
You can also stop the black frenzy, right? Yes. I keep chasing and then I just chase into the turret. Like I fucking kill myself like this. This is not good.
Why are you so tanky? What health does this man have? Oh yeah, this is gonna be a rough fight for me. I didn't know any of the champs.
Stop! This is what I mean. I keep chasing.
Yeah, the only problem with her is she goes feral and starts chasing things down.
Yeah, it just lost like a shit ton of time. Like I have to wait with that attack. It's like I keep chasing them like right up until almost the turret's like where everyone is and then I just die. So it's just yeah.
The thing is, I
No.
have to get close to my ability well, but I can't get close without getting destroyed.
I have to stop the attack, but then still she keeps chasing for a little bit. Like I don't get it.
Basically, I crave one 13-minute tick. Come with me. Gee, really?
Okay.
Oh my Jesus, where am I? Oh, what the?
You're in hell.
Briar. Yeah. So your old launches you at the enemy, which is fucking awesome, don't get me wrong, but... What? Like, I just shot into their turret, like... How do you use those abilities in a good way? I don't know.
One hit by myself. Almost did. Almost.
Yep. Yep. Ray, I learned a wise lesson. I should have not picked Briar. Like,
It's okay. I shouldn't have picked Darius, but I did. Because I thought he was better. But I think I'm building. I think I'm getting stronger. That guy just killed himself. Pretty much.
Yep.
That's a mean looking turret. It's just a big gun. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
How can they put that bomb?
Ah, my God.
Took him with me. So the man.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
As long as you can die swinging, it's okay.
Uh-oh.
Well, 4 seconds. 4 seconds I can buy my next item. Brutal.
And we chased them all away.
Yeah, they're just regrouping. They're probably gonna wreck our face in a second.
Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. I don't get Briar. I'm just gonna say I don't get Briar. Like, I follow the people, but then I just die because I keep chasing them in all the enemies, and I cannot really do anything. I just suicide myself.
I'm currently 3 to 7. How about you?
1 to 7, but I have 9 assists.
Yeah, I only got 11.
No, not the
I'm
bomb.
sure I can solo the entire enemy team except for that crocodile.
Oh. This is what I mean. Now I go in frenzy mode and then I just fucked. I'm just fucked. I can't do shit. Like I keep moving back. I'm trying to cancel it, but then I'm just stuck and I'm blah, 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 blah. And I know I'm just I'm just not getting it, but yeah. Ultra ball. Oh my gosh. I wish. Okay, catch. Okay, catch. Okay, let me give you guys a dungy. Dungy for all the lurkies. My god, but I'm doing real bad.
We don't know where they're lurking. That's where they're lurking.
Yeah, kill training Dungy. No, stop. This is what I mean. Now I canceled it, but I just keep going and then I get stuck. Because I get stunned and then, yeah. And I keep trying. Yeah.
And got too far, but in the end.
Okay, I need my music again.
The music.
No, is it?
Swain for the carry, for real. I just need to get close enough to reach them, but I just get pelted by spells the entire time. You know? How can they all get the wreck?
Ooh. Now we got all the heals. Ooh.
Oh, we got the quarter.
Ooh.
Here they come. Yeah,
We're just sending waves of minions at them until they come at us. Stop it.
They wait for the big strong tank.
Ooh.
I'm going out swinging. You're welcome, guys. I went swinging.
Nice.
And now for me to start doing the big damage. I think that he's building health and armor. Lifesteal.
Am I gonna get him yet? Yes!
Yes.
I did my ult and I got him. But I'm so dead now. Oh my gosh.
That's great. Just back up. I don't know why I'm slower than the speed now.
Ooh, heal.
out, moving. I'm going for you. But I'll slow him down and die crying. But he's getting too far for me. If you know. Oh, he's got that. He's building lifesteal.
Yep, I'm dead.
Yeah, he's building AoE swinging lifesteal with a lot of health and magic resistance.
Gosh.
Enemy killing spree.
So basically he can smack all of us, and every time he smacks something he regains health off of it. That's gonna be a trick.
Enemy rampage.
Thank you, turret. Oh, I lived that. I took him with me. Or I didn't. I took him down. Which I didn't think I could do. I think I might have built something that stops him from healing with previous wounds.
And he.
I died very fast.
I was close, but no.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Like, I have to time it right, like, because I have to recast, and then the next recast, that is the heal. So then if I balance it right or time it right, then it should work, basically, but...
I'm watching. I basically made the entire rest of the team run away. There we go, buddy. That explodes in all directions. Ah. Run away.
Oh my god, I'm on a rampage. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh no, I'm dying. Oh.
Yeah,
I was doing good for a little bit, but no.
Yeah.
Nope.
I think I need to build something to get. I think I need to build armor and lifesteal so I can counter his lifesteal. You know?
No.
You know?
No.
You know what I'm talking about. We'll see
Maybe.
if I build a Thorn now and boost my armor.
Like, I feel like we're better, but they have more kills.
We're slowly catching up with them. They were going ahead of us for a while there. We're pushing them all the way back now. Yeah, we got 30 seconds to charge them and we can heal.
Everyone is dead.
No, the entire enemy team is. We just gotta wait for the minions to catch up.
Oh, he's just attacking. Okay, he's just tanking. Okay.
Why am I tanking? I don't want to be a tank. No, I'm the tank of the group. I don't want to tank. What do you take me for? An ankle tank?
Oh my god, we're pushing hard.
I love how I'm building my entire build against one guy because the entire rest of the team sucks.
No, 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 no. Run! Fuck that.
Nah, this one plays moons.
Oh, we're all dead.
So we basically
Yep.
just gotta hope that we can last for 20 to 30 seconds. We have one person from Riley who could slow him down. Also, the minions are slowing them down a lot. So I think we're good.
Our minions are still slowing them down, and they lost 2 people, and one is half dead. They're healing up every time. Our first guy is already back. I'm back in 8 seconds. Yeah, they're not gonna push.
We got 2 more people already coming in.
Yeah, we're good.
We got our whole team going.
Yay. Oh, yes. Nice.
Back here, you.
Yeah, we're stronger. Like.
Yeah, I'm building an item specifically to counter his entire build. Basically, his build is tanking physical damage from me, while also regenerating and hitting all of us. So my build is magic damage, and I resist his attack. And also something from magically healing from him for 3 seconds. So basically his entire build is healing. I'm getting ready for it. Well, the team's... Oh, their team's bad.
Ah. Stop.
I can just spam my ultimate as long as I kill the person with it. Holy crap. Isn't that crazy, Muffin?
Yep.
Literally, I can spam my ultimate as long as I kill the person with it.
That is fucking insane.
I literally just killed 3 people in a row just by using, like, whooping.
You're way too overpowered by this point. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. The only person on their team who can stop me is the turrets combined with their crocodile. And even then, I'm not going to be able to beat him by buying his item next time I die. Well, I'm going to die just thinking about it. Yeah, we're in. It doesn't matter at this point. They can't stop us.
Oh my god, I killed someone with the attack that I cannot handle normally. Oh my god, finally. I'm dying. Oh.
Wait, did they push us back?
They're pushing back?
They pushed us back. Good for them.
And that's what you get for dying right now.
I'm gonna build life steal just to prove
He said I just want to die just because. Yeah, but then they have hope again.
Yeah, I wanted to have fun. I wanted to have a little more fun, so I died.
Oh my. Oh my.
I am now an unstoppable god.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, okay.
I have 5,000 HP, I have armor up the wazoo, I can heal myself,
What
spend
cookies?
myself. I'm slow, but I'm unstoppable. I don't think the entire team is perfect. Oh, never mind, that can actually really hurt me a lot. I'm impressed. I really miss That's depressing. I'm like, ooh, look at me.
They're trying to push back hard. Fuck. I fucked up the thing again. I cannot do it with too many people around. If there's just 1 or 2 or something, then Now you can time it perfectly, and then you can do like the vampiric bite and stuff, and then recharge your stamina. Yum 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 yum. Oh, your health.
What are we looking at for the enemy builds? They're basically all just spamming magic power. Except for him. I'm trying to see what build was properly done.
Okay, we got this. We got this. No, 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 no. Okay. Resurrecting, resurrecting. Yep. Nice.
I could spam it forever.
Oh my god.
It doesn't matter. I just stab and win. Stab, and win. I said stab.
GG's. This was a good game. This was a really good game.
That was a rough one.
Like they were ahead like a lot by kills and stuff at the beginning, but yep, you are an unstoppable god. Yep.
Alright, you and Swain. Swain did good. I should 10,000 damage. I got a B+. How about you?
What did I have? Ooh, I got champion mastery up.
Oh my god, they did 98,000 damage. 98,000 damage. That is monstrous.
Okay, I didn't do too bad.
Yeah, you did good. You were
well, not good, but not too bad.
5,000. You got second to last. That's pretty good comparing the fact that the team and our team had monsters. Like, look at those damage numbers. I've never seen anybody with higher than like 60,000. That guy had almost 100. That is dumb. Anyway.
Okay, I do want to do maybe one final one. But then I'm gonna take a turbo breaky to grab a drink.
I mean, I could try.
Yeah.
I might have to run to the bathroom, but I'm willing to do it.
Oh, but then you can also take a bathroom break now. I get take a. I grab a drink.
No.
Yeah.
We could, if you want to do it right now, you can, but I can wait.
Okay, I know 5 minutes. I need a drink and I need to pee as well. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't have to drink. Like, empty. So that's why I have to run to the kitchen real quick, yeah?
I guess I'll go get a drink too. I'm starting to sweat because I'm sweaty.
Okay, 5 minutes. Yep. Be right back. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. It works.
What's happened?
Oh my god. Okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, it's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call. Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I am in ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses, we're no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's great. I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? God damn it! Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morgan! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were... Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? I did. And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in. So that was...
That's fine. That's fine.
I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording. Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, just guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Nope.
Okay.
What?
People. I love it. This was Okay.
Time to die again.
What?
Time to die again.
Yeah. Do you want to do another ARAM or do you want to do?
I think it's quicker and less stressful.
Yeah. Maybe one last like.
Also we're actually winning. So
That's true. That's true. You're doing fucking good.
yeah. There's too much brain requirement for the regular.
No.
So in ARAM, where it's just charge into the enemy and beat the crap out of them, it's a lot easier.
It's live right now. What match?
Go. What do we get? Yumi.
Oh.
Not great choices. Not great choices.
And a try Seraphine. Okay. Yep. Bam. I'm spawning another dungeon. I was cuddling Karma on the couch. She was like KO, like. After I cuddle her like really close, and she lets out this, really content kind of. How do I call it? Like a growl or something like. I don't know. It sounds like a weird sleepy sound. But
It's
really
gonna be a very interesting matchup, I must say. It's gonna be the same as last time, where it's like we're close range, they're far range, we just get picked off.
Hey, Salty. Salty, did you already get some sleep or not at all?
What's sleep?
What is sleep? Yeah, that's true. Playing with a Chinese person?
Huh?
Interesting with the thing. But yeah, they can still live this. Like, I'm playing stage surfers with you, so.
I've never played Silent before, but I know you can brute.
Boom. Hey, I've never played surf. Wait. My Q, dude.
I'm already doing horrible.
Fuck. They rooted me and I thought like, oh, fuck yeah, I can get away, but no, I could not. Oh, another Pokemon. Which time is this? A Silico. Oh, oh. Ah, wait. Okay, catch. A Great Ball, Great Ball. Here we're going.
Pokemon, yeah, Pokemon. I know it's my destiny.
Fish, fish. Hey, Salty. Good morning. I think. What? We're doing good, we're doing good. So fish, 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 fish. Fish, 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 fish. Oh, this is the charm thing. Yes, I've seen Seraphine, but I don't know if I... Ooh. I actually played her already. I'm gonna die. My god, they are targeting my butt.
I'm gonna start building. I'm gonna be strong queen.
We're gonna wait, yeah, for a second. I can buy this. Okay, okay, okay. My god! Okay. Okay. I'm gonna read up. Okay, this is a charm one and a lot of damage. Everyone is doing okay. Maximum notes, that's the sound wave and slow.
I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing this.
Speed. If she's shielded, but their allies. Right, they're missing health. Yeah. So I can heal everyone. Yep.
Are you going to protect us? I'm still learning how to play this guy. I don't know how to play him.
Oh yes! I did it! I did it!
Yeah! Let's see food are literal lines.
Oh shit.
You're welcome, Luffy. I saved your loof. I saved your loofa.
Think. Ah, he's still there. Focused. No! I'm dead. Oh, you're also dead.
I've been dead. My abilities like come back to life for a little while.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, okay, we got this, we got this. Oh, nice.
That really?
Oh, missed. Huh? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh, my jeez. He has it out for me every time. That guy. That guy. That guy. That guy. Echo. Fuck Echo. Yeah. Bring fuck Echo. Yum 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 yum.
Starting to get stronger. I can feel it. If we can hold out long enough and I can build enough, I'll be stronger than the rest of them.
Yes.
Only love a reflection when it isn't there.
I've been
Yeah? Did I stay behind everyone?
They have so many stuns. I can't make my ultimate's useless.
Why?
My ult or my move where I come back to life is useless because they just keep charging. They keep stun locking me.
Yeah.
But I did almost kill all of them in one hit, so that's a plus. So they literally have to run and like book it once my move triggers.
Oh my Jesus! Fuck Echo! Kill him! Got it! He's gone. This is why I hate him. He just floop floop and then yeah. Okay, don't die. His name was Africa by Toto. Wow. Yeah.
Not take me away from you. I am useless, man. This is crazy. Are they magic users mostly? Magic, tag, magic. Yes. We'll build some magic resist into this.
No. Yes, me. Oh, ah! He can do like one fucking hit and I'm dead. Why?
Here, Africa by Toto. Dang it, I got away.
He good. That's what I mean. He fucking smashed me in one hit.
Surrendering already.
Why? They're just giving up now. But Africa by Toto can kill me in one hit, and I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm gonna new tactic. Just focus full on support mode.
I think we should play the defensive now.
Yeah.
We got too aggressive in the attempt.
Nope, 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 no, 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 no. That's what I mean, he can kill me in one smack.
Yeah, he's got a lot of magic power and a lot of armor penetration.
Like as soon as he comes close to me, I'm like, fuck, 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 and it. Yeah, I know he's unstoppable, he's so mean.
Excuse me.
Oh, nice.
I can slow him down, that's basically all I can do, really.
He's dead. Now we push.
I start the chaos, everybody else takes up after me.
Fuck, I'm alone. No, I forgot my Toto. Run, 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 run. My god, I'm scared. Look, he's coming. Oh my god, fuck him, fuck him. See, he is literally targeting me. What the hell, man? Fuck you.
I just completely countered my own.
Yeah, we got him. Yes, look, so as long as we get him, I'm happy.
Once we kill him, it's over for the entire enemy team, basically.
Yep.
Stunning him to death. It's impossible. I can't get close to him. If I build a full building, it's gonna be a tank to end all tanks.
Oh my god, fucking. Oh, no, 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 no. Like, woo! My gosh. Yep. I'm getting angry, muffin. No, I don't want to surrender.
Yeah, no surrender. We fight to the end.
Fight. We fight.
Yeah. Or to quote Transformers, I'd rather die fighting. Yeah, we nah.
Okay, maybe we lose.
No, I'm gonna come back and save us. I got it. I'll take him on.
No, I did. Fuck you, Toto. I hate him.
I did it.
Nice. No, he's still there.
No, he's dead. We killed Toto.
Okay, good job, good job.
I built the wrong item.
Yum 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 yum. Lol. Right, basically.
Has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
I might have gotten turret.
No. No. He's my nemesis.
He's your nemesis.
Yeah. I hate him.
Hate.
Like as soon as he sees me, he's like, I'm gonna kill that bitch.
I have almost 6,000. Wait, leave him nothing.
No.
I have almost 6,000.
Holy shit.
I don't have 8,000. Why'd I do that? Why am I back here?
That's a lot. I fucked up.
That's okay, we got this. We're doing this. We're doing this live. We're doing this live. Push. Push him back. Get him. Carry the team.
Okay, so now you're like the ultimate tank?
I'm not the ultimate tank yet. Our teammate just killed the entire team by himself, though. I'd say he's our ultimate fight man. Probably gonna rack up about 8 billion damage by the end of this fight.
Holy shit.
Although the movement slowed us down enough for them to come back.
Just gonna keep my distance from Africa.
I just died before I could even use an attack.
That's what the Toto does. That's what I mean. Like he sees you and you're dead. It's
I'm not dead again. I need somebody to get a couple kills on for me to get enough money. Oh, but we all just died. Oh yep, it's over. I come back in 20 seconds. I don't think I can slow him down. Actually, I can do plenty. We just gotta wait 10 seconds. We just gotta live 10 seconds.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I gotta wait. We got 10 seconds before I come back and try to whoop him. I don't think I can, but I'll try.
Fuck. Yeah, okay, GG's. Fuck Africa, Toto character, player. Like, what the hell? Like, I don't like Echo. No. No.
Yeah.
No.
I did 30,000 damage. I needed 66,000. One more? Nah.
Maybe.
To be fair, you can live for about 8 hours.
That is true. I do gotta walk Army Bean as well. And the games are kind of going shitty.
Yeah. Well, we won the first 2, lost the third one.
That is true. That's true. The rest of the games were good.
Yeah, it's because
Like this was just not my game, but that's the thing. Like that Echo was just my nemesis, as I said. Like as soon as he saw me, he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna kill you." Every time I came close.
He was a monster.
Wow.
Wow. You leaving the game now?
But you're creating a normal game?
No, I was wondering what you were doing. Because you left the party.
Oh.
What's going on? Yeah, that was me being stuck in your party. Oh, my neck.
I kind of want to do one more. I kind of want to do one draft maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah, ARAMs are quicker and a little less complicated, but it's up to you. It's all up to you. I love how Salty is just fishing all day.
Yeah, wait, we did do the Swift play at the beginning. I'm not just staring at my screen. Okay, you know what? I have an idea. I do want to do one more round before I go walkies and stuff. But I think I do want to like raid out with stream first.
Yeah.
But then we can still play like one more. But then I'm gonna end stream because I have been going for 8 hours and then I don't have to multitask and that. Yep. So.
Okay.
Oh. Wait. I gotta activate this cam. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna quickly take a look. I had someone in mind.
Yeah.
Where's that again? How do I know her? I have no idea. But she is playing League. So we're just gonna send people to other League players. Yep. Everyone who is still here, who is lurking, who is sleeping, who is chatting, who has been hanging out, or has been gaming with me. Thank you everyone for being here. This was an amazing stream. We had so many raids come in. It was awesome. Like we had raids from Mills, from Keeney, but also from Akborn, from Rainbow, from Comrades. Like quite a lot. It was good vibes. We played a lot of different games, like the Mecha. 5 weeks in a row, Mecha can be. That is impressive. This is, I think, the most times we've played a game in a row. Oh no, is she gonna go be right back? No, okay. Ooh. Why does she look like a little clown? It's kind of cute, don't get me wrong.
We may never know.
Okay, we're gonna find out. I'm gonna set up a raid. If you are a follower, you can use this one. If you are a subscriber, wait, was it this one? Yep. Oh shit, and I still have to replace that. So give me 1 second to copy pasta for the subscriber. What should we do this time? Little heart. There we go. We're gonna raid out into a person that I am following, but I don't know why. Probably because we raided it out into her with someone else. So we're gonna check her out. This is a little bit of a guess, but she looks nice. She is playing League. So go show some support, go show some love, and I will see you guys maybe tomorrow and otherwise on Tuesday. Yeah. Have a good EP. Bye, everyone. Okay, let me check. Look.